Oh, good morning. La 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 la. Welcome to the final day of the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. I am your host, Tony Ross. Deliriously silly, very happy that we've got to the end. So, yeah, there is that. That's kind of cool. La 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 la. So, letting you guys know, let me turn off my little guy here. Pew. Letting you guys know, we have a jam-packed day. Going to be starting shortly, and we have a lot of friends and colleagues today. So, Marissa Tontavitong, Executive Director of ASIFA South, starting us off, followed by Alyssa A. Lewis. Then my second non-artist person, if, big word for two letters, if you have ever thought about creating any type of online class or course, and I wanted to do this, I wanted to invite her because I think a lot of people, shout out to people like Dan Flores, uh, definitely Lamont Russ, Irene Stakowski, pretty much anyone that I can think of that does art is like, I go, gosh, you got to put out a course, and not just doing it live, but actually make a recorded course. And she talks about how to put it out, and getting things out there because she is just a wee bit successful. I even asked her the very inappropriate, ugly question about how much money you make. So, anyway, that's there. Rob Crump. Rob Rob is delightfully inappropriate, and I love him. He is awesome. Then we have Matt Watts, who is he does a lot of rigging and harmony, and specifically, he made the rigs that we use at Toon Boom to train other people how to use Toon Boom. So he's on that level, and a really cool guy. Then we get to meet with Master Sensei Tony White, looking like a lovely Santa, the Santa Mater. Anyway, Tony White, I got to chat with him yesterday. He is healing up pretty well. It's going to be audio only, but excited always to talk to him. We have Joshua Leonard coming up after that, then Irene Strakowski, Elliot Cowan, and Ollie Putland. It's going to be another demo. And last but not least, we have a little snippet of the cartoon that was banned. The entire episode of Blackish actually was banned, along with the animated footage that was directed by DeMille Bryant. It is beautiful footage. I'm placing it at the end of the day. It's about 12 minutes. If you think you're going to be too sensitive about it and it's going to bother you, set that one out. Because again, I'm not trying to do any kind of agenda. It was just kind of a beautiful piece of work that I wanted to share. The cellophane, if you hear it, is me opening a salad because I haven't actually eaten today. And I am nursing a migraine. So, yeah, personal stuff. So if I sound loopy, fun things. Meanwhile, I'm going to get ready to go ahead and start. Ooh, 10:13 filler. So, oh, that was the other thing. On October 19th, we will be releasing, we'll start releasing all of these in their entirety to YouTube. They will be for free. I had this crazy idea. I went off on a rant yesterday talking about pricing your animation and things like that. And I said, I need to actually have a talk about that. And I thought, you know what? Instead of just sending out an email and going, okay, things are on YouTube now on the 19th. Perhaps, and this is delirious Tony talking, so maybe. I'm leaning really heavy toward maybe we'll do that day as a live launch And I'm going to invite some of these, especially some of the directors and some of the people who actually have are still hustling or had a history of hustling and understand this. Invite them back to talk about pricing and how to help the new generation of animators, so we can educate people and not inadvertently cripple the system. So, yeah, that's a thought. That's what I think I'm going to do. All right. Okie dokie. I'm going to quit talking. And by the way, I think these are about. I think I've capped these at about 30-ish minutes. Some are a little bit longer, but again, the full ones will be playing once we. Wow, I lost my train of thought. The full the full video will play. Will be posted online starting October 19th. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get ready to start. La 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 la. All right, and here is my good friend and colleague Marissa Ginger Tantavirong from Asifa South. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am here with my friend and colleague Ginger Tantavirong.
I,
Uh, and you are. I cannot. I don't want to call you the wrong thing. I'll just say that you're the head honcho of Asifa South. But specifically, what are you?
I carry many titles, but right now, one of the ones that I'm really proud to use is definitely the executive director of ASIFA South International Animation Society. We're headquartered in Atlanta, but what we're actually doing is trying to kind of shed some light and exposure and improve the industry in the South
Awesome.
US.
Coolness. So, Ginger, you were with us on the first summit last year, and other than that, if you want to give yourself a quick bio or intro and say what it is you think that I actually had you on the summit for today.
Sure. I think it's interesting. So I'll give a bit of a bio background, the traditional spiel, first, so that I can kind of say why I think we're on here today. But basically, I'm a animation producer, but I also wear a lot of different hats. So I consult for different studios, including the School of Human Studio in Atlanta, and also Ubongo in Tanzania. And I also work with ACM SIGGRAPH currently as the early career development chair. And what I usually do is we set the program so that we do portfolio reviews, and we also do mentorship for students and connect them to industry professionals in different studios as well. I've also worked in different aspects, such as I have a background MFA and from SCAD in animation, but I've also worked before this in web design, branding, motion graphics. So I've been working as a e-learning motion graphics artist. I've also worked in TV. I've worked on a feature length as well too, where we did animated segments. So basically, I touch every aspect of a lot of things, and I'm very curious. And this really comes into play with the fact that I have ADHD. And I'm not saying that as kind of like, oh, this is why, but you can see why I have a very big interest in a variety of things. Like sometimes I'll say I love rock climbing, I love salsa dancing, I like searching, I love looking up technology, I read lots of articles, and just in general, I like to know about a lot of things in animation, not just one particular thing. So I think that's one of the things that is a little bit uh, interesting, all over the place maybe, but I think that's what kind of makes me in this particular aspect, and it has also helped me to excel in certain ways, but with also some caveats.
I love it. Yeah, you are one of the most awesome and busy people that I know, and the fact that if I can shoot you out a text or an email or say, "Hey, can I interview you?" you're always like, "Sure," and I'm going, "I am so honored because I realize your time is extremely precious. So thank you." So
Oh, thanks, Tony.
you're quite welcome. So the overall theme what we're doing, yes, we are talking about 2D animation, but I think what I wanted to do this year is talk a lot about health and mental health, and bringing on different people, and even got to interview my what is he called technically? He's my nutritionist, but I refer to him as my nutritionist therapist because every time I sit in his office, I feel like I need a couch. And so yeah, I got to do a session with him talking about things, and so it's exciting to talk about stuff with you because you're like always working on things. So I want to start off with a weird animation question, and not a weird animation question. I'm going to throw in a couple of questions here and there, and we're kind of going to do a little bit of a tennis match. Going to do it as informal as possible because just two people chatting. The rest of you all are just having to watch this private conversation. So enjoy. So my question to you is: what does 2D animation need a lot more of, and like what 2D animation needs a lot more of blank? Okay, well, what's in that blank, if anything?
Hmm. I would say 2D animation need a lot more. Sorry, that just caught me off guard really quickly as well too. But I think personally, if it's like in my own life, I think 2D animation needs a lot more chances for variety
Okay.
at this particular stage because when we're looking at 2D animation, I know that I think Don Bluth is resurrecting 2D animation studio right now as well too. I think that's been one of the news that people have been talking about. But also, I know that some people have been talking about how Western animation have, especially TV animation, have been having the same type of stylization, and I kind of understand that from a business perspective, but also that there is a budget attached to different things that are done. Uh, and maybe budget is also another thing 2D needs more of. Uh, but in that particular respect, uh, actually, I think 2D animation also needs a little bit more respect and understanding because we do kind of categorize it into certain looks, and we judge a lot of animation based on how they look
Yes.
initially before we actually look at the stories. So I would say that that would probably be my answer after thinking about this, is we do need a little bit more patience and a little bit more respect to understand that, it's not just one thing, and the reasons behind why certain things look a certain way is driven by a lot of different factors. But that doesn't mean that, we can't try to look at it differently, or say, oh, bring back 2D and stuff, because Klaus, for example, the feature animation was also made in 2D. Like, granted that they've had a little bit more of a 3D lighting feel on it, but I think that's like having a lot of like space to play with as well too, and understanding that we're sometimes what you see on screen is not always necessarily the only type of animation there is out there.
Excellent. Yeah, that's like kind of a weird thing I always run into with a client. In It's like a red flag for me if they come to me and go, "Can you do like a South Park style?" And I go, "Okay, you want a very, 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 very small budget, evidently." It's like the weird little things.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
It's like the equating of, oh, limited equals cheaper, which
yeah,
drives everything to become like cheaper type of thing.
yes, definitely. Um, you talk about you do a lot of portfolio reviews, and uh, one of the reasons you'll probably never see my portfolio is because I don't consider myself I don't work in the business. I train in the business, so it's a totally different animal. But let me ask you this: what's the worst offense to have in your portfolio that you see happen more often than not?
So for me, I would say I don't consider it worse offense because for I've seen portfolio from different stages. So
Okay.
sometimes it's people who are really starting out and just getting something out there. I would say I already applaud people who kind of put their time in to try to have something and grow. But some of the I think not mistakes, but things that I see a lot that could be improved on. Let's say that
Okay.
would be number one is uh, people still figuring out what they're trying to do. So when they're submitting for, and this is like in terms of studio positions, when they submit for something like storyboard artists or animator, they submit a variety of things, but nothing that really will stand out against someone who has a very specific portfolio. So we've been hiring recently for storyboard artists. We've got a lot of really great portfolio range of different ones. We've opened for 2 days. We've already had almost 50 portfolio applicants, which is fantastic. But also there's a range of skill sets, so you can see who are the veterans that they would show relevant work material that even some like new grads who are very great with their skills and they show relevant work like animatic, bead boards, emotion, character acting. While as some people, when they apply, they'll have more illustration than actual storyboard, but they're applying for a job that is specifically storyboard. So I think, it's definitely great to put your hat out there and try to reach as many things. But the chances of you getting a job when you're competing with a specific portfolio, if it's for a specific job and not a generalist requirement, I think that's something that people, they can get discouraged with when they get rejected and not really understand while they're realizing that their portfolio isn't really particularly built for that particular job.
Excellent. Okay. I'm going to shift gears a bit here. Uh, and this is something that I've seen a lot, and I have, I guess, pros and cons on it. But what is your opinion on cancel culture and the arts, specifically our community? And should artists start censoring or regulating themselves more, especially on social media?
I think that's a very interesting one because I've been talking about that very quite a bit of time very recently, especially with everything that's coming up. Especially with I think particularly a movie called Cutie, as
Yes.
well on Netflix with the cancel culture. So for me, one thing that I will say is I don't usually put my opinion out about something a lot until I actually see it in full. Uh, that's for me. Like because nowadays it with social media, everything is snippets. You get
Yes.
snippets of information. You get people get news from memes. You can look at a image and judge something out of a animated GIF because the culture is very like a snippet culture. We have TikTok, we have all these things, and some of these innovations are great. They're great for certain purposes, but it's not really great for doing research like critical analysis. It's not even good for debating, honestly, because
Yes.
it's like you put things out there. It's like Twitter. 140 words is not enough to have a critical debate with someone. And it's also very easy for us to put our emotions out there because, of course, we fight for what we believe in. We want to make a stand. We don't want to look passive. But in a certain way as well, too, uh, it also means that sometimes we might be forcing ourselves to put opinions out there that we don't have time to think about. And I think that makes a lot of difference in terms of like, especially if you are head of certain organizations or you have a lot of influences. Whatever you put out there, if you find out that, hey, I did not read the whole story, I did not understand the whole story, and you try to retract it, it's already something that maybe 100 people see your first comment, maybe 30 people will see your next comment, but 70 of those people will already come up with certain assumption. So for me, in terms of cancel culture, I see it as a couple different things. Number one is, regardless of social media, you know, what is your belief? And how do we look at certain situations and react to things nowadays? Like, do we try to do some research? Because sometimes I'm guilty of this too, where I look at some news and I'm like, whoa, that's fake news. And then I want to make sure that people know about it, especially if it's some things that are more impactful to the community.
Right.
But in other ways as well too, it's that like, do we always necessarily have to be the first out there to say something before we kind of think about what we're saying? And the second part of this too is reacting to the cancel culture. I've been seeing this one where one girl was talking about math and how she says that, oh, like math isn't real. And it was taken out of context. And, like I do a lot of musing as a person with just like lots of musing type of thing. Sometimes I put out things that are really, fresh on my mind. It's not really 100% thought out, but it's also like, oh, this would be great if we did this and that. And a lot of times I'm thinking about ways to solve problems. And when I put something out there, it might not be the most nuanced. So I've actually had somebody tell me that, oh, the way you put things out like this seems like you're calling people out. And I didn't put specific names, but I was just saying like, oh, like certain things like, oh, portfolios, maybe we should make sure to keep that updated, because if we don't update it, like that some like we can't see stuff that are updated. But professionals, in my mind, is that professionals who already have credentials, like they are on IMDb and stuff, they don't really have to keep their portfolio updated because they already have credentials.
Right.
Like you build credentials, but for people who are starting out, maybe that's not the best portfolio to look at, because you don't have that clout, you don't have that credential yet, so you need to put your, especially like foot forward. And then someone, even Mark was saying like, oh yeah, I updated my stuff. I always keep my stuff updated. And I was like, great, Mark, I know you do. And I had someone else tell me that, oh, like are you expecting people to have to keep their stuff updated for you to be able to take reference? Because one of the things I said is maybe I should start, like asking people if I can archive their stuff, their older stuff, before they become professionals, so that like we can do some comparison with showing portfolios to younger folks, like the early career folks. But the way that I put it out there to them, they found it abrasive. So for me, I feel like that's one thing is, when you're trying to say something or you're thinking about something and you're musing about something, it's always very easy to be taken the wrong way, whether it's the way someone inferred it or whether it's really the way you put it. So from that situation, I went back and tried to analyze. It's like, hey, is my wording really offensive? I'll ask people I trust and I know, and
Mm-hmm.
and get their opinions about this as well too. Because sometimes, yes, I can actually say things that turns out to be pretty insensitive, and then I'm like, okay, now I got to learn from that as well too.
Okay.
But when we're talking about the cancel culture itself, the way that the young lady dealt with she's not a young lady, she's a teen, but she dealt with the fact that people were trying to cancel her over her saying math is not real. She made a follow-up video of like saying, oh, it's an abstract concept, where did it come from? It was a lot of very thought-provoking curiosity, and she laughed about it. So that's the thing, is sometimes I feel that if you do think after analyzing that something is really nonsense, then maybe you also need to see if you really need to care about a lot of things that people take at face value as well too. So for me, I think like with the cancel culture, it can be quite uh dangerous as well too, because now we're not looking at things in terms of a lot of the context of it, of what is coming out before we start judging. If you watch the whole thing then and you make an opinion about it, everybody's entitled to that. But like, if you haven't and you're jumping to conclusions, I think that's one of the things that is really scary.
Coolness. I want to speak to two things on that. One, you're not one of the reasons that I enjoy talking to you, and for those who don't know, I keep a small circle of friends and an even smaller circle of associates. And a subset of those associates are people who actually get to know what's going on inside my brain. So Ginger is one of the people that gets to peek behind the veil and go, I'm thinking about doing this. So she might actually, Ginger actually gets to see the list of people who I'm thinking, for instance, on in bringing on for the 2D Summit, or the fact that I'm even thinking about doing a 2D Summit, or this is what I'm thinking about doing here. So she gets to see it before then, because and what I love about you, you're not a yes person. And there have been things that I love the fact that we bump heads occasionally and we agree to disagree, and we're like, and we move on. And it is like, and I love that about you. And I would like to say the strength that you have, uh, and not to sound arrogant, but I think it's a strength that I also have. You being a woman, and not only that, a woman of I'm assuming of Asian descent. So hear me out on this. And me being an African American male, I think a lot of times when we say things that a try not to blame the white guy. So it's like, but I feel like a lot of times, if the quote, if the let's say a stereotypical slash generic white guy were to say these things, it's like, wow, that's a very firm point you've made. Meanwhile, if we say it, it's just like, I don't understand why you're so angry about this. Wait, what? so, to that I say, I applaud you for actually kind of real analyzing because, like, yeah, I'm with you. I have to rethink because I post a lot of things. Sometimes they're about art. Sometimes they're about things that are going on socially. Sometimes there are things about me in general. But at the same time, I do find myself censoring what I'm saying, how I'm saying, and it's for two different reasons. One, I do my personal my Facebook pages. It's business under the guise of being personal, so I have to be really careful because I'm still attached to the Tony Teach brand. But at the same time, it's like, no, I got some things to say, and I'm going to keep it as ambiguous as possible, so you'll still understand what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
I say all that to say that I think especially in this business, you have to be that direct. And people, well, are you saying this is like this is the art business? And it's I think people believe they're supposed to get their and like, oh wow, you did a really good job. I'm going to put this on the virtual refrigerator, and it's like, no, that's not how the business works. So I think you have to be like that. I used to tell my students, if you think that I am rude to you in class, I'm a lot more polite to you than your clients are going to be. So,
I think for me, it's like definitely it's a balance of, uh, trying to understand that, like I come from Thailand. So, I come from a culture where there's a lot of sometimes censorship as well too.
mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to talk about that because for reasons. But also it's in this particular aspect where, it makes me ask a lot of questions of where is someone else coming from in a place where you don't know, because even we talk about, like, oh, me being an Asian woman, you being a black man, or somebody being a white person, man, of course, um, we don't know their background
Right,
100%. We definitely don't know where they come from. Or even with the Mulan situation, which is going on, some people are like, oh, why are they saying this, why that? It's like we can make a lot of assumptions. We'll just never know the main reason until they come out and say it, or about certain aspects of things. But uh, you know, we can kind of infer from certain things about where we stand, but I don't feel the need sometimes to say, oh, that means that we need to go and uh, uh, do this and that based on something that I haven't researched. That's the
right,
whole key. Is I don't try to hold a solid opinion on something I don't know fully about, and that happens a lot of times through localization and cultural differences. I bring that a lot on my own personal Facebook as well too, where there's a lot of mistranslation in the news, and sometimes when you're looking at news from other countries, you only get what the media tells you about
yeah,
other culture. You don't find the stuff until you live in a certain culture, and even when you live in the certain culture as well too, as an observer, unless you really get nitty gritty with the people who trust you and they really open up to you, then you always have to understand that you're always going to come from a different perspective. We don't always 100% understand each other, but at certain times we can respect each other's opinions, or decide that, hey, this is something that is an irreconcilable difference, then we should just part ways.
right. Coolness. Okay, let's lighten it up a little bit. um, if you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working on or directing your dream animation project, what is it? And does that dream ever change?
Oh, my dreams have changed a lot. When I was younger, I think the reason I got into animation was mostly because of anime and manga. Actually, manga more so, the comic version. um it's there's things that inspire me. So with things that inspire me and give me strength. So honestly, to say like, oh, if I want to work on any particular project for anyone, not really, but I do know that I like, in terms of medium, stop motion has always been a favorite, of course. But also, on the other hand, I want to work on stories that I feel work towards shifting the narrative. Like, I'm lucky because right now I'm working on a couple different things that I feel are in line with that. Like the stories that are trying to kind of open up different ideas about community building, how that empowers people, as well as driving towards equity. These types of like stories are things that I'm interested in. I'm always interested in also increasing the level of details, because everybody wants to work on stories which is like, wow, the backgrounds are wonderful, the characters look great, the animation is amazing. But also, for me, I think my dream is to work on projects as well as support projects that I feel fit in line with what I would want to see out there, that I feel like I watch it and I'm like, this is a great story, but it's also a very inspiring story.
Coolness. Yeah, it's that's an interesting approach, and I think a lot of people always are trying to figure out. I was talking with a couple of people, and luckily, I keep hearing more and more artists and animators are like, "Yeah, I'm. If I'm not working on something that I want to see, I'm actually creating something that I want to see." And so it's really, I'm excited about that technology has between the technology advancing and also becoming more affordable and sometimes free, to allow people to do that more. So it's kind of cool.
Definitely. We're always pushing open source like Blender. Blender has been like, I'm a fangirl. Blender, and it's fantastic. It's like the way that it's structured and the approach, like, and the Blender Foundation, where they give you like, these scenes you can go and take a look. The pricing is affordable for the extra materials, but also the fact that it is such a powerful free software. Oh my God, that is like really something that I try to push as well too, because I want creators to have more control of what they create, and that starts with having also more accessibility to things and not having to worry about, oh, I have to pay my bills, and so therefore I have to take the work that always doesn't always appeal to me, which is life, of course. But
Yes,
but it gives you at least that a little bit more leverage into becoming your like a creator who can have take more control of what you want to do.
coolness. Good segue. Speaking of money, um, which I always tell people, I'm not obsessed with money. It's just that the things that I really want cost money. So it's like yeah, if I could get my new Mac for $25, trust me, I'd be all over it. Uh, so anyway, not even for 25K would I draw or animate blank. What's in that blank, if anything? By the way, let me be clear. The 25K is a reasonable amount. Matter of fact, let's say it's a generous amount for what you're being asked to do.
So I would say something that I feel is harmful to other people, which is like, something maybe that's a propaganda I don't believe in.
Okay.
Uh, like sometimes I come across projects where I just turn down because I'm like, nope, this doesn't fall in line with. And this doesn't mean that I'm like super picky in terms of like, oh, I won't do this, I won't do that type of thing. But there is a line that I draw on certain aspect. Off the top of my head, it's very hard to kind of uh think about what specifically that would be.
Yes.
But when it comes up, I can usually tell right away.
There's I was joking with Rob Crump about this, and where I said there's some jobs that yes I will do, with no problem. There are other jobs that I'll go, I'm going to do this, but I'm not attaching my name to this. It's like this will be under one of my pseudonyms or it'll just be uncredited. And then the last one I guess would be, yeah, I'm not bothering with that. And for me, it didn't used to be this way. I used to do politics and it was draining. And I used to joke with my students that because I did a lot of stuff for I guess the left side or Democrats, and I would joke with my students when people were calling me a Democrat or you're this, and I said I'm a capitalist. Republicans haven't paid me to do anything yet. So it's like and that's the way I kind of looked at it. But when working on a lot of the projects, it's like because I had to do my research. If I had to do, I don't like giving people, I don't like calling people by name, not because of fear, but I don't like giving them that power, or I don't think they deserve their name, which is another story. Anyway, so when you have to do research on things that people have actually said and work that into your animation, it things that should have taken me a month would take me several months, and it was just draining, and I was just like, I can't do this anymore. So as much as I like the money, I was like, I nope. It's like,
Well, I think that comes at a stage where, like, how much privilege do we have?
yeah,
And I know that people sometimes get this thing, oh my God, privilege, privilege. But in this case, I call it privilege because, if I have the means and I can afford to say no, I don't want to, that's privilege.
yes.
So therefore, like, I think that depends on what position we are at. But even like for some folks, certain things really matter more to them as well too.
Alrighty. So that was my good friend Ginger, Miss Marissa Tantal Vitong. Oh, good grief. Director, oh my gosh, she's head of Asifa South. I keep forgetting her title. Long day, long week. Anyway, so next up, let me get my mic under control here. Next up is a video from one of my other buddies and colleagues, Miss Alyssa A. Lewis, and she's got a project coming up. So I edited, even though this is short, I edited the end onto the beginning because I thought it was funny, and so you get to see our humor there. So it's not like a mistake. So you'll see the end first because she's talking about a project she's working on, and then I'll start the video. So that's what's going on there. So this is Miss Elisa A. Lewis. Did I say Alyssa? I don't know. I have a friend named Alyssa, and then I have a friend named Elisa. Sorry. Elisa A. Lewis. And with that, it's like, I hate that I have to cut this off because I got to do another. I have two more interviews today. So it's like, I've got to stop. So, Elisa, thank you so much for joining us. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with my very good friend, Miss Elisa A. Lewis. Say bye.
Oh, am I going to get to talk about my upcoming event in
No,
November?
absolutely not. You
I
can make.
have to tell the people, Tony. They need
Okay,
to know.
okay. This is a Groundhog Day moment because last year during the interview, you also screamed at me. It was
Oh,
like,
did I?
yes.
Oh,
Like
I need to
Tony.
check my personality.
So, Elisa, what else do you have going on?
Oh, thank you for asking, Tony. Let me think of something. Oh, in November, you are all welcome to join a beta program that my company, My Animation Life, is hosting. We'll be teaching you about how to get into the industry and more resources so that you can really make yourself more successful in this industry as an animator or as someone who is studying the art of animation so that you can make your own projects. You can contact us at myanimationlife.com, or you can contact me at AlisaALewis.com, and you do have to spell it correctly. There are other Elisa Lewises, and there's even another Elisa A. Lewis. So put ALLYSSAALEWIS.com. At that website, it has my contact details, and you can reach me there to find out about our gathering, our beta program. And if you are ever in need of assistance when it comes to education or resume reviews or creating a project in animation, maybe you want to make your first project, please reach out to us.
Awesome. Okay, can I go now?
Yes. Oh, and be friends with me on Facebook and LinkedIn because I love that. Oh, but send a message so I know you're not like a bot.
I am not a bot. Be my friend.
That's all I need to read.
Okay, Lisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Um, As always, it's been a joy. We'll have to have virtual wings or vegan wings or whatever the heck you're eating these days.
It was you and Tony eating the pizza and wings. I don't eat pizza or wings. I
I said vegan wings. Good
I
grief.
know. I'm not vegan. I'll probably just eat like some corn.
Okay. Okay, do with corn wings? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just eat a bowl of corn. That's it.
Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am hanging out with my good friend and colleague, Miss Stay Busy Forever, wide awake and bright, happy, and shining 10 o'clock in the morning on the weekend. Hey, Elisa, how are you?
Hi, Tony. Thank you so much for having me.
So, Miss Elisa A. Lewis, it is always a pleasure. And do me a favor, tell me a little bit about yourself. Give me a bio and tell our audience, why are you on my summit?
Oh, well, it's funny you should ask about my bio because I have it pulled up. If you ask me to tell me about myself and I don't have it pulled up, I'll be like, who am I? What's my name? My name is Elisa A. Lewis, and I am an Emmy-winning animator, a creative strategist, and a career consultant. I've been in the animation industry for a little over 14 years. And if you want to remember one thing about me, it's that I enjoy collecting information so that I can share it with others, and particularly about business and about employment and about furthering yourself in the animation industry. I am most noted for working on over 75 episodes and promos of FX's Emmy-winning series Archer. I've also worked on NBC's 30 Rock. I've done a spot for MTV's University. I Am Other, which is with Pharrell Williams. Animation Domination, Apple, Comic-Con San Diego, Georgia Public Broadcasting, Captain Planet's Planet 2 Movement, a lot of music videos, PSAs, and things you probably haven't heard of. So that's the kind of work that I do on my day-to-day. I also run the company My Animation Life, which is an animation resource and staffing agency. In a nutshell, what we do is help both artists and companies. So for artists, we'll give them support with employment, whether that's helping them strengthen their portfolios or their websites or understand the industry a lot better. And for companies, we will supply them with artists for projects. We'll even do project managing, and we'll do consulting for both sides. So we're really trying to strengthen the animation industry and bridge that gap with employment. Right now, we have an issue with people who have jobs not speaking to people who want jobs, and we want to close that gap. I am also on the board of directors for ASIFA South, which is the largest animation society in the southeastern United States. I was the vice president for about 7 years, but I've been with ASIFA South since 2007, so it's been a while now. I am a judge for the Emmy Awards. So if you need any advice on how to strengthen your film so that it can win an award, I've also been a judge for many other film festivals, and I can assist you with that. Or one of my colleagues can as well. I have my education from Savannah College of Art and Design in animation, and I'm currently going to Harvard University online to strengthen my business and law in education. I also am working on my own personal comic series called Life is Molly, and originally it started out as a comic just made for me, and I would never show anyone anything, but at conventions I decided to start selling little mini comic books. And if you're interested in, starting up your own comic book and you just want to get some opinions from someone who is also starting up a comic book, please let me know. And I think that's me in a nutshell.
Awesome.
Oh, one other thing.
Of course.
You can't see this right now. You can't. I didn't talk about it. I didn't have it in here because you can't see it right now. Because it's my private channel because I'm still young and embarrassed about it. But I started YouTubing in October of last year. And this is about to be my 1 year mark. In about a month, it'll be 1 year. And in 1 year, I will have about 10,000 subscribers. So that is huge for me. Wow. I've started other YouTube channels before, but this has definitely been the fastest growing one.
Ooh, now I've got to pick your brain on that one. Did you do? What did you do? Did you do anything different? Did you follow someone's recipes? Or?
Tell you about some of the techniques I used to grow it so fast. But I'm not going to tell you the channel until I'm ready, because it's not like anything I've ever done before. It's an ultra feminine channel. It doesn't have to do with animation, which is why I usually don't bring it up during animation events.
Ooh, okay. That is definitely got to pick your brain on that one because yeah. Um, and you're kind of it feels weird to go fanboy over a friend, but I'll explain to the audience this one simple fact. Uh, it was me, you, and Tony Grillo were
Yes.
sitting having pizza and wings, and I remember you bringing up the idea of my animation life, and you were
Yes.
discussing what would be the better name for the URL, and I remember this because it's like I personally normally have on a good day at least 101 bastard brain children running around my head, and this idea and this idea, and you came up with this idea, and I've seen it from you talking about it to it becoming this immense, powerful thing, and I'm like, I admire and envy you on that because that is really awesome, and congratulations on the success of that. And you stay busy just a wee bit.
I do. I do. I'm currently working on 3 short films that are due at the end of next month, for the state of Alabama for voting initiatives. And my team is definitely busy working on other projects. So, yes, this is a very, very busy time. And I'm also going to school, learning law right now, taking my law classes. So,
Okay. So in about 20 years, we're going to actually discover like Elisa actually had clones, and she just they
I
just kept
wish.
they just kept timing off and like, okay, your turn now, you go.
Uh, I forget about these things of clones and all the other things people talk about in the world when I get sucked into this bubble of just trying to complete my goals. Yesterday, I was on my Facebook page and I saw a friend with a person who looked exactly like her standing beside her. And I thought, maybe her mom looks really young. It's just, or maybe it's like a friend who like they just kind of really look alike. And then I thought, twins. Twins is a thing that actually happens to human beings. I forgot about that. She has a twin. Yes.
Okay, that is hilarious. Um, Speaking of envy, I am admiring your background there. Your
Yes.
the art and everything that's behind you. It's like it's the goal my wife and I have of getting art of especially of people that we know and people we actually went to school with, and like, oh my gosh, we want to make this whole room or this whole gallery like that. And yeah, just that is incredible. That looks awesome.
Thank you. This is actually my dining room. All the parts of my house are a little funky in that there are little scenes going on, because I do shoot videos for different kinds of platforms. So, like, I have my YouTube wall and my Instagram wall and my wall for like other kinds of videos I shoot. All the walls in the house are just kind of funky. I have a tinsel wall for when it's time to act like I'm at a party scene, and then I have my fabric quilt wall. It's got fabric all the way up and like bookshelves and a table for when I'm drafting, and then of course where I animate upstairs, and it's a lot.
So, do you have a green screen wall in your house?
I don't, because I don't green screen very often. If I do want to remove myself from a scene, I usually try to find a more strategic way of doing it. I've had issues with the light that secondary light that's cast from green screens,
Right.
and it does not look good on this brown complexion. So I either will find some other way to pull myself out without using green screen.
Okay. So, make yourself a note in your crazy busy schedule that I have to teach you how to green screen properly. So I will teach you how to pull that off.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, for teaching me how to do it properly.
Sure. Sure. What are friends for? Okay. So here's my first line of questioning for you. Because you do a lot of portfolio reviews and you have
Yes.
for a while. What is the worst offense to have in your portfolio that happens more than any other?
Mm, mm. There's so many bad things to choose from. I will say the worst offense I've ever seen in my entire life in a portfolio is to have work in your portfolio that you didn't create, especially if it's better than the work that you actually make. I
Ooh.
remember going to a portfolio. So I've also worked in higher education at, I'm not going to name a university, but one of the top 5 design universities in the country. And I reviewed portfolios and prepared people to enter the industry. And I saw in one person's portfolio that they had this beautiful work, just beautiful work at the top of their banner, but their work in their portfolio, like in the portfolio section on their website, was just, it wasn't up to par. And I thought, you know, if you're drawing at a different level, why don't you remove this work and then replace it with only the level that you have in your banner? And they said, oh, I didn't make that artwork. That was just a banner to make it look good. And I thought, oh no, this is not a social media site. This isn't Facebook where you put up your favorite picture. This is your professional presence. And as an artist, you have to be careful about which pieces you use to showcase your skills or even to market yourself. Because as an artist, people are going to assume that the art they see was made by you. So you really want to be clear about the pieces you put in there and make sure that it's just work from you, and you don't pick up another artist's work to, you know, put decoration on your website.
Awesome. I'll
Yeah.
tell you.
Oh, I have a few more.
Okay, you do. If I want to cut in with
Yeah.
a funny plagiarist story. One of my professors was telling us this, that this is back in the day. So he worked for this agency, this illustration
Mm-hmm.
agency, and a person came in and showed their portfolio and started putting in, like, showing different pieces and everything. So my professor, in the middle of the meeting, kind of gets up and storms out of the room, comes back in the room with his own work because the guy doing the interview
Oh.
inadvertently had plagiarized my professor's work.
Oh
So
no.
he just slammed the work down on the door and he says, "Leave." And I'm thinking, like,
No.
talk about a surreal experience. What are the chances that you're plagiarizing work and then showing it to someone
No.
else?
This happens online all the time, and it makes me weary about finding artists that I can't easily research where their portfolio is coming from. Um, you hear about these stories often when you're outsourcing work to places overseas, and that they have different laws when it comes to plagiarism. So it's more often you're going to find in a country where they don't have heavy copyright laws, that they're going to have plagiarized pieces in their portfolio. And so sometimes you outsource work, and the artist who's making it doesn't really have the skill level of the work that they're showing.
That is awesome. I was like, and I never thought about that is one of the implications. This is why I like this. You're saying that I sent you tough questions. It's like, believe it or not,
You did.
this year I've recycled probably more questions than usual. And
Oh,
what's beautiful is I get to do that because every artist comes up with this different response. I'm going, I never thought about that. That is really cool. I need to ask this question to someone else. so, so yes, it's because I try to. There are some things that are very particular to the person I know.
hmm.
But let me ask you this question: do you worry that the field of animation and character art in general is completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up, or do you feel that all of this competition is a good thing?
So I I have opinions about both sides of that question. So do I feel like the industry is becoming oversaturated? I feel like it is becoming, you know, larger, and that we're having more artists, but I wouldn't say oversaturated. And then with the, is the competition a good thing? I don't think that we're having as much competition as we're perceiving. We do have the world opening up, especially now. Now is a unique time. Now we have this pandemic, and it has really hurt a lot of people in a lot of different industries. But one industry that has been very successful during this time is the animation industry. We've actually seen a steady rise in opportunities and in jobs. So for people who are looking to get into the industry, animation is a great place to go, especially right now. When we think about the fact that there are more artists in the industry, we should also think about that there are also more storytellers. We have a low barrier of entry right now when it comes to posting your content online and even getting access to information so that you can create content. And we have more storytellers who are looking for artists. So that means more opportunities. And I think we'll see a steady incline of storytellers. Each person is becoming their own brand. Like I'm having like YouTube channels and that kind of stuff outside of my regular work. So are other people, and they're going to need more talented people. So we have competition. We have good competition. We have global competition for, you know, more reasons than one. Before we had this global competition because we had the internet and we had access to it. And then the lower barrier of entry with YouTube made it more accessible for us to have more storytellers, which meant we could have artists from all over helping with these stories. And then more diverse stories meant we needed more diverse talent to help tell these stories. But now we have this pandemic, and I don't want to say it in a positive line, but it has forced a lot of companies to rethink the way they do business. And one huge reason why companies used to hire locally specifically is because they needed people to work in studio. They needed you to physically work at their office because they had special NDAs and they had security issues that kept them from allowing you to work from home. But now that so many people who are in charge of the content, you know, who release this information to these studios so that they can animate with it, are becoming more flexible and saying, hey, I know we have a global pandemic. Let's go ahead and allow people to work on our products from home so that at least we can have our products completed. So let's be a little bit more lax with our NDAs. Let's find workarounds for the security issues so that we can secure people's computers at home. And that allows for us to even have more opportunities. For someone like myself who's in Atlanta, I'm already in a prime location. I'm right in the heart of the city, which means I have access to these studios. So it wasn't an issue for me before, but for other people who are in more rural parts of the United States and even in other countries, it was difficult for them to find opportunities. And now they have so many doors open to them. They can work with pieces from countries that are in different places. And yes, we have this price point, which is an issue. The fact that the United States has such a high cost of living compared to other countries. But we also have talent that's different. We have different capabilities. So where you might not be able to be competitive on the price point, you're more competitive on your skills and your own creative abilities. And yeah, I think that's what I have to say about competition and the fact that we have more artists.
I'm liking your thoughts on that. That is really like, and again, it's one of those, didn't think of it that way before. All right, so let me toss my next question, see where you go with that one. What is your opinion on cancel culture and the arts, specifically our community? Should artists start censoring or regulating themselves more, especially on social media?
So, first part, cancel culture. Woohoo! Right? You are canceled. You just get to throw that button around. And for me, you know, I see two sides of it. There's this personal side where, as a female African American with a deep complexion, living in the United States, first generation American, I see people who are out in the industry who have done some things that have made my life much more difficult than it needed to be. And there's nothing that makes my coffee sweeter than seeing them get punished. But then there's this other side that is worried, and I am scared as a human being that isn't perfect. And there's this phrase that I learned growing up in church, and it's that the secular world is unforgiving. There's no such thing as forgiveness in the secular world. If you mess up, you know, outside of a religious circle, just out in the community, a lot of times there's no coming back. You hear about people being blacklisted or their reputation being ruined and that kind of stuff. Being able to say sorry and come back from it is not an opportunity that everyone is given. And unfortunately, with cancel culture, specifically with our industry and with the time period that we're living in right now is that cancel culture is very discriminatory. It treats different demographics differently, and I see that. And that's upsetting as well. So I have mixed feelings about cancel culture. I love to see bad people who do horrible things and laugh in people's faces because they feel like there's no consequences actually get consequences, and for other people to say that, hey, it's not open season on specific demographics of people. It's actually good for us to be kind and respectful and to treat everyone the way they should be treated. Maybe not the way we want to be treated, because everyone has their own opinions on that. But another thing about cancel culture is that it's constantly changing. And that's what concerns me the most. It's not that we have rules today that are going to be the same tomorrow. It's that the rules that were there, a few days ago, a few weeks ago, last year are ever changing. And what I think is appropriate now is not going to be appropriate in the next few years. And at some point, someone's going to want to cancel me or make me apologize for something I felt very passionate about in the moment. I think we're lacking context when it comes to a lot of issues. And there's examples of people being very young and doing things that you shouldn't do if you want to be respectful of people, and with all consideration to the culture that we're living in right now. And, that's what young people do. They make mistakes, but we don't look at it as a young mistake. We look at it as, that's who they are. So in one breath, we're preaching to people that change is necessary. You need to become more progressive. You need to start thinking in more inclusive ways. And in the next breath, we are also disregarding any growth that they have made and referring back to whatever mistakes they've made in the past. So that's a difficult one for me to really say that I am sold on, only because I have those mixed feelings. I feel like there should absolutely be room for forgiveness. There should be room for growth, and it shouldn't have to be this public display of whipping each person who makes a mistake. But then there should be some sort of standard of etiquette that we have with one another as human beings. When it comes to artists and how they create their work, there is definitely a realm of ethics when you're an artist. What we create is not just frivolous work. What we create impacts the world, and it changes minds, and it shapes the next generation, and it even affects decisions that are being made in policies right now. We think about art history and how different art pieces have shaped the community, and how the invention of photography changed the direction of, several wars that have been fought, being able to see what's going on, being able to feel what the people feel or hear the voices of those who don't get to speak. Artists really we carry this burden of not just having the ability to represent things in a way that taps into the emotions of human beings, but we also have to be responsible. So with this great power of being able to have, basic mind-hand coordination so that we can create what we actually think, and being creative, we also have to think about what we create and how that affects people. And when you're considering what kind of content you want to work on, what jobs you want to take, and how you want to create work, I think it's important for you to consider these things and what kind of legacy you want to build. Similar to my thoughts on cancel culture, it's going to be ever changing, what's appropriate and what isn't. And at some point you have to take a risk. Definitely, if you feel you need to censor yourself, if you're already thinking that in your head, you're probably on a path where you should really reconsider your approach and what message you really want to send out. It doesn't mean you have to be inauthentic. Often art is a reflection of the times. It's a snapshot of the state of the union. And we don't have to lie about what's happening in our society and how we feel about it. But we definitely should be thinking about what our ultimate goals are when we do create art.
Alrighty. So, that was my friend and colleague, Miss Elisa A. Lewis. Capstone asked a question. Tony, when will you teach courses specifically on Storyboard Pro 7? Let me answer that question. She is amazing. She's awesome, and I was just telling my wife like I know some really smart people, so it feels kind of cool to be able to talk, chat with them. So let me answer this question. When will you teach courses specifically on Storyboard Pro 7? Well, the irony of that. Can I teach Storyboard Pro? Yes. And to be totally honest, it doesn't excite me as much as other classes for two reasons. The reasons that well, I think normally because I used to professionally when I would do stuff, I would still kind of storyboard inside of whatever program I was using. I used to do it in Flash, and then I would also start doing it in Harmony. Now, do I actually teach Storyboard Pro? Yes, I do. Do I teach it for Tony Teach? Not usually. I actually when I'm contracted to do things for Toon Boom, I will teach it then. The reason I don't teach it as much is it's because I think my friend and colleague, wow, Mark Simon. Whoa, long week. Forgetting people's names. My friend and colleague Mark Simon does a pretty good job of that, and considering that he does storyboards professionally, like he's literally referred to as the godfather of storyboarding. He wrote the book on it. Is why I hesitate. I will tell you what. I'm already working on doing a 21-day boot camp, which is a 21 project-based lessons for Harmony, but I'm going to do one for Harmony Premium. I'm also going to do one for Harmony Essentials and Advanced, depending on where people are. I had talked to Mark about doing a 21-day boot camp for Storyboard Pro. I talked about because I was saying I want to do this. Would you review it if I do this? And this is one of my brainchildren I thought about a while ago. And because Mark is Mark and such a awesome, kind, generous person, I said, well, could you tell me, since I don't do this for a living, what should I have in there? And Mark is like, well, what you could do is just follow what's in my book. And he just hands me a copy of his book. And I'm going, thank you. And it felt weird to ask him to sign it, considering I just go hang out with him whenever I want. So it's like, so yeah. Let me think about that. I'll probably send out a review if I have enough interest. I may do that. I think, but the idea of doing the 21-day boot camps is like they're not live. It's just 21 project-based lessons that with people who are like intimidated about products. How do they get in and start messing around with them? Oh, next up. Now, anyone who has ever thought about making a course about anything, I don't care if it's about baking bread, animating something, animating someone baking bread, whatever the hell it is, take a listen. This is a audio thing from my friend in Is Harmony software better than Storyboard Pro 7? That's a weird question. They're two different animals. Storyboard is pretty much for sketching out your notes and getting an idea out there. And what it is you would kind of do a rough play. Like if you're trying to pitch your show to someone, instead of you having a final, fully animated thing, you would do either a storyboard or an animatic, something that's doesn't have color. It doesn't have a lot of color, and it's like maybe very limited colors. And not a lot of movement and just rough sound in there, and you're pitching that idea. So Harmony is you coming in and cleaning up that idea and doing full animation and things like that. There are things that Storyboard can do that it's specifically for specifically for storyboarding, and there are things that Harmony does that's specifically for animation. So that's kind of like saying, is Photoshop better than Illustrator? If that makes any sense. Okay. So yeah, I'm getting ready to play my buddy Sarah Cordner, and this is someone who I've actually gotten sessions from occasionally. So she kind of explains things so simply with respect to creating your own courses and how to put stuff out there. Okay, so here's my friend Sarah. Right. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D animation version. Okay, hold on. Having some technical issues. Got to check one thing because my files are getting weird. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I think my teaching style is kind of like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. People either love it or hate it. So, um, don't mind me. I am trying to find a file here, and I thought this went somewhere, but evidently it did not. I gotta figure out where it went. Alrighty. Let's see if I can pull this off at all. The joys of technology. So I am trying to make sure I can do this correctly without it being weird. So give me a second here. All right. So I may have to pull up a different video because that one's acting up. Okay, so let me shift gears. And odd. While I am finding something, I am going to pull up a substitute here. So give me one quick second, and I will be able to get our next video up and going. So speaking of, if you're ever trying to do something huge, expect to fail huge. Failure is necessary. And I'm finding that out the hard way. I used to kind of let failure just kind of freak me out, and I don't know, just kind of go into a total fetal position and be like, no, everything's ruined. The problem with that is you'll never move forward if you're afraid of failing constantly. So there is that. Okay, let me where did that go? Good grief. All right, I'm just going to pull up a clip here real quick.
So what I was trying to do was, this commercial was to sort of pastiche the 70s. So it was that kind of stuff that you used to get on Sesame Street and that kind of thing, where it looked as if it was all kind of painted on paper.
Yes.
The backgrounds were done on Procreate on my iPad and then imported in. So these are actual bitmaps, these things.
Okay.
PNGs. And then the character was designed on Procreate and then completely remade in Toon Boom, in Harmony, using, they're all vector. And now let me see, I can't, it's been, do you know, it's like there's a scene in Futurama where he says, I remember how I made it in a dream and then I forgot about it in another dream. And that's how I am. How can I do this now? So I seem to remember that I did a kind of layering technique.
Okay.
Let me have a look. Yeah, so it's just on, I only used, okay, so I've got one that's the base color, which is deliberately sort of wobbled.
Mm-hmm.
One that's the color to give it a kind of texture that's just mankily sprayed on. And then I think I did several lines. Yeah, I did several lines overlapping each other that had a kind of texture on them. And then they've got kind of different widths that I randomly just plucked at each other to get different sizes. So that was how I got this kind of watercolory effect, which of course has a 3-frame loop for each part. And then once that's, I think it's 3 frames. And then of course you just put them together in a conventional way to get a character that is puppet, but looks as if it's drawn.
Okay, just give me a few seconds and we'll get Sarah's interview up. Like I said, it's only audio, so give me one sec and I'll have this out. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So, a funny thing, which Ollie would appreciate this, is the fact, I'm thinking Sarah and Ollie would appreciate it. I got my name tags mixed up, and I'm like, I cannot let a 30-minute video or 30-minute audio run and my name tags are wrong, especially when I'm saying, hey, here's a picture of Ollie Putland. That is not Ollie Putland. That is Sarah Cordner. They two totally different people. So, give me one quick second. Don't mind me. All right, let me jump back over here to my other program. Ecamm Live, yes. I'm going to add this. Move that up there. I can actually put it down there. So, did I mention that I love this software? I'm using Ecamm Live. I gotta see if I can actually get them on the show next time. So, where did I put that? La 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 la. Okay, so what I'm going to attempt to do see if I can do this at all.
So what I was trying to do was this commercial.
Okay, got it. Right. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am lucky, blessed, fortunate to be sitting here with my friend and colleague, Miss Sarah Cordner. And technically, she is the second, and I think it's the second quote unquote non-artist I have in the summit, but I have her here for a particular reason. She is all about being an entrepreneur and an educator, or as she says, an edupreneur. And so I wanted to bring her on because I follow her examples a lot with doing my own courses, and I keep trying to tell other people, oh my God, you got to do a course. So I was like, if you come on the summit, tell other artists and animators how they can get more income. So that is why you're here. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Tony, and hi, everyone listening. It's so exciting to be here. I'm actually calling in from a very remote town in northwest Australia, a little town called Broome. I'm actually sat, it's not a virtual background, this is actually a very, very real background here. I'm going to give you a little sneaky peek. This is where I live, for real. And I'm outside today because I've been out and about doing some face-to-face meetings, which is a bit of a rare blessing with the COVID times going on right now. And I thought, well, why not take everyone outside and share this beautiful scenery with you all and get those creative juices and inspiration flowing.
Awesome. So I do have a series of questions. Matter of fact, I'm going to throw one. I'm going to throw. This is later in the questioning, but I want to throw this out. So this is the money questions. Like, I often refer to you and several other people like Phil, and you know who I'm talking about, and some of our other colleagues. That I say, if these cats made $15K in a month, they would have to say they had a very slow month. Would you say that is a very fair or accurate statement?
Yeah, it always gets a bit uncomfortable when people start talking about the money things, I feel, but it is definitely an accurate statement. In fact, with the staff that I have to pay now that I've been able to build my business up to the size of having a team, if I had 15K in a week, I'd be a little bit worried. That would be a very slow month for me with the wages that need to be paid. So look, the thing I want to say here is, like, let's not focus on the figures for the moment in time. Now, first of all, everyone needs to have a figure goal that they want to aim towards. But when you're starting out, like all of us did at some point, when you kind of look at these big numbers, it can feel so far away that it can almost put you off starting. I really want everyone to know that every single person who is successful now, it started with zero, with nothing. I had no Facebook page. I had no email list. I had nothing, absolutely nothing, right? A borrowed laptop and a corner of the dining room table and a whole load of hope and just no idea. Very, very slowly just made sure that I learned as much as I could. I learned and read every book I could read. I took every course I could get my hands on. I also went and did a degree in my area of expertise. I am postgraduate qualified in education, which obviously helped me with my field of expertise. But you don't need to be qualified in education to create a course. People like me have broken that down for you so that you can follow steps and do that really, really quickly and easily. But look, it's every single one of us starts somewhere, and I want people to kind of, when they're listening to this, when you look at people such as myself and the Phils of the world who've been doing this for years, please don't compare your day one, your year one, to my year 14. It's taken me 14 years to get to a point where I'm bringing that kind of money in, and I've got students that are on subscription plans that they pay every single month to stick around. We've got services on board. You've got short courses, you've got big coaching programs. All of these products and services that you can create to build up an ecosystem that essentially is multiple streams of income in your business. It takes a long time to do it. You can do only one of them at a time. So I always say to people, when it comes down to looking at your business, how can you start getting up to, I remember when I first started, I would have been delighted with $100 a week. I am earning a lot more than that right now. So I sat down and went, right, to get the biggest section of the market, how can I make sure that I have something that can be afforded by every budget in the market, And how can I provide something that suits every delivery style in the market? Some people just want an online course that they can jump in. They don't want to talk to anyone. They want to be able to fast forward the bits they don't want to watch and skip to the bits they do, and that's it. You have other people that will only sit face-to-face support and attention. You have other people that are like, meh, don't want to do any of that. I just want you to do it for me, right? So look at your ecosystem in your business and say, what is your lead magnet? What is your free thing that you give away that shows people literally inexplicably that you are an expert in your thing, that answers their top 3 to 5 questions, that is actually growing your email database? It's an asset in itself. What do you have that's really, really cheap? Super affordable, super low risk for people to come into your business. And I always say something less than $47 that people won't really think too much about spending. You give them something fantastic for that price. It obviously must be something digital. You don't really exchanging your time for something that's low priced. What do you have that's mid-range price? Do you have another online course? Maybe it's something a little bit bigger. I call it more of a Kickstarter or an authority course that might range anywhere from $100 to $1,000. Then do you have sort of a one-on-one coaching program? I've created like a 30-day course creation group coaching program. Where they get a bit of you and a bit of online and a bit of a group activity. That's going to be a little bit more expensive because there's all this other stuff added into it. Do you have a done-for-you service? Do you have something where a client could literally hand over something to you and they don't have to worry about anything? You just totally take care of it. As you go through that sort of system, your income, your price per transaction goes up. But believe me, your lowest price stuff is where you're going to get the highest volume of people. And funnily enough, and more ironically enough, can actually be the thing that earns the most amount of money in your business. And so, yes, doing very, very successfully myself, but that's because I've been very strategic about how do I want to spend my time? What can I deliver? Do I make sure that every single time I deliver on that promise so that those word of mouth referrals keep bringing me back more people every single time? And eventually you get this snowball where it all just finally starts rolling and growing. Of course, whilst you're still being disciplined and consistent with the marketing to make sure that at the bottom that there's new people coming through and getting exposed to you all of the time.
Awesome. It's like, okay, I'm glad I'm recording this because I did not write all that down.
We're burning some pens.
Let's see. Is there any rule or practice to targeting a niche to offer a class or even a tutorial in?
Oh, I get asked the niche question a lot. Like, one of the coolest things about adult educators, I teach, I'm a qualified teacher trainer, so I work with adult educators and teach new people how to become educators all the time. Now, the cool thing about us adults is we have so much life experience that there is very rarely just one thing we could teach. Most of us could teach lots of different topics, lots of different things. So I always get asked, what thing should I focus in on? Do I create a really generic course and try and get as many people as I possibly can in there? Or do I go super niche? Now, if you are new to your industry and you're new to becoming an out there online educator, everyone will tell you something different. But my personal advice is I would suggest you super niche, because it's a lot easier to find people that have a name, have a location, have a target, have a goal, than it is to just kind of go out there and be generic. That saying that, if you try and catch many rabbits, you'll catch none. If you focus in on one particular rabbit, that little guy's got no chance. So what I like to say to people is, think of the person that is most like you are right now, or is most like the person that you were when you had the problem that you're now an expert in. So as an example, if I've got people that teach people how to get through divorces, as an example. Now, I would say to that person, why do you teach people how to get through divorces? The chances are it's because they've been through a divorce themselves. So I always say to them, you need to target the person who is exactly like you when you were going through your divorce. How old were you? Did you have children? How old were your children? Were you a homeowner or not a homeowner? Were you employed or were you self-employed? Where in the world did you live? Where did you like to go on holiday? You know, what person were you at that point when you were suffering from the person you are now an expert in? So, you know, if you're a creative, what particular area of creativity, you know, who were you when you discovered that passion? How old were you when you discovered the therapeutic benefits of your craft? You know, where did you live when you discovered how fun it could be, or that it could earn you income? Or what moment was it when, you know, you made something for somebody and they've said, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I'm looking for, I want to pay you for this? You know, literally go back to who you were when this thing became a thing for you and target that person. And the reason why I give that advice is because that person is so easy for you to completely intimately know and understand. You're going to know what they need because you can go back and remember what it was that you needed or could have had or wish you'd had, or the advice you could wish and go back and give that person right now. It also qualifies you to coach that person, because you can quite literally say, I know how you feel because I was there, I got through it, I'm no longer there anymore, now I'm an expert in that thing, and that's why I'm, you know, qualified to go and actually assist you, that particular individual. You do a really good job with those people, and then you can start spreading your wings, spreading the net, and start actually targeting more people that are outside of that avatar.
Awesome. My next question, what would you say is the biggest challenge, if any, to creating a passive income with online learning?
Oh, well, look, with any business, there's more than one thing to do to be successful. I always see people posting things in, you know, a lot of these course creation groups is, okay, I've created a course, now how do I sell it? As if there's a single one-liner answer to that. Unfortunately, there is not a single one-liner answer to that. And neither is there a single it's a single checklist that you follow. Every single business has a completely different product or service. It has a completely different business owner behind it that has a different lifestyle and income they want to earn. They have completely different preferences with who they want to work with and how they want to work with people. You know, do you want to work one-on-one with people only? Do you want to work one-to-many? Do you want one-to-many to be literally you turning up and delivering online workshops that are live? Or do you want to just be someone who prefers to get the content created, put it in a digital product, and not have any contact with your clients and your customers whatsoever? All of those things are totally okay. But in order to be successful, that means there's lots of different ways in which we have to approach our marketing, our relationship building with our audiences, and so on. And so when it comes to being successful, what the biggest challenges people face are, it's working out what those strategies are for them. And what I see is a lot of people run around sort of, you know, paying money to all these marketing gurus who will just share a bunch of random strategies, which is great, that's fine. And they think, okay, well, that person, it worked for that person. That person's a multimillionaire. That person's made heaps of money, got thousands of students. So I'm going to do that without really thinking about, what do I want? How do I want to live? What do I want my business to look and feel like every single day? Because I'm the guy that's got to do it, right? And then that's when people sort of start getting these failed results, these failed launches and so on. Now, I personally believe that the biggest challenge people have is not only working out which marketing strategies are going to work for them, but actually then implementing it and sticking to it. Marketing is not something that you just do one day and it's done. You know, it's not like just redecorating your house. You give it a paint and woohoo, we all sit back and relax and look at the lovely work. No, marketing is something that you have to constantly do over and over again, all of the time. If you want students coming into your courses, you better make sure your course is in front of those prospective students before they even know that they need one, before they're even searching for it. And to do that, you have to never, ever, ever stop. And I think the biggest challenge people have is having the determination, the grit, the stamina, and quite simply, the discipline to actually do those things. Now, I'm a big fan of organic marketing. In fact, I reached my first $1 million without spending a single dollar on paid advertising whatsoever. I reached my 32,000 students in 168 countries I have at the moment in my own private platform. I got without a single dollar spent on paid advertising. And that's because I believe that it's really important to build an audience that you can relate to. If I'm going to give you my money, I want to feel like I know who you are. And to do that, you're going to have some presence. You're going to have to sort of be in front of me. I'm not going to come looking for you if I don't know you exist, am I? I mean, I don't know your name. I don't even know to look for you. You have to be in front of me. And so I use strategies. For instance, I'll give you one really quick example. I might take a couple of my online course videos, and I make each online course video the answer to a single particular question that I know my audience are typing into Google. I will just simply transcribe that video, turn it into a blog article. I'll put the video on YouTube and put a link back to my lead magnets. I will take that blog article and I'll send it out to other magazines, online blogs, and get it posted there too, with a link back to my free lead magnet so I can get people onto my list. I will take that same article and make it a LinkedIn published article so that I'm being found on that platform as well. I'll take all of those articles and I will share them all across all of my social media using auto posting software like buffer.com. I will take snippets of text from that single article, which came from a single video transcript, and I'll put text posts up on all of my social media using auto posting software. I will take one-liners from that article and make beautiful visual image cards with a tip on them that obviously has a link back to my website or my free lead magnet. I will take the audio out of that video and put it on a podcast. I will share the audio everywhere. There's so many more things you can do. There's heaps of other stuff that I cover in that. And in fact, I do have a free gift to give everyone today, which includes that very video that goes more into depth on the marketing strategies I use. Now, it doesn't have to be hard. Like, you don't have to be online all of the time. Like I said, I make a point of searching for the questions that my audience are asking. And one of my favorite ways to do that is with a tool called answerthepublic.com that basically curates all of the most commonly asked questions using your keywords on Google at that point in time. All I do is create videos to answer those questions, and the rest can be done by a virtual assistant and auto posted on using social posting software. So that is how, quite literally, I remain present or omnipresent all of the time. I'm seen by my audience all of the time. That content gets automatically emailed out to my email list by default because it's connected to my blog, right? So when you publish a new blog post, your RSS feed will email your list with that blog post, so that when people do turn around and get to the point where, hey, I'm going to create a course today, they're going to think of me automatically because they've seen me for the last sort of 18 months, even if it was subliminally, just by scrolling through their feed and, flick, there's another post from that chick Sarah Corden, another course creation person, and it's just that discipline to make time in your calendar. And I personally make every Wednesday afternoon is what I call my creative time. Every Wednesday afternoon, without fail, no matter how busy I am, no matter how many clients are smashing down my door, begging me to pay me for an appointment, I say, no, I'm sorry, I'm fully booked. And I make sure that Wednesday is my day where I go to answerthepublic.com. I go to Facebook groups. I look for the questions my audience are asking, and I make sure that I answer those questions with a video, and I chuck them out online, and I make sure that I have as many pieces of content out there as possible that people can literally stumble upon in their search results or just come up in front of their face without them even needing to look for it. And that is how today I am still making money from blog posts that I published 6-7 years ago because people are still finding them online. Once you put that content out there, it's there forever. It can be found forever. It can bring you leads in forever. And that is how I've managed to continuously grow my audience base without spending ads. And exactly what you can do too. But that challenge is overcoming the busyness, the demands of your time, everyone wanting your help, other stuff you need to do. I'm busy. Get some discipline and everything else will come.
It's like you're using the D word. It's like discipline. Yeah. That's almost as bad. That's almost as bad as the C word, consistency. it's like good grief.
I know, right? There's no secret to success. It's just don't stop.
All right. So I want to ask you. All right. My next question: what is the biggest fear that you see over and over from people wanting to create a course?
There are lots of fears that I see people having when it comes to creating their online courses. So many so that I actually wrote a whole entire book on it. called Awaken Your Course Creation Mojo. So look, there's loads out there, and I see people asking me things like, what if I'm too old to create a course? What if I'm too young to create a course? I don't have enough money to create a course. What if I don't have enough time to create a course? Like, there's all these things that come up. Now, what I find behind pretty much all of them is one single fear, and it's called imposter syndrome. It's this fear that we're not good enough. It's this fear that we might be criticized or ridiculed. It's this fear that we won't deliver on our promise and people will think we're rubbish. It's this fear that we won't please the people that we're desperately trying to serve, please, and impress. And it's so powerful that it literally kills people's dreams. It stops the most intelligent people I've ever met actually doing anything. And that's really, really sad, because if we don't put our knowledge and our expertise out there to the world, it's simply not going to help anyone. It cannot change anyone's life. It cannot help anyone move forward. It certainly can't help our business if it stays locked in our heads and stays locked on our hard drives. There are 8 billion people on planet Earth, or something around that number. I can guarantee you, if you go onto Google, there are people Googling how to do something that you know the answer to. If your course isn't there to come up in the search results, well, it's not helping anyone. So one thing we do have to first of all tell ourselves is we do just have to get over our fear, because what we're doing when we're being online educators is we're doing something that's bigger than ourselves. We're changing people's lives. And to do that, we have to be there, even if it's scary. I certainly, to this day, I have taught thousands and thousands of people. I've stood on stages in front of thousands of people in a single room. And I still, to this very day, get nervous when I publish a new product, or when I, get a new client for a big contract, or when I go and do a big presentation online or something. And I think the reason why people like me and people like you listening get this kind of fear, these butterflies, these nerves, this, am I going to get trolled? Is this going to be good enough? Am I going to be criticized? It's because we care. We care. I think you care about your students getting the results you promised. You care about delivering something that's quality. You care about doing the right thing. So I think if you feel a little bit of fear, you definitely have to be out there, because if you don't feel any fear, I think the people that either don't care, they're a bit too cocky, and perhaps they're just in it for the money. I think when you care, it's a sign that your intentions are in the right place. Now, imposter syndrome too comes from when we are worrying too much about the things we don't know. When we sit down and write a course, we're going to jot down all of the tips we can give, all of the strategies we can teach, all of the skills and tricks that we can show our students. But what we also tend to do is write down a whole bunch of stuff that we think should be in the course, but, we need to do more research on, or we need to do a bit more practice on that. I'm not sure if I could speak about that perfectly unless I wrote a script. Guys, you're creating a course on the stuff you already know how to do, on the stuff you do every day, the stuff you love, you're passionate about, that you could just answer right now if I asked you. That's the only thing that needs to go in your course in version 1. You're going to get students into version 1. Version 1 is simply version 1 of a course that will forever evolve. An online course is never finished. And you're going to get the students to ask you things like, hey, how do you do that particular effect? How did you get that particular outcome? How did you make that look like that? Great, no worries. Well, you just film another video and you add that in. my biggest online course at the moment, which is tens of thousands of students in there, it's made me a lot of money. It started off as 13 video lessons. That's it. 13 tiny little video lessons. It was less than an hour long. That course is now well over 10 hours long, right? It's got over 60, 70 videos in there. That's just because more students started asking more questions and people wanted to go deeper into more stuff. And I thought, okay, well, I can just quickly add that in. I literally have videos next to each other in the same course that are me 7 years ago and me today. The questions are getting asked, right? and they're getting answered. And that's what I really want people to remember. This imposter syndrome, that people think that I'm going to create something and it's going to be written in dragon's blood and tattooed into my skull forever, and I'm never going to be able to change it. That's not true. The beautiful thing about creating your online courses, guys, is you can constantly change it. You can constantly update it, replace videos, add in new stuff, squeeze some slot stuff in and move it around however you want. So please don't be afraid. Please do not let that fear from stopping you going out and doing what you were meant to do on earth, which is to go out and share your gift, share your skills, share the thing that you love, because I promise you now, there are people out there waiting to hear it from you.
Okay, so that is, again, my friend Sarah Cordner. So if you can't, if you're interested in learning that, she does actually have a free little course starter thing, so it's kind of awesome. So that's who I get a lot of my advice from. Let me see if I can actually get my scenes working right. Thank you. All right, give me. Got to turn off everything. Running a little bit behind. I'm gonna pull up our next guest. This dude, Rob Crump. Rob needs his own. I was telling him the other day, he needs his own version of Heavy Metal Magazine, or he needs to do his own heavy metal movie. So we need to make that happen. That being said, Rob has. If you're sitting at work, this may or may not be safe for work. So just letting you know. So here's Rob. Hold that thought. Let me pull this up. Choose the file. Where's the file? Movie. There you are. Seriously? There you go. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am sitting here today chatting with one of my Facebook buddies, a very talented gentleman by the name of Mr. Rob Crump. How goes it, sir?
Doing good, man. You know, got plenty of rest, got my coffee. I'm ready for the day. Ready to conquer the world.
Awesome. So do me a quick favor, man. Give the people an intro. Exactly who are you? What is it that you do in art/animation, and why do you think I invited you to the show?
Okay. Well, I've been in animation and video game. I've basically been everywhere since 2005. The journey is currently taking me into doing multimedia design, but even though I don't work mainly in animation anymore, I still do character designs and concept work for video games and for animation studios and comic books. Like currently on my side job, I'm doing concept work for several comic pitches. Can't show them because I signed an NDA, but that's what I'm currently doing. When I was working in animation, most of my work was doing either character design or color work, like painting backgrounds, doing the color keys for characters. The reason why I think you want me on here, besides my charming personality, and just waiting for a random stupid thing for me to say like I do on Facebook, I think it's just getting my point of view on things, and just like any other artist, you get their idea, you get their viewpoint on things, and also just some advice. It's like I say all the time, you can, no matter how experienced somebody is, whether they have less or more, you can still learn stuff from other people.
Definitely. So yeah, man, I've been a fan of your work for a while. It's like, damn, that looks good too. And it's like, and it's just the, I don't know. It's not like, it's one of those things that where you look at some people's work and go, oh, well, they have this type of person style, or oh, they have this person's type of style. Yeah. And for you, to me, at least, and maybe I need to get out more, but I'm going, I can look at stuff and go, yeah, that looks like Rob. You know, it's like that's Rob's style. I was like, I don't know what style it is. It's Rob's style.
But thank you. That's great. I mean, that's the thing. I think as an artist, for me, that was my goal when I was growing up as a kid, was to have my own style, to be like Joe Madureira, to be like Chris Pacello, or to be like Chuck Jones, where you have your own style.
Coolness.
And so when you look at some, you know right off the bat who it is. And I think a lot of that comes down to, because I get that question a lot too, like how do you come up with your own style? A lot of it comes down to if you just master the fundamentals of drawing, like from character design to anatomy to color, if you focus on that, all your other influences will come into play, but they'll actually mash together and make your own. Because what I see with a lot of kids, they get too focused on oh, I want the style. The style will always come. Form always comes over function.
Definitely. In what you're saying, that it reminds me of the running gag you have going for a while, and I think that was one of my. I got to get him on the summit where you kept doing the learn anatomy.
Yeah. Because I
was-
get that all the time. Like they go, "How'd you develop it?" Like, look, it's my style. My style comes from a multitude of different places. It comes from anime. It comes from specific animes, like Voltage Fighter Gaokaizen. That a good influence for me was that anime and just the way they constructed the body, like big backs, big shoulders. I learned drawing hands from Jamie Hewlett when he does gorillas, because I was able to look at it and understand how the hand was constructed. And if you really look really close to some of the stuff I do, you can see a little bit of the influence in there. Same as Joe Madureira, I get a lot of his influence comes from, in my artwork, it goes into the hands.
Okay. So, nice segue into the question. Would you say your artistic influences are more classic or contemporary?
Contemporary.
Okay.
More modern things. If you ever asked my art teacher, I was in high school, I was always a pain in the butt because I always fought him on that. The classical way. He always pushed me to learn anatomy the traditional way and staying away from comic books and stuff like that.
Coolness.
Yeah.
Now, for those of you who are new to Rob's style, one of the things that has always stood out to me is you're not afraid of you're not afraid of doing things that might be viewed as quote unquote risque or not safe for work, but it's all good. So it's like, I mean, the fact that the funny thing is calling you up for the interview and it's like, cool, I can work on something, and it's just like, it's not that it's lewd, but it's like, here's the backside of this character. It's like, okay, cool, let's go with it. So I tell you all that to say, I'm going to throw in this question for you because I'm actually curious.
Mm-hmm.
So not even for $25K would I draw or animate blank. What is in that blank, if anything? And let me be clear, the $25K is reasonable for what they're asking. It's not like they said do a full feature-length film for $25K. Yeah. Whatever it is, it's reasonable. But what is it that you go, no, I'm not doing that?
Anything that's malicious, anything that's like racist, anything in that manner.
Okay.
I wouldn't. To me, doing that kind of thing it's very childish. It's very immature. It goes against my moral parameter. I wouldn't do anything in that manner. I wouldn't do artwork that attacks a group.
Very cool.
I'm half black and half white. I live in a multiracial family. I have a multiracial family. So and it comes down to, I have we have every religion in my family. So my family is like a damn Benetton ad. And I would never want to go after anybody in that manner. Anything malicious, mean-spirited, malicious, would be like, and that would be where I draw the line.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I love asking that question because it ranges. I don't want to spoil it, but I got one of the coolest answers today. I was just like, the most unexpected thing. I was just like, okay, cool, that works. My other question to you would be, when you're designing a character, and this is this is one that I picked out for you specifically because I wonder, do you often get hit with this question? But I'm going to throw it out to you. When you're designing a character, how important is the argument of objectification versus empowerment?
All depends on who the client is.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, I'm not personally, for personal projects for me, I don't put really a lot of thought behind my artwork in that manner. I just think of there's the character I'm working on right now. I thought of this when I was trying to go to sleep last night.
Okay.
And that was it. There was nothing else to it. So a lot of times when I do things, it's not to incite an idea or emotion or anything. It's just, I thought it was cool.
Nice. What is the character you're working on?
Just some random alien creature that I thought of last night. It's a little break away from what I usually do. I usually do a lot of cyberpunk stuff, personal work wise, and it was just a good way to break it up, because I think that's a good thing to do once in a while, is to break up. Don't get out of your comfort zone to widen your palette, so to speak, and widen your range of imagination.
So my question: are you using like a Cintiq stylus, or what are you using?
I'm using the Wacom 16-inch.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's funny. I used to have a 21-inch till it crapped out,
Pronounced
and
Wacom, but you must
I actually find it a lot easier to work with the 16-inch than a larger screen.
I was just talking about that to my buddy and fellow panelist, Mr. Lamont Russ. We were talking about the idea of he was used to working with a smaller tablet or a smaller Cintiq.
Yeah.
And then at work, they started using like the larger ones, and he started talking about coming from the health point of it. He's like, why does my shoulder feel different? And I was like, dude, because you're not just doing your wrist anymore. You're drawing with your whole arm.
Drawing like a draftsman.
Yeah. And it's like, you have to figure out what's going to work best for you.
Exactly.
I used to think that when I used to have the smallest bamboo, the Wacom bamboo, when they first came out. Matter of fact, I still have it over in one of my dressers right now. And I remember thinking, man, I got to get a bigger tablet so I can actually work really good and it'll improve my work. And Lamont came over and he did a quick character sketch for me using my Wacom, and I was just like blown away by what he did with it. I was just like, okay, clearly it's not
it's never the tool.
It's never the tool.
It's the artist. That's why I tell a lot of people when they ask me what brushes I use in Photoshop. When I color my characters, I usually use only a simple round brush, and I just switch from pen pressure for transfer. I just switch from pen pressure, and that's it. And when it comes to texture, that's the only time I'll use a specific brush, is for just doing textures.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's the brush that makes the artwork great. It's like, nah, it's learning the fundamentals, learning color theory, learning composition. If something doesn't look right, there's a reason why. And it's your job to figure out why, and that's how you improve.
Nice.
You know, that's how it works. A lot of people. There's been a few times where I would look at a drawing of mine and I would say, if something doesn't look right, and then I'd go and study anatomy, go to one of my books and see how the leg is drawn in that angle. I was like, oh, I messed up. I put a bulge here where I shouldn't have. Or, the shoulder's dislocated. It's not supposed to be there.
Nice. I'm sitting up here, and you're talking about the idea of kind of getting lost in the question. I'm staring at your work, forgetting, oh crap, I'm supposed to be interviewing you. Hold on. I'm like, man, that is really cool. Oh wait, I got stuff to do.
Yeah, I warned you. That'll happen to me too. That's why I'm stuttering and everything. It's because you're switching from the right, from one side of the brain to the other. So it's like grind. You know how if you ever drive manual?
I don't drive at all, actually, but I hear what you're saying.
It's like switching gears too fast.
Okay.
Or like on a bicycle when you're trying to switch gears while you're in the middle of pedaling, and it kind of does a skip.
Yes, I did, dude. You said that, and I heard it instantly. My bad. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What is the hardest no that you ever had to give to a client?
When I was broke and I wasn't interested in the project and I had to put my foot down.
Ooh.
Yeah. Because I've gotten to the point where, and I got this advice from an interview Joe Mad Derrera, and he said, work on the projects that you're passionate about or you're interested in, because you'll get more out of yourself. And it's true. And you know, I spent a good chunk of my career doing work that I hated, that I had no interest in. And he actually made a valid point. And because, you know, when you work on something you're not interested in, it's really like grinding gears. It's really like you're really pushing yourself with a lot of mental and emotional energy that goes into it. Makes the job a lot harder. And there was this one where it was a description for doing some character designs for a pitch, and I just was not interested in the show at all. And I needed the money, but I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't have been happy at all with it. And I'd say that was a hard no. Another one that had a very difficult client, he was willing to pay the money, but I was not willing to work for him anymore. And it was usually what a lot of people don't understand is if you do a freelance job, or for me, when I do character design work, I always put a contingency in the contract where you go over 3 rounds of notes, I'm charging you for a brand new illustration, so you're not wasting my time.
Yes.
And you also get serious clients where they're not going to mess around and goof off and have the most insignificant notes or superfluous notes. And this one guy just kept going and going, and he just didn't know what he wanted. And it was just, I could see down the road that this was just going to be a waste of time. And it wasn't about the money. It was just about, now you're taking me away from other clients that I could have. And I'm just losing interest in this. And just the fact, again, he just wouldn't take no for an answer. And just every time it was just being a pain in the butt. So, yeah, it was hard. That was a hard one too, to deal with.
Very cool. I like I said, I was joking with Mark Simon earlier that, and I've talked about this to all the panelists. I feel that the putting together the summit is kind of like, it's part of me is going, hey, why has no one actually done this? And the other part of me is going, these are questions that I would like to have, and this is stuff that I need from me. Sure, if you get something out of it, cool, but I'm asking this from me. So it's like,
and that's a smart way to do it. I think that's like, a lot of people ask me, like, why do I do the content in my art, especially because a lot of the stuff I put on social media is personal stuff. Right. Until the NDAs are ending, or the clients can say I can put it up. And, you know, like you had that one question about, you know, is there any, when I do work, is it, you know, am I saying it's empowerment or whatnot? I draw, like, personal work wise, I draw what I want to see.
Coolness.
You know, I draw what I want to see, or, you know, or what I want to see in the industry. Like seeing more characters that are people of color. So instead of me complaining about it, I just create it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You create the content.
I know exactly what you mean.
You create the content you want to see, because there is a demand for it. Why are you going to wait for someone else to meet that demand?
Right.
That's ridiculous to me.
There's an argument that I heard someone talk about, and I always tried to teach this when I was teaching college. I tried to teach it to my students, that they were arguing that a certain sci-fi movie-based company that shall remain nameless, mm-hmm. They're like, well, they're not doing, you know, enough stories about us. I was like, why let anyone else tell your story? It's like, exactly. tell your own story, especially now with what you can do. I make the argument that now, even today, with After Effects on your average computer, you can pretty much, between that and face swaps, you can make your own Forrest Gump with no problem. Yeah. So it's like, you don't have to wait for anybody. It's
the technology now that used to be strictly for animation and visual effects is now accessible to people. I mean, you can get Photoshop on all these programs for, you know, $60 a month. It's all about what your priorities are. Ralph Bakshi actually said this, I think, like 10 years ago. Surviving tough times. Yes. Yeah, he's like, what are you talking about? Like, you're going to let Warner Brothers and Disney dictate what's animation and what's all this? It's like, you have your own computers, you have your own animation studio in a computer. And you have the internet, and what people don't realize, you have the internet now, and you have access to all these artists. If you don't have a character designer, you can go on Instagram and find one. You don't have an editor, you can go on these places and find these people. That's, to me, there's no excuse. There's no excuse to wait for Industrial Light and Magic, or wait for Disney, or wait for Warner Brothers to tell your stories. You can actually do these things on your own. Why not? I mean, look at Tyler Perry. I think his movies are very basic. I think they're all the same. But this is a guy who, even though he should be hiring writers, he's doing everything on his own to a degree.
Yeah, I have. That's the irony of that statement, where I see a lot of people going, "Well, I don't like what Tyler Perry is doing." Then do your own thing. It's like
people forget that this is the type of thing you can create your own stuff.
Man,
you know, it's no longer. I mean, look at Wacom's.
Yes,
Wacom finally woke up and said, "You know what? Let's make smaller models that people can afford to get." And now you can do that. This used to be stuff that only people who work in the industry could afford.
Right.
Yeah. It's always what I say. If you want it bad enough, you'll find a way.
Yes. And not only that, I was talking to someone not only recently, but even again when I was teaching college. Mm-hmm. I had all these people would keep talking about them. Tony, how do I get this bootleg? I said, one, quit asking me that. Yeah. Two, if you're asking that question, you're charging the wrong prices. And three, right now you could there's like a free or open source program for everything out there. You got Blender, you've got OpenTunes that does 2D. Yeah. Somebody I think it's called Tahoma or something. They took the OpenTunes engine and they built it on the back of the OpenTunes engine and then pushed it even further so you could add like stop motion and all this other stuff in there. Yeah. And who is it? Blackmagic's is it Blackmagic Cinema or Blackmagic? That they put out what is it? DaVinci and Fusion. So you got the power of like After Effects and Premiere with free software. So I'm like, all this craziness you can actually do right now. It's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Let me dive into another question here. This is I definitely want to see this. If you don't mind, definitely send me a copy of this when you're done. That would be kind of cool.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I got a question for you. With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression, anxiety, or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push through that?
Oh, every time I get a freelance job, I go through anxiety to get it done. Whenever I get one, I usually obsess over it till I get it done because I want to get it finished. Depression, yeah, I mean, I think all of us get that, and I think it just comes down to the frustration of being an artist when you are envisioning something and it's never what you want it to be. For me, I just keep reminding myself that it's, just focus on what you got to get done. And it will always work itself out. There's times I get frustrated with things, and it's just like, you know what? It's all about baby steps.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I deal with it. Is I just keep my nose to the grindstone, and I just work through it.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, and I don't know if you do this on Instagram a lot. I'm going to throw this out to you. Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever seen your behind the scenes this raw. I always see the final polished piece. I would definitely throw some work in progress things that are even going like, hey, this is where it started at the very beginning. Because for me, and I still struggle with this. I kept looking at people's final pieces, and then I would go and try to draw those final lines, not realizing, oh, there were some lines before that. So yeah. I'm going in, why can't I draw this? And then I look at like works like this, or I look at some of the who is it, the Bancroft brothers.
Yeah.
And looking at their work, like, holy crap, all the sketch lines before they said, okay, this line here. I'm like, okay. But yeah, man.
Yeah, that's actually, I usually put them in the story.
Okay.
Like Instagram or whatnot. I always put like a work in progress in there. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like that's one thing that drives me crazy about some of these artists when they say, oh, here's a warm-up. Here's a warm-up sketch, and the thing's a fully finished piece. It's like, no, that's not a warm-up. You know that's not a warm-up. And it's like the sketches. It's like when people think, oh, here goes a sketch. It's like, that's not a sketch. A sketch is an incomplete idea.
Right.
Like it's roughed. It's not fully inked and it's not fully rendered. You rent, or maybe it's just for me, a sketch is that you render it enough just to get the idea down.
Right.
Then you just go back to it later to fully develop it. Like when you see some concept art and you see like a really rough, you'll see like they focused on, let's say a character's head. They focused on the details of the head, but you can see the neck was just basically roughed in. That to me can be considered like a sketch idea. But when you see some of these that are full comps, I'm like, yeah, no, sorry, just call it what it is. It's an idea. It's not a sketch. It's not rough. It's not a warm up.
There was my buddy Chris Cartledge who does a lot of. If you almost look at almost any character design or work that's done at Tony Teach, it's drawn usually by Chris because I don't draw enough to stay in practice. Yeah. But the hardest lesson I was getting Chris, because he's got an illustration background, and I was trying to teach him about doing a pencil test. And I was like, you got to do the rough animation first to see if it's going to work. And I'm like, no, not that polished. Pull back. Pull way back. Well, this didn't take me that long. Yeah, but that rough sketch would have taken even shorter. Pull way back. So it's that whole thing of and me, trust me, I didn't get it initially either. Just like to do your rough sketch, do your idea first, and then push on to it. But man, this is
some people don't like. Some people want to show a finished piece rather than the process.
I get it. And I think it's one of those things of why it's definitely important that people show this aspect of it, so other artists go, oh, that's how that would happen, you know. I can see seeing I get to again, as you're saying, like with the internet, getting to see everything from logo design to character design to animation, and just kind of saying, oh, this is where that started. Yeah. For lack of a better reference, may he rest in peace. And I hate the reason that we get access to it now, but being able to hear music out of Prince's vault, and you go, oh, that's where that song started from. How cool is that? Yeah. It's like I said, I hate how we got access to it, but it's like,
there's a reason why it's in his vault and not on an album when he was alive.
Exactly. Yes.
It's not his best stuff. It's like anybody's sketchbook or art book that they publish. It's their best work. It's not, oh, here goes all the random ideas, right. Which I think you have more leniency when it comes to visual than music. But with music, it's a lot different, where you have to have it polished. It has to be great, or it's either hit or miss. Right. You know? Yeah, I was kind of like questioning that too. I was like, why are you guys doing that? Like he put this stuff away for a reason. It's not good. It's not his best stuff.
But man. But dude, I'm really digging this character.
She's super thick.
I was about to say, I was like, I'm assuming she's female, and I was an argument I was getting in with, not an argument, a discussion I was getting in with one of my younger students, and she said she was doing a character. She was doing the gender swap. So she said she took this typical male character and then she made it female. She did that because of the eyelashes. So I was like, really? I got plenty of pictures to show you where dudes' eyelashes are on point. It's like, so I'm looking at just the way that you've designed the hips and everything. And of course the gluteus maximus, you got that working.
Always got to emphasize that.
So yeah, man, it's just
Yeah, there's when it comes to male and female, there's a lot more to it than just let me put thicker, longer eyelashes. It's like
yeah,
no, it comes down to form. It comes down to shape and form. You can tell, even if she's, this character is huge, very massive. I messed up on the back here. I gotta fix that. She's big, but you can tell she's still female.
right.
Because,
I think and let me throw this compliment to you. And I see people. I went to because I went to went to an actual art college, the Atlanta College of Art. Rest in peace. It's like,
yours shut down too.
well, ours was absorbed by a larger entity that shall remain nameless.
It could be worse. I went to the Art Institute of Philadelphia, and they completely just shut that down.
Oh wow, yeah, you guys were around. I was hearing about when that actually was happening. Ours got absorbed by another company.
Well, it's better than shutting down. I saw this coming. When I was there. The problem with the Art Institute being a for-profit college, they would just let anybody in without a portfolio review.
Hmm.
And this is why I find it funny when I see people say, "Oh, that's Cal Arts style." It's like you have no clue what Cal Arts is. You have no clue what the school is, because if you actually understood what the school is and what they and the people that they came out of that school and how hard it is to get in, you wouldn't be just throwing that term around as an insult. It's extremely hard to get into. They have a very strict portfolio review. A lot of the people that come out of there are talented enough and skilled enough to do feature film animation. You got to have a lot of chops to do that. For me personally, I don't even think I'm ready for Disney. I don't think I'm good enough for that yet. That's why when I see them throw that around, it's just like, dude, you have no clue.
Alrighty, so getting ready to pull up the next thing here. Actually, matter of fact, let me see. I think we're on lunch. A little early lunch today. Let's see. Yes. Running a little bit behind, but in theory, I'm going to take a quick break, reset our counter here. La, 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 la. So at about 12:50, we're going to be starting back up with Matt Watts. And again, Matt is, he builds Harmony rigs. He's an awesome animator, really awesome person as well. But the rigs that he built for 2D animation or cutout animation, it's the rigs that we use when we actually do training. Because I do training on my own, but I also do training directly for the company Timbim. And so Matt built out the rigs that we currently use, and so he's going to be showing off his own little avatar. Matt's good enough that when I first saw his presentation on Timbim's channel, I reached out to him. I was like, I need to hire you. Can you teach me something? Because there were questions that I had. So I wanted to reach out to him, and he was like, yeah, sure. And that's, he's so laid back and down to earth, but really knows his stuff. So what I'm getting ready to do, we're going to jump to lunch for a bit. Words. There you are. We're going to jump to lunch for a bit, and we should be back on, like I said, about 12:45, let's say 12:50 Eastern Standard Time. And by the way, for those of you who are not familiar, hopefully those of you who are familiar, my interview with Tony White comes up after Matt Watts, and Tony White has actually written several books on animation that I grew up on. I don't know if I can think of a lot of other people. So it felt really cool when people were going like, oh yeah, I got this book. I said, yeah, I got to interview him today. So anyway, so that's going to be happening after Matt. But yeah, let me log off for a bit. So we're gonna put up our little pause little sign here, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, give us 1 second here. Just double checking something. Coolness. Okay. So, while we are getting ready. So, in case anyone's wondering, if you keep noticing, I keep posting up things like, we're going to be starting at 10-ish or 10:15-ish or 12:45-ish. What does that mean? It means that technically things can go weird. Also, there's delays, like when we're doing this. The fact that we're running it through the software Ecamm Live, which is then talking to Restream.io, which then kicks out to Facebook and to YouTube Live, and then we're taking the YouTube Live URL and then pasting that into the URL for animationsummit.net. And the fact that I've had very little sleep means that things can go wrong in really weird places. For instance, me pasting Sarah Cordner's face with the name tag Ollie Putland. Fun times, which I also want to mention to this, and this, I wasn't always like this. I'm working on getting better. I mentioned it earlier, but failure is so necessary. I have had massive, multiple back-to-back fails this week alone, dealing with the summit, and actually had one live with the whole little thing, because it's like I just knew, because I saw the mistake when I was editing, because I was editing into the wee hours of this morning, because I was running behind, but also got to interview Master Tony White. So, and that was just like yesterday. I think that was yesterday. Anyway, my point is, if you want something big, you gotta go for it, and there's going to be things almost as big as the things you want. There are going to be challenges that are going to hit you that way. So, yeah, fun times. All right, I'm going to quit rambling. Let's pull up Matt. Matt. Words. Wherefore art thou? There you are. Yeah, it's always fun. You're like, and I think you have to own it. I think, and it's almost used even as a, what is that called? YouTube people, you start noticing they show their little accidents. Every Jackie Chan movie, you're always waiting for the end so you can see exactly how many times did Jackie mess up before you got that shot right. Okay, where is my... I was about to say, I'm sitting up here forgetting how to use the software. Okay, so this is Matt Watts. Awesome dude and an incredible harmony rigger. If you really liked what you saw with Q Bum Lee, check out what Matt's doing, and it's going to be pretty cool. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with my friend and colleague, Mr. Matt Watts. Matt, welcome.
Hey, thanks.
A little bit about Matt. I actually inadvertently met Matt because we both do things occasionally for Toon Boom, and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, he built the rigs out," and I was like, "Really? I need to talk to him." So, yeah, dude, what's up, man?
Thanks. It's a lot of fun. So,
can you give me a little bit of a bio and what's going on?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I love math and art. So I went to the University of Utah and I graduated in architecture. I thought that would be the perfect blend, but it didn't have enough cartoons for me to keep me happy. And so I pursued animation and digital art on my own after that. I took some community college classes. I took some online classes. And the biggest part where I was able to grow was I would go to conventions like Comic-Con and CTNX, and I would show my work to the professionals and ask them for input on how I could be better. And then I'd come back a year later and show them the progress I'd made. And so I was able to make some really good friends that way and some good connections in the industry. And they saw that I was able to grow. So they were willing to pass my name along to other people for me to have opportunities. I worked as an illustrator for an online training company for about 8 years. But because I was the only artist there, they didn't give me a lot of critique. They just said, yeah, draw me an apple. So I draw an apple and they'd say, yeah, great, thanks. I said, well, how does the apple look? Oh, it looks great. It's done. And they're like, what about the soul of the apple? Come on, talk to me. How can I make this a real apple? They don't care. It looks like an apple. So anyways, for me to grow, I had to read books and go out and grab the stuff myself if I wanted to keep progressing. And so in that respect, I think people that are trying to find the balance, should they go to art school? Should they just do online stuff? There's definitely value in both routes. If you go to school, you're going to have professionals that are teaching you. You're going to have people that you can interact with that you'll probably be friends with the rest of your life. And so there's definitely value in going to school where there's a program. But then also you can take these awesome online trainings where you get to focus sometimes with one instructor for a while and hone one of your skills. Like Steven Silver's doing an awesome Silver Drawing Academy right now where you can focus on character design and yes. You can spend just a little time on it each day. You don't have to invest, 3 hours a night doing homework. You could if you wanted to. But anyways, after years and years of me learning out there on my own, I was so blessed to get a job up in Canada working for Mercury Filmworks. It was a dream come true to get to work there. They've done like Jake and the Neverland Pirates. That is like the cartoon that inspired me to want to do more with Toon Boom. That and Wildcrats. Those are the two series that got me excited about the potential that Harmony had to offer. And so I learned a lot of Harmony on my own, just reading the documentation, the hundreds of pages of the help docs and watching tutorials. But then when I went to Mercury, I was able to get the other gaps in my learning filled in. And still, even when I went up there, I had learned some things that they weren't familiar with because I read all the release notes and I went through all the nitty gritties that a lot of people don't end up going through. And so it was really fun being up there. I got to animate on Tangled, the Disney series. Mm-hmm. And then I got to be a rigging artist on another Netflix show that hasn't been announced yet. And so I love both. If you were to ask me my favorite thing to do, it's probably animating in Harmony. And then if you're asking me what I'm most skilled at, it's probably rigging in Harmony. Got a really technical mindset, the architecture background. And so I'm lucky to have all that perspective. It just comes to me a little easier, drawing in perspective and all that stuff. So
nice.
Yeah. And so, and then after that, I'm back in the States now. I'm in Utah and I'm working for a company called Digital Gravy. And we do commercials and little videos and projects. And it's a lot of fun. It's a small team and I get to animate and rig and give art direction and character design. So it's great.
Very cool. I'm going to definitely have to pick your brain on that later. But what do you have for us today as far as your rig? Awesome. Your caricature or your avatar, as it were?
Yes. So I wanted to show you something that I was always dying to get more of that I just couldn't find when I was here in the States. If you were to look at Toon Boom being used in the States about 5 years ago, I couldn't find many companies or people to talk to here in the US that were using it. And so I was dying to know, how are you animating like I see on TV? Because almost all the PBS shows, the Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, almost all of those are using Toon Boom Harmony from what I know. And so I wanted to know how to do that. So I'm going to show you. Oops, are you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
Great. Okay. Push the shortcut key. Didn't know if I lost you. Okay, so I want to show you how I get from this pose to this pose. And a couple of key things that I want to make sure to show you that we're going to cover is I want to show you how to keep a foot planted, because that's one of the big things. When the feet are slipping, you know, you're losing the reality that we're trying to get across. You know, you want people to believe in this reality that you're presenting to them. And then there's also going to be a flip in the face. You can see that right here, the character's looking this direction, and right here, the character's looking this way. And so let me just show you what happens when you tween. My face is messed up, dude. And so I am going to show you how to get past that. Okay. So let's talk about story first, okay? I was thinking, all right, here's my character I rigged. And when I was a kid, I would go bird watching with my family and with my grandpa. And there was always this moment of pride. If you could point out the window and you could call out the name of that bird before anybody else could. And so if this is me spotting a bald eagle flying in the sky before anybody else, and I'm calling the name out, and then I am so proud of myself for having identified it. So anyways, I'm just going to go from this pose to that pose. Okay, so some animators will use like a stopwatch to get their timing down. And I think that that's a really cool way to go, especially back in the traditional animation time, frame by frame, you kind of had to write your timing out on timing charts.
Right.
And exposure sheets. But now in Harmony, you can kind of like make your main poses and then experiment with the timing and see if it's going fast enough or slow enough. So usually when I'm doing my timing, I will be looking at a storyboard and trying to pose it to match the timing in the storyboard. But then I will come back through and I will finesse it. I will speed it up or slow it down, just depending on how it feels. And one thing I do not have here is I do not have any audio. And that's usually a significant part of matching up to an action, is matching to the audio. But that's okay. I'm going to show you what I would do for this.
Okay.
All right. So here is my rig in the node view. Let me see. I've got a couple node views. I like to keep two open a lot of the time. And this is Harmony Premium. There's 3 tiers of Harmony. You can get Essentials, Advanced, or Premium. In Premium, you can go ahead and you can build these really advanced looking rigs with lots of pieces. All these green things are pegs, which allow you to rotate things and skew them. And then you can have deformers. Let me just give you an idea of what deformers are. I'm going to show you all the deformers that I have in this rig. Okay, there's some deformers. Okay, so what deformers do, they're these envelope things that kind of let you manipulate the art. So you just draw one face and then you can change it. So when the mouth opens wide, I can make the chin come down wider, or I can change the shape of the body however I need with these handlebars, these Bezier curves that are similar to what you find in Illustrator. It's all vector graphics, so it can be really crisp even when you zoom in on it. Okay, so Harmony Premium is where you can do all this stuff. In Harmony Essentials and Advanced, you can do a lot of frame-by-frame stuff or more simple types of rigs that don't have a lot of deformers. So let me show you how to get from this pose to the next pose. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is I need to figure out what's the breakdown pose going to be. There needs to be a middle position, and I don't want it to just straight go from that to that. You can see that that's not very dynamic and it looks messed up.
Right.
And that is what a lot of people, when they say that they don't like what cutout animation looks like, the reason is because people are sometimes leaving it on this stuff. They're not using the 12 principles of animation. They're not filling out the arcs and doing anticipation and squash and stretch and all that stuff. So I am going to be doing that. First thing is I need to feel this myself. Something I love about Glenn Keane is he was talking about animating that eagle, Marahute, in the Rescuers Down Under. And he said that he was in his living room just like waving his arms around, trying to feel what that eagle would feel. And I am totally with that. Sometimes I will video record myself for reference. Right now, I'm just going to feel what do I need to do to get from pointing up there to my next pose. Okay, so I'm pointing up. I'm really excited. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna lift my hands up, and then I'm gonna like shove my hands together really fast. So there's a lot that goes into making arms cross. A bunch of Z depth stuff. You can press Alt or Option and up or down to nudge these things in Z depth. Anyways, I will be able to kind of cheat that stuff by getting into that final position really fast. So let's go ahead and make the middle pose and start playing with this. So what I've done is I spread my poses apart, and then I put motion keyframes. Control K is usually the shortcut for that, so it can interpolate. And so now I want to go ahead and pick like 2 central positions. Okay, or maybe just one. I'll pick one to start off with. All right, so there's my middle position. Okay, so what do I need to happen here in this middle position? I know that I want my torso to come up, I want the arms to come up, and the hands to come up, and then in the last one, they're gonna be down. So I'm gonna go with that. And just to make it bearable, I'm gonna go ahead and select the face, and I'm gonna copy that face to here for right now, so it doesn't look quite so messed up.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna select the body. I know that I want the torso to come up, and then it's gonna go down. So maybe I'll even go up a little bit more. Okay, and now I've got my arms. I built these arms with deformers, with envelope deformers, so that there's just 4 points around them, so I can get really loose. There's not like a separate forearm at the moment. And I know that I just want to have this kind of spaghetti looking arm where he's going to be excited about this. Okay, and I'm always thinking about perspective. Here I've got some deformers here on the cuff. I've got a piece behind the cuff where I can show the back part of the cuff. And then I'm using my shortcut keys to flip back and forth. It is so essential to do that. Just like a classic animator, you have to be flipping back and forth between your drawings all the time. Now, I've drawn a bunch of hands ahead of time, and I'm pretty sure I've got one that's going to do the trick for me. I think I will use that hand for here. Okay.
Nice.
Thanks. Okay, so okay. Now, also, the way that I built my arms is I built them so that they are clones of each other. And because we're kind of limited in time today, I'm going to go ahead and work a little faster, a little sloppier than I'm used to working, which is really important to learn how to do when you're in the industry. So I'm actually going to copy the arm and paste it on the other side because they're both built the same way. So they all have the same pieces. So that's going to be a quick way for me to get to there. And I think I kind of want the face to be facing forward a little bit more by this point. So I'm going to collapse my entire rig. I'm going to make sure that there's keyframes on all of these poses. I'm going to set it all to stop motion keyframes. And right now I'm going to put my playback area, my preview area here. And I'm going to play back and just see what it looks like so far with my stop motion stuff. Okay, it's hard for me to tell if that's good yet or not, but I'm just going to keep going with it. Right now, I know that I want my face to be facing forward a little bit more. So I'm going to go to a part of the timeline where I've already posed out the face looking forward. I'm going to go center on selection to go find that, and copy those keyframes and those drawings, and then switch back to where I was working. I can push play to get back to there really quick. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to paste it further down past this pose. I want to influence this pose with this straight face. If I tween, you'll see that the head is flipping. So there's a -1x scale happening there on the face. And so what I'm going to do, and you can see it up here in the coordinate toolbar, here I'm at like -0.98, and then at this face, it's +1. So if I go -0.98 here, it stays on that side, and now the tween is getting me what I want. So I have borrowed from that starting position now. One of the other keys with cutout animation is that whenever you move a parent piece, like the head, you want to move each piece that's it's a child of that peg. So you move each eye, the nose, the mouth, move all of the parts to simulate the change of perspective that's going on. So I pasted that, I fixed the flip here, and now I'm going to press copy here. I don't even have to insert a keyframe necessarily. And now I'm going to press undo a bunch of times until that hasn't been placed, and then I will paste. So I went to the future, kind of. I copied, I pasted, and then I tweened, and I copied something, and then I pressed undo a whole bunch of times. And now I'm going to paste what I had borrowed from that interpolation is what we call it. Okay, so now my face is turning, and I think that by this point, the eyes should probably be looking towards us. And whenever you're working on poses, you want to be thinking about what's leading the action and what's following behind. So I think I'm going to want the eyes to lead this action. Okay, so I've got my middle pose, trying to make sure I've got a clear silhouette. I don't want the face covering those arms if I can help it. I'm going to be working in peg selection mode. It jumps up past the drawings just so that I can quickly use my forward and backward keyframe shortcuts. Okay. I think I'll even just push it up even more. You really want there to be some difference whenever you're doing something that takes a lot of work. Go ahead and just do it enough so that people can see a difference. Otherwise, if it's down here, it's going to be so close together, it's not significant difference, and you kind of wonder, why did I spend all that work doing something so subtle? So now let me go ahead and work on the legs. Now you'll see the foot is actually staying in place. When I copied this leg, let me show you what I had done. I copied that leg, I pasted it here, and then I just went and I had moved this over. Whoa. It didn't look that bad when I did it earlier, but that's what I had done. I'm going to press undo a bunch of times to get back to that. Just want to make sure that we can at least cover most of this here. So right now, if I come down here, I can temporarily move the pivot. I'm using my transform tool and animate current frame, the little yellow running guy. I can just do some quick stretch. Okay. And actually, maybe I even want it to be a little bit more straight up. You know, I just really want to go up there. And who knows, like, you try to pose it out quickly. That's the key. In this stage, I'm trying to just get the limbs and the torso and the head direction going where I want. It's usually best to wait to come back and work on the details until later. Right now, I'm just trying to quickly get what I need. Let's see. So thinking about this, I would probably push off from that leg. So I think that leg needs to stay back there. So I'm just going to go forward and backward a keyframe. I could use onion skin to get this to stay a little bit better, but I'm trying to work fast. Okay, so yeah, that's going to feel a little bit better. Just thinking about the physics that are actually happening here. You know, the leg would straighten out, and then I'm going to pull the leg into here. Okay. I think that that's good enough for now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and collapse the timeline, press 0. I'm on my master peg where everything is collapsed. And I'm going to go ahead and think about what's going to happen as I'm starting into this pose. What's going to move first? Let's see here. I was pointing up there. I think I'm going to start raising my arms first. I'll let my head trail behind. And so the torso is going to kind of follow. I'm going to tween here. And I'm just going to grab this keyframe right here where I have started to move. So I'm going to move that to kind of the center. I'm moving these keyframes around. And I do apologize with how fast this is. I know that a lot of the time we could spend hours doing this stuff. I just want to give you a sample. All right. So at this point, I want the arms to be closer to this position than they are. So I'm just going to dig down into the rig with the arms, center on selection, and then tween, and then grab something. I'm going to press plus. It moved everything. I'm going to copy from there, press undo, so it brought all of them back, paste. So this is a fast way to quickly get some work done that you can just kind of borrow, copy, and paste from the timeline. Okay. Now the hand, I always like to think of the hand as like having to go through Jello. Just think it's got a lot of wind resistance or something. Just
Right.
I want there to be some drag on it. And so I'm going to go. And to make the drawing swap not stand out as much, I want to swap the drawing in the fastest part of the action. So I don't, that might be enough space. I need this to be far apart so it's not distracting when the swap happens. I think that that's a big enough gap to let the drawing swap change. Okay. And then with this arm, okay, so that arm's coming down. Okay, with this arm, I think that I'm actually going to go down first. So I'm going to arc down. The elbow is going to come down, and then it's going to go up. So I am thinking about arcs all the time. And maybe I'll even bring that arm down for a little bit just to... Okay, now I'm going to straighten out that hand. Okay, that's looking better. Cool. And then here, I think I said that I wanted to go ahead and let the eyes be leading the action, right? I want him to be looking at us, and now he's going to do his action. Okay. I am going to go ahead and collapse the rig again. So now I've kind of got like a secondary breakdown, just kind of like an ease into this action. Mm-hmm. And now I'm going to start working on an ease out of the action, or something that happens right before this end position. I'm even going to give myself some more time here on the timeline. Okay. And this pose doesn't look fantastic. If I had more time, I would often use a sketch layer. I just add a layer that I can sketch on to do a draw over. And then I would use my brush tool. I only use the brush tool when I am sketching. Most of the time I'm using the pencil tool when I'm creating the art. But I would go ahead and I would really push this and make sure that the energy is feeling right. And
so it's like a traditional pencil test?
Yeah. And I'm just trying to get the feel of it. So I could push this pose a lot more. You could see that when I first went through and made that hand position, it was more gentle. And then when I was actually drawing, you know, like if I was drawing it from scratch on a brand new piece of paper, I would add a lot more energy to it. And so it's really important to do that sometimes. And yeah, as you can see, it's not taking me a ton of time. And I'm just going to quickly squash and stretch some stuff and get it working. This, you usually shouldn't stretch the whole parent peg, but I want to work quickly here. Okay, and then with the leg especially, I made this spaghetti looking leg. It just has like 3 deformer points down the middle of it. A lot of the time I usually have a little bit more structure in the leg, but his legs will work this way. Okay. That's stronger than it was. Okay. So now what I want to do is I'm going to go collapse the timeline. Like I said, I want to ease into this final position. Now, as I was telling you, I'm thinking about timing here. Let's draw a timing chart. So I'm going to use black. I'm starting here, I'm ending here. Now, I'm probably going to ease in a little bit, and then I'm going to ease into that middle spot. And then I kind of want to get to that last position really fast. I want the arms to just come together and fold really quickly. And so my timing is probably going to look something like that. And then I'm going to do just like a little bit of an overshoot. Okay, so now I'm going to hide my sketch layer so it's not distracting me. Okay, I'm going to tween. I'm going to take, excuse me. Let's see. I think that this position might work. Let's see. I need a place to hide the face flip. And so there needs to be a fast enough part where that's happening. There, I think it's too gentle. I need to take something that's further away. I'm looking at the torso and how fast the torso is moving. And I think maybe with this much space, I can go ahead and get away with it. Okay, so I've got 2 frames in between those poses now, which is usually pretty good. When we animate, we like to put it on 2s. You know, every 2 frames is ultimately we're going to have a pose. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually just going to, I want something that can tween with this face at the end. So one way that I could do that is I could copy from here and paste. But there's no upward tilt on it. And if I were to try to upward tilt it, I would have to move all of these pieces independently and it would take me a little while. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this face from before the flip. Yeah, I'll copy this one and then I will paste it here. And then I'm going to get rid of the -1 on the X scale. And so now it will tween perfectly with that end one. And I'll have a little bit of an upper head tilt where I didn't have to individually move all of the pieces to get it. Okay, so now I'm looking at the arc of the head. Okay, that's looking good. And now I'm going to touch up this pose a little bit. Wow, that's really, okay. Now I'm looking at the arc of the torso, of the waist, and I'm just gonna move it where I want it to be. And I'm using middle mouse. If you click on your middle mouse, you don't have to be clicked on this tiny central yellow square. You can click anywhere on the screen to move it. Okay, so now I'm gonna start getting closer to that position with the arms. This is just going to be some cleanup. Tony, if you want to ask me any questions while I'm doing this, you can.
Coolness. Let me throw out one of my first questions here, and it's one of those things. I was this bad when I was interviewing Ollie, because it's like I forget. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be interviewing you. It's like, because this is literally what I've always said. Because everybody and their mother, including myself, is going, "Hey, here's how to build this rig," and I'm going, "That's cool. How do you animate that rig?"
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right, give me one quick second.
Sure. I'm going to add some drag on this, and then I want to drag that in.
To get to my questions. All right. Would you say that your artistic influences are more classic or contemporary?
Contemporary. Like I was saying, Jake and the Neverland Pirates and Wildcrats, those are my faves.
Coolness. I think I'm a little bit, well, no, I'm not a little bit. I am heavy. Didn't realize I was at first until I kept doing art and people started saying, that looks like UPA. And I was like, it looks like what?
Nice.
and then when I looked it up, I was like, oh my gosh, I love this. I love all of it. So
yes,
I am definitely old school.
I also, if you were asking me my favorite classic Disney cartoon, it would be 101 Dalmatians. I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. I own all of the Disney movies on Blu-ray pretty much, and I've got like the art books for almost all of them that you can have an art book for. So I study all of it. I love studying from the traditional animators, the 9 Old Men, but the stuff that speaks to me more is more contemporary stuff.
Coolness. If you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working on or directing on your dream animation project. What is it, and does that dream change?
Yeah, I'd say I'm not even kidding you. When I got my job at Mercury Filmworks working on Tangled, I had hoped so bad. I knew that they had like 5 projects going on. I had hoped so much that I would get to work on Tangled because I loved what it looked like. And I was so thankful when I did get that job. So to me, that was seriously my dream job. I already got it. And so now my dream is just to keep working in this realm and earning money for doing what I love to do. I feel so fortunate that that's what I get to do for my work, and that my kids see that Daddy likes to go to work, you know? And I hope that someday that they're gonna get to have, you know, passion involved in what they choose to do in their career. In fact, just this week, I had a little bit of daddy-daughter time with my daughter and asked her what she wanted to do, and she wanted to animate a little scrunchie going scrunch, scrunch in harmony. And so we did that. It was fun.
Oh, wow.
So here, let me show you a little trick. I know we don't have much more time, but a little trick for overshoots.
Mm-hmm.
So let me show you what I've got now. I'm going to turn off the tweens. I'm going to put stop motion keyframes everywhere. Okay, so I don't think it's working great yet. I'd want to go and finesse the timing, but I want to show you how to get to this final position. Now, in this final position, I do have some arms that are 2 pieces. And the way that I've done that is I have synced the layers together. If you were to click on the upper arm, it's synced with a lower arm. So I have one set of arms that's just kind of like the spaghetti stuff, and it's only on the upper arm stuff. And then I have another synced set of arms where you've got the upper arm and the forearm.
Okay.
And then here's the little trick. I'm going to tween, and I'm going to put a keyframe right before the last pose. Okay, there's a little bit of movement between there, right? Mm-hmm. And now I'm going to go ahead and copy a few things like the foot. I'm going to go ahead and copy the arms from that last pose. Copy, paste. Okay, so now the whole rig is moving at least a little bit, which is going to give more life to it. I'm just copying a few things that I wanted to nail down. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this last part forward a little bit, and then I can add just a little bit more squash before getting to that last pose. You know, like maybe I'll do that.
Nice.
Yeah, and it would take a little bit more finesse to get it looking great, but those are just a few tips. And I've been working on my YouTube channel, Matt Watts Art, and I've been making more tutorials like this, and then I would just go back through and adjust some of the timing to make it go faster. I'm pressing minus and plus in some of these. Let's see. That's looking a little bit better.
That is, thank you for that, because it's like it's.
You're welcome.
It's that whole, because as long as I've been using Harmony, because it's like, and I teach more, and I'm not a production person, so I was like, but all of my friends are production people, so it's like, hey, how'd you do this thing? So,
Yeah.
dude, this is so awesome.
Thank you.
I do have, let me throw one question at you because I am very curious on this. What 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What's in that blank?
I hope so much that what we gained from Klaus and Princess and the Frog can continue. I think that what they achieved in those animated movies were beautiful. And I think that there's a craft that's there from all these wonderful animators that I hope gets passed on. And I know it is getting passed on in the studios, and the knowledge is still there, and it's getting applied in 3D. And I love 3D animated movies as long as they're done well and there's a good story and music and emotions and backgrounds, you know. But I hope that 2D continues. And I hope that, like I said, Klaus, I think, is an incredible achievement. And a lot of that was done in Harmony. And I just hope that that keeps moving forward. And always on the lookout for improving my learning and strengthening it. So,
Coolness.
yeah.
And my last question, I asked this of all of our panelists, with the theme, with respect to the theme of the summit. With regards to staying on task during projects and working on things like that, do you ever struggle with things like depression, anxiety, or even procrastination? And if so, what do you do to push past it?
Awesome. Yes, definitely. I think everybody faces that. And what I do is I get distracted really easily. So sometimes I will turn my phone off while I'm working during the day so I don't check my email or social media or things like that. That helps me. Sometimes I do get a little depressed when I'm looking at too many great pieces of art and I don't have time to go make some myself. Doing too much social media scrolling or reading too many books. I actually need to go in and do some myself. And finally, the last thing I'm doing is I've been listening to a lot of like business development books, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Atomic Habits by James Clear, How to Win Friends and Influence People is such a good book. It's pretty much just treat people the way that you want to be treated, but it helps me to put my mind in a good positive spot. And I like to listen to that stuff when my brain is aching for some kind of stimulus while I'm doing these hours and hours of animation, the work that I'm doing. Yeah.
Sweet. I don't think I've actually tried to. I think normally for me, I almost have to walk maybe if I'm listening to an audiobook, but I've never tried working while doing it.
I can only do it if I've listened to it before. If I need to take notes, like one of those 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, I do it on my hour and 15-minute commute. I'll pause, I'll record my notes and keep listening.
Awesome. Dude, thank you so much for this. I remember we were talking about, because I remember hiring you because I saw this when I first saw your channel, one of your YouTube things. One, I was like telling everybody and their mother, go subscribe to this channel. And it's like,
nice.
It's almost like a dating thing. Like, hey, you seeing anybody? Can we do lunch? Can we have a quick meeting? Can we talk?
Right.
And so, yeah, man. I remember asking about you showing this rig, and it wasn't quite ready yet. So I'm excited that you got to share that today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
There you go. Well, thanks, Tony. It was a lot of fun, and I hope people keep on going out there and having a blast and pursuing their dreams and their passion. So it was nice spending time with you guys today.
Awesome. Matt, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. See ya.
It's been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Mr. Matt Watts signing off. Say bye.
Bye. See ya. All right.
Okie dokie. Wait one quick second here. I'm going to get ready to pull up because I think we're running. Where are we on time? Did we ever get back on time? Crap, we're still late. Let me pull up Mr. Tony White. That should be audio. So give me 1 second. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am sitting here. It almost sounds like an insult to call people like living legends, but we'll call him. I was jokingly calling him Sensei the other day in an email. Master Tony White. I still geek out that I get to chat with you and you're a Facebook friend, but I still remember going to the library, checking your book out, the Animator's Workbook, checking it out multiple times until I finally owned my own copy. So, dude, it's a pleasure to talk to you, and I'll keep it short because you're recovering. So thank you for taking time. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm doing incredibly well. If people don't know, I just had 2 eye surgeries within 2 weeks, and left eye first, right eye second. I couldn't believe it was for cataracts, and I couldn't believe, and I didn't have the visual thing. I remember in my childhood seeing old people with cataracts, they had like white eyeballs and they were really scary.
Right.
I had nothing like that, but I hadn't realized until I had the first surgery how bad my eyes had got because, as I say, the left eye was the first one. Within 2 hours, I dared look at things through this kind of plastic mask they put over your eye. And I was looking at the fridge magnets and I could suddenly see them. And it was so amazing. They were like white, pure light. And if anything, on the blue side of the spectrum, so I'd cross the eye, I'd cover up one eye and look on the bad eye, how gray or yellow it was and blurred it was. And then on the good eye, how immaculate. And that good eye was like me as a teenager. And the right eye was me as a 73-year-old. And
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. And then I had to wait 2 weeks for the second surgery, which was yesterday. And I just couldn't wait for it to be done because the weird thing is when you have one eye worked on and it's so amazingly clear and the other one isn't, glasses don't work anymore because put glasses on and then your good eye is completely blurred, even though the bad eye is working. So finally, I had 2 clear eyes, and I had to go for a 24-hour checkup to make sure everything was fine. And they gave me an eye test, and basically I'm 20/20 in both eyes. It's stunning.
Wow.
It's absolutely stunning. And I've heard people say, "Oh, I wish I'd had my cataracts worked on years ago." And I'm saying the same thing. So all I'm saying for anyone out there, and when you're work intensive and detail intensive as I am, it creeps up on you. You don't realize, you compensate every day, you adjust to it. And each day it gets worse, but you think, oh, my eyes are tired, I'm a bit blurred, but everything's okay normally. And I don't want to risk surgery forget all that. Trust me, the surgery was amazing. They don't put you out. I had local anesthetic drops in my eyes. And if anything, it's a trippy experience because what you're actually doing, they isolate your eye and you're looking into a bright laser light. That's what you're doing.
Oh, wow.
And you're aware of something going on, but all you really see is swirly shapes in the white light. And it's like a trip. I've never been on acid trips or anything like that. But I can imagine that's what it would be like because it's completely out of body experience. And no pain. Discomfort, yes, because you're looking into a bright light. But
Right.
no pain. Anyway, that's a long way of saying I'm really great right now, and I'm really eager to get working again.
Awesome, sir. I am so glad to hear, because when I first saw it's I'm glad, and I'm kind of glad that you shared it. But it's like when I first saw the pictures, it's like, oh, dude, is he okay?
Totally okay.
That is really good to hear. So I would like to hold up, let me pull up my first question to you.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, if you could snap your fingers and suddenly change one thing about the 2D animation industry, what would it be?
Well, I think it's an obvious answer. I'd say, America, wake up. You've given away a tremendous legacy with what Walt created, and you dumped it. Starting with Michael Eisner, you dumped it. And not to say that I want to go back and do what Disney did or anything like that, but give people a chance. There is no chance in this country, in the USA, of making a career choice of traditional animation. No chance. There's more chance in Europe. Ironically, I left in '98 to come over here because in Europe I couldn't get any movies going, and I had my studio for 20 years there. And I came over in '98 because America's where they make movies, and of course I'm going to make movies if I go over there. And I came over, and it took me 2.5 years to get the work permit green card. Midway or partway through that process, September 11 happened, so everything slowed down, everything got crazy. But I eventually started talking, when I got through that period, I eventually started talking to investors and definitely got interest. And then, of course, in 2002, our friend Mr. Eisner came along and shut down Disney 2D animation, and the industry died overnight. Everything went away instantly. and it's never come back. And so if I had my wish, I would say, wake up, America. Don't give up on the tradition. Don't give up on the legacy. Other countries, ironically, Europe, I wouldn't say flourishing like the old days, but I would say Europe, it's perfectly possible to make a career choice as a 2D animator. And with great works like Tom Moore, Cartoon Saloon in Ireland, a small village, a small town in Ireland, making incredible independent movies, America needs that potential. So really, it's an obvious answer for me, but we need support, we need funding. And let me just explain, by the way that Europe works now is that every country in Europe recognized that of themselves, they couldn't fund animated movies. They could fund movies, but they couldn't compete on an international stage. So in their infinite wisdom, and it really is wisdom, they said, why don't we all get together, every country in Europe, in the community, why don't we all get together and pool our budgets for filmmaking and work together and create projects? So That's what they did. It's called Cartoon Movie. It's the most incredible event. I've never physically gone there. And of course, right now, you can't physically go there, but they hold it every year, or they did in France. They're still holding it, but it's virtual now, online, I mean. And every year they meet one weekend in this big complex, theater and conference center and everything. And prior to that, many filmmakers across Europe submit ideas. There's a central panel, a central group that makes decisions. And the ones that are selected go up, and on that day or that weekend, they go to the cartoon movie event, and they're given, depending on what they're looking for, because some people have just got ideas to make a movie, just an idea, and concept art and things like that, but nothing else. They're allowed to pitch, and then there are some people that have got started on a movie but want matching funds to finish their movie, so they get another time slot. And then there's the people who have actually made their movie, but they want distribution, so they get another time slot. But essentially what you do, you stand up on the stage and pitch whatever you're after to about 300 people from across Europe. They're producers, TV executives, investors, even lawyers, even distributors, anybody that's conceivably related to film and animation are sitting in that audience, and you've got 5, 10, 15 minutes to pitch to them your project. And then what happens is they take you, or you go to the conference room or the conference hall nearby where you're given a booth, and you sit in that booth and you hope that over the period of the weekend, enough people come from different countries to sit with you and say, we love your project, we want to be part of it, we want to fund it, and let's get going. And that way they fund projects from different countries, just on the one proviso that some of the work goes to those countries as well, because they're investing their national film budget or whatever. And so they obviously want a return on that, and that is employment for their workers, their people in that country. So, and that's how Cartoon Saloon get their films made. That's how my friend Klaus, whose new film Calamity is just coming out very soon, and he worked with Cartoon Saloon on Song of the Sea, but also Long Way North, if you've ever seen that film. Beautiful, low budget, but beautiful film. And that was all funded through the cartoon. They call it Europud, Euro pudding, Europud. Everyone is part of the mix, but they get films made and they get some incredible projects made. So America should be like that. Each state should just get it together, put any resources they've got and have a central thing. It's never happened here. It's been going in Europe for, I think, 20 years or so. But here, no. So that's a long answer to one essential wish. I don't know if that answers it, but that's my wish.
Coolness. Let me ask you a question that I didn't send you. I went off on a rant earlier today during this summit because I was talking about the idea, talking about budgets, because what I've always noticed, especially starting out, because I've never worked in a studio. I'm always taught So I'll teach like the technical aspects and things like that, or new software, whatever. But occasionally I would have clients, or I would have an idea like, oh, I would love to do this, or I wonder how much this was. You said earlier that they had a small budget. Let me ask you a question, if you can answer this. What is considered a small budget for a feature film?
Well, that is there's an old saying in England, how long is a piece of string? The thing is, it depends on what the subject matter is, what the content is, what format, what media you're working in. So I'm not evading the question.
Okay.
But generally, I think, and other people might correct me here, but that's okay. I'm talking speculatively, but I think you'll find that the average European movie is somewhere in the range of $6 to $10 million. It might be up a bit, it might be low. I don't think it's lower, but somewhere between 6 to. I don't know for sure what Cartoon Saloon's budgets are at all. I have no idea. But if somebody said to me, hey, we want to make your film, what's it going to cost us as an independent? I could make a film between $6 to $10 million, and it would be a good film. It wouldn't be like the super Disney quality. I don't. And when I say Disney, I'm talking about golden era. I don't rate Disney now. I rate it then. I mean, there are good things that are happening now, but when Walt was alive, he was almost an indie producer, and he was pushing the limit. And my reverence for those days is very much in the sense that he pushed his artists to get better and better and better on the production. He didn't want to cut corners. He wasn't working to a tiny window of opportunity for distribution. He was working long term and everything. And I think the independent filmmakers have to think that way realistically. So I think, $5, $6 to $10 million, you can make a film. You can make a good film for that. Absolutely. You can make a film for less than that, but will it be watchable? Will it sustain an audience for 80 minutes? I don't know. And I'm sure there are people out there that could sustain an audience for a much smaller budget than that. And then if you're looking at mainstream, we're talking hundreds of millions. So that's the comparison. Does that answer your question?
It does answer my question. Because like I said, my thing was, it almost felt like when answering that, it was almost like beginner animators or baby animators, as one of my colleagues says. It seems like we're curious and we're asking questions, but when we go to ask these questions, it's never really answered. And so it's like, especially for like, even if it's like a small independent company, or maybe if let's say a small bookstore says do an animation versus, what if Nike asked you to do an animation or something like that. So a lot of times we know people that kind of would know those answers, so we could actually guess or start moving correctly. But what ends up happening is without them not telling us, we inadvertently end up giving crazy low numbers, and then people going, you guys are ruining the business by pricing things so low. And I'm going, but we were asking questions. And so that's why I was, I literally, I forgot what it was, or was it just something that popped in my head today, but I am probably going to almost do a big roundtable, almost not a full summit, but I'll probably reach out to a few people, because I think a lot of independent animators, especially now, are going, how would I do that? What is the good price?
Yeah. I really, it's coming back to the piece of string thing, because it really is, what is your story? What is the visual content? What are the techniques you're doing? So for instance, if you're doing my kind of traditional hand-drawn classical style, it's going to take you longer and it's going to cost you more money. If you're using something like Moho, and it's pre-rigged and you can do a little bit of rotation with it and things like that, then you can get more you get more bang for your buck with that kind of software. But the argument then is, but is it going to be watchable for anything beyond a TV program? You know, is it going to really hold people in their seats for a movie? And if you want the magic to happen, and if you want to sustain traditional animation, and you want audiences to come back to it, you've got to give them something they've never seen before. And that is totally in the domain of hand-drawn and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it into new areas. And that's going to cost more money. So it depends what your objective. If Nike says, you know, I want you to make this movie, you know, what's it going to cost me? Well, I'll probably get as much as I could out of them. But at the same time, it wouldn't be a mercenary thing. I wouldn't cut corners. I would say, okay, I did that with commercials for 20 years. I never made money on commercials. And I got good budgets a lot of the time, but all the money went on the screen. It didn't go anywhere else. And it depends on your integrity. But, you know, and of course, if you've got your own studio and you're funding it, as we did in my time, in my studio time, yourself, you can get a lot of material created for virtually no budget. Because when I had my studio, there was a core team of about anything between 8 to 12 people, pretty much full time, which is great because you're training them up and you're bringing them to a level where they can produce really high quality work. But the problem is the industry, and advertising was my industry in those days, is feast and famine. So sometimes you've got too much work and everyone's pushed and working all hours, but other times there's no work at all and you're paying them to do nothing. So while you're paying them to do nothing, why don't you get them to work on your own project? So in that way, it's not part of your budget in a way, it's part of you're already committed to paying them salaries. So you just get, and in a way that was Dick Williams' approach that went on for years and years and years, much to my respect for him. But other times, you know, if you're starting from scratch and you're building and you've got to produce this project and you're bringing a team together for the first time, then, and you've only got, and you accept a limited production time, then you can bring the time and production costs down, but you also bring the quality down and you're not making the same project and it's not probably going to have it's not going to have a life beyond one release, and you know, and it's hit and miss whether it's going to succeed or not. But whereas Walt's philosophy he said, we're not building it for a distribution window, we're building it for the generations to come. We're making this film for generations, not just the first distribution release. And that's the difference. And that's when your money goes up on your production costs. It's kind of a winding way of answering your question, but it's a beautiful thing. It's like it's that whole, what is the why? I'm like, why are we doing this? And it's like, we want to make something cool, or versus I want to make something, as you said, for generations. And that's nice. I like that a lot. Or if you just want to make money, then, you know, it's outside of both of those two things. But trust me, I've never made money. But I've made a lot of good work that I'm proud of, and that's, to me, is more valuable than just money in the bank. And there's, you know, I've got many grey hairs to say that's not necessarily the ideal way of doing things, but I did, you know, other than working in advertising, I don't think I sold my soul creatively. I think I'm kind of okay with what I've done.
Coolness. All right, sir. I have one last question for you, and. And it's kind of an ironic question, but I'm curious. So let me ask you this. Does your approach to self-care or even scheduling change when you're working on a personal project versus a project for a client or a job?
Do you mean self-care health-wise and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me think. The bottom line is, two things. One is, working on my own project, I come alive and I'm energized and I'm healed in many more ways than I am if I'm working for a budget. especially, and my main experience is advertising, you got to remember. So that was, but both of them, I would say, have the potential of being damaging. Okay, there's I don't know if you read in my Pencils to Pixels book, in the back, in the old days of DVDs, there's a DVD in the back, and part of it is I did a whole section on exercises and approaches to RSI, which is short for repetitive stress injuries.
Okay.
And animators are totally prone to that, whether it's eye damage, whether it's carpal tunnel, whether it's neck, back, whatever. Because we're so sedentary and because we're in front of screens for far too many hours, we're subject to physical conditions. So in my life, I was aware of that. I learned the hard way at the beginning, but I learned the smart way afterwards, that I do take, I do work in favor of my body surviving these things. And so, for instance, every day I do Qigong. I learned Qigong, which is, it's like Tai Chi, but it's a shorter, much more compact series of exercises. And it's really stretching and breathing exercises, but it's totally relaxing and it's really good for the body. And it releases all those stresses and tensions and everything. And it is designed for health management, and it's really good. The other side for me personally is that throughout my whole life, I don't take medications, I don't take pharmaceuticals, but I am smart. I use herbs and I use naturopathic remedies and anything like that to support my health. Now, whether I'm doing it as a paid job or whether I'm doing it as a private personal project, both apply, because I'm a workaholic and I'll work long hours. 12 hours is nothing unusual for me. Getting up at 5 in the morning is not unusual for me. And there comes a point where, yes, you paid the toll of that. And my eyes, although I've had eye surgery, I don't put it down to abuse. I put it down to old age. And it's something that had to be dealt with through surgery. But everything else, I think I've paid attention to it, be aware of it as an animator, because you are subject to repetitive stress injury. It's ridiculous, but just holding a pencil for hours and hours every day. Pencil is very light, so you think, how does that hurt you? It hurts you because your body is in a fixed position and you're only using a certain amount of muscle power, very limited muscle power, but you are, and it's concentrated, and you're trying to, when you're doing detailed work, I find I don't exactly tense my body, but I fix it in a position so my hand has freedom, but there's no body movement and whatever. That stuff takes a toll, and it takes a toll. For me, it comes out in the neck on the right side, and when I've done too much of that, okay, time for Qigong. I'll do some Qigong, and then it releases it. So is that kind of what you were asking, or?
Yes, and you've given me homework, because I tried Tai Chi ages ago, but now I've got to go, I got to go look this up, because that's interesting.
Okay, so on that fact, I wasn't trying to sell it to anyone, but on that fact, I can recommend, what I'll do is I won't tell you it now, but I'll send you the link to where I go. There's a Udemy course for Qigong that is done by a guy, and Lee something, Horton or something like that. And his course has got an introductory video, and basically that video is what you need to do every day. It's an exercise video, and you can follow it, and it's totally free. You don't even have to pay for his course. So that sounds kind of exploitative from my point, against him, but actually, once I realized that I really liked his set of exercises, I actually did pay for the course, even though I haven't done the course. All I wanted was that set of exercises. So I will share that link with you, and I can, from my perspective, confirm it's really valuable to do. It's valuable on many levels. It's valuable on the physical level, i.e. repetitive stress injury, but it's also focusing just psychologically, emotionally. It's a meditation. It's a moving meditation. And that's really good for the mind side of yourself, the inner self as well. So, I would heartily recommend that, and I'm happy to share it with you so that people can go and see the video and try it out, yourself included. And I will say one more thing. I will say, because it came up in my checkup this morning, that they gave me some eye tests, some basic, regular eye testing, reading the letters on the wall and everything. And they said, wow, it's quite amazing how good your eyes. You're not supposed to be that good yet. And I said, what do you mean? They said, well, you're 20/20. Even on the one that got surgery yesterday, you've got 20/20 vision right now. I said,
oh, wow.
Okay, is that normal? No, it's not normal. This is amazing. And I said, okay, so, and then that was the woman who was doing the test on me. And then the doctor came in, who's the assistant to the surgeon, came in and did some more tests on the softness of the eye, and they go through and look in and see what the scar tissue is, and so they can do a comparative thing. I have to go back in a week's time. And he said, your eyes are so amazing. We cannot believe how well you've gone so far. And he said, how do you do that? And I said, I don't. You did it. I didn't do it. but I said, I can honestly believe. I said, he basically said, you're our poster boy. And I said, I will honestly admit that I've been told that before. I've had one other surgery in my life, and also I had a condition which was a serious liver condition. It wasn't cancer or anything, but it was like sclerosis. And I was diagnosed by accident. I was in a car wreck, wasn't too badly injured, but I got whiplash in my spine, and I was trying to get it fixed with acupuncture and things. And I came across this woman whose husband was the chiropractor. He was the chiropractor, and she did Chinese medicine and acupuncture. And she said, generally, what's your health like? And I said, well, I get bloated. I get, when I eat, I feel bloated. And we should do some tests. So they did some tests. And anyway, so I had scans and I had blood tests, and they found that there was a sclerosis of the liver there.
Oh, wow.
And she said, if I was a regular doctor, I'd tell you there's probably not much I can do. I can give you drugs. I can give you pharmaceuticals of some kind. If it progresses, the next stage is a transplant, because there is no known. She said, however, I can help you. I promise you I can help you. So to cut a long story short, I had...
All right. So that was Master Tony White. Like I said, we have I think we talked about, oh, good grief. I think I want to say we almost talked about almost an hour. The plan was for us to talk like 10 minutes, because I'm like, dude, you're recovering from surgery. You're just like, no, I want to talk. And I'm going like, okay, cool. Tony White wants to hang out. I'm going to hang out with Tony White. So again, when we repost these starting on the 19th, you'll get to see the full or hear the full interview. Right now, I'm going to pull up. That is a really weird smell. Sorry. it's like suddenly, like, is there a perfume in the room? Right now, I'm going to pull up the next video. Mr. Joshua Leonard. See if we can catch back up on time here. I am happy to be sitting with... Okay, sorry about that. Let's try that one more time. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am happy to be sitting with the talented character designer and artist, Mr. Joshua Leonard. What's up, man? How goes it?
Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate this opportunity to come on and speak.
Awesome. Tell everybody tell everybody what it is that you do specifically. What your in short, why do you think I brought you onto the summit? You might actually know because I just told you, but what did you think the reason was when I first brought you on?
I think one of the main reasons is because I am a character designer, and I think you want me to tell my story and inspire people who are listening to kind of hear what and how I was able to, be where I'm at today, which I'm very grateful for.
Coolness. All right, so I have to tell the story. I was on LinkedIn, and I think we're already connected on LinkedIn because again, it's friends of friends, kind of networking and things like that. And I saw a post of yours because your work is very strong, very dynamic. And I saw a post of yours, and you were talking about, yeah, man, you guys look at this and you think, oh, I do this full time. It says, no, I still work at Home Depot. And it was just like, and I saw that, and I saw not only was it inspiring for me, I saw how inspiring it was for so many other people because everybody's just like, whoa, because you did it. You're like, you're not going either or. You're doing both, and doing both well because you were showing off your awards and everything at Home Depot. I'm like, okay. So, would you like to talk on that a bit?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I was raised, my father raised me to take pride in my work. Anything I touch, put my name on, take pride in it, whatever you do in life in general. And I went to school full time at the Art Institute. I graduated in 2018. So I was working full time at Home Depot then and going to school full time and running Leonard Studios. So I was working with professional athletes. And when I graduated, I was still working at Home Depot. I did Nickelodeon work while still working at Home Depot. And, I'm 15 years there and currently at Home Depot and Netflix. So with Netflix letting me work from home, I'm still able to just stack money up like that. But, the reason I made that post, excuse me, is because people see, like, when I do interviews and they see like magazine features and stuff like that, I think they think like, maybe I'm a celebrity, and I'm not at all, nor do I want to be. I really just want to be known as an artist who kind of creates characters and tells stories of people that are underrepresented. And so for me to be able to still continue to work full time and do this side work, I wanted people to know, like, look, even though I'm in these magazines or on these interview features and stuff like that, I'm still very humble, man. I mean, it's a humbling experience working a 9 to 5 at Home Depot and still coming home and then staying up another 4 or 5 hours just drawing, doing my stuff that I love, Team Supreme and all of that, and other clients' work as well. So it's just like I teach my daughter, like, you say you want something, how bad do you want it? And that's where I'm at. So I refuse to waste talent, and I do my best in anything I put my hands on.
Man, do you realize how hard it is to stay, like, I'm trying to stay, my boy Lamont was just messing with me on my interview voice. I'm trying not to scream and go, dude, did you just hear that? That was, damn, I need to write that down. I was like, yeah, man, dude, that is awesome. And it is incredibly inspiring. And, you gonna make me get off this interview and go do work. Damn. Appreciate that.
Nah, man, you good. I've been watching your videos for a long time, man.
Oh, wow, dude. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So can you tell me a little bit about, tell me and the audience a little more about Team Supreme? Yeah,
so Team Supreme, I had this idea back in 2009. I'm big on inclusion and diversity. I love people in general and the differences that people bring. And one thing about animation that I noticed, first of all, it's not very diverse. It's getting a little bit better now, but during the times I didn't see people with disabilities on screen. I didn't see many Black characters. I didn't see many Latino characters. So with that being said, I think the industry was less than 3% Black. Had less than 3% Black people working in the industry. So I saw that and I was like, man, this has got to change, man. So I wanted to really step out the box and create something so different and inclusive. And that's where that came from. Like, I know friends and family that have disabilities and mental illness, and it's serious. And I just wanted to make something so dope. Like, I'm gonna create superheroes, but they all have a disability, man. Like, their disability is their superpower, which is really all of us, because whether we want to believe it or not, we all have some form of a disability. And some of them you can see, some of them you can't. But I started doing research on all of these different type of disabilities. And, my main character he's on the autism spectrum, and just seeing what like that type of brain is capable of is unbelievable. And I was like, man, how come nobody has ever, there have been characters with disabilities, but not like I'm doing it. So I wanted to really do it a different way and just have an inclusive starting 5 team of kids with a disability who also have superpowers. So my whole universe will feature that.
I love that a lot, man. Just definitely looking forward to that. So my first question for you, what are your thoughts on the business of art and animation now versus 10 or 15 years ago? And what would you do differently given the chance, if anything?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the differences, to be honest, I don't really, sad to say, it's not much of a difference. Like, just recently, because of the George Floyd killing, now I think they kind of woke up a little bit and kind of giving people of color a chance to be seen and heard, and because we've been here, so so it's, and in no way, shape, or form do I feel like, oh, I'm the best artist out there. No way, not even close. But I do know other Black artists who are way better than me, and they don't even have the opportunity or the chance to get in the studio. So I've been turned down by pretty much all the studios except Nickelodeon and Netflix. Every single other one turned me down. So and that's fine. If somebody's better, then I have no problem with somebody being a better artist. But when I'm on LinkedIn and I see this artwork and I'm like, man, I can do this. It's kind of a slap in the face. So when I see that right now, and then 15 years ago, not really much of a difference. We can still tell that the writers' rooms are not diverse, just by the product that's being pushed out in these cartoons and in film. They're still creating Black characters that transform into objects or animals. So, stuff like that. Like, come on, man, you gotta. And people are, they'll say you got Princess and the Frog and this and that, and it's like, man, think about this is 2020, and we still talking about, oh, this is the first Latino led cartoon. This is the first Black led. Like, really, man? What? Me listen, man, as a character designer and a creator, it's my job to bring everybody together. That's what I thought this whole thing was. Cartoons bring everybody together, kids. So why not start with a diverse group?
Right.
And it's automatically winning. Your writer's room, get a diverse group. You write about real problems, everybody's opinion, and then that's how you make a dope storyline, man. So it's getting there, but I feel like that's why I was put here, to put some pressure on it, because stuff has to change in this industry, man.
Coolness. I heavily push that. I think the funniest thing for me, because I try not to, because they say like you can't really, for instance, on Facebook, if you post something, it's not about changing anybody's mind. It's just literally letting people know what tribe you belong to. And it's like, because no one's going to, seemingly no one changes their mind. So I often think about when it comes to with the whole George Floyd thing and everything, it's like all of a sudden, like, it feels like people are like, really, this has been happening? And occasionally I'll do stuff like post like an old Sanford and Son clip where they're talking about stuff then, or Richard Pryor in the 70s talking about the exact same thing. And it's going like,
same thing.
and it's
He's
like,
still doing
this ain't new. It's
Right.
like, welcome, but this ain't new. I was like,
Right. Yeah,
but yeah.
it's really sad, man. It really is.
So, and I'll say this also, and this is not a what's the word for it? I was talking with Rob Crum, who's also another one of our panelists, and we were talking about the idea of I would get on my students about this. What I love is you didn't simply go on to Facebook or go into LinkedIn or go on Medium and write this long post of why aren't they making this? You made it, and I'm like, thank you. It's like, because if you're thinking, oh, this, why ain't they making it? Why aren't they making any space movies with diversity? Make your own. It's like, especially with the so I think the one big thing we were talking about is how much technology has changed. Where I always give the example of Forrest Gump, which was awesome for the time, but an individual could put that together on their own computer between deep fakes and After Effects.
Man, absolutely.
Do your own thing. You'll be like, this is what really happened.
Exactly.
So coolness. Let me pop into another question here. I think it's funny talking to you because it's like I almost need to sit here with a yellow legal pad next to me because I'm going, there's other stuff I need to talk to you about, but I ain't gonna talk about it on camera because you get a nice little launch pad here. I like that.
Right.
Okay, so would you say that your artistic influences are more classic or are they more contemporary?
Oh man, good question. I think more contemporary. Although I have, I studied a lot of old stuff. I love, what's his name? The animator, Glenn Keane. I love Glenn Keane. I love his line work. Chuck Jones, old school stuff.
Yes.
But then there's a lot of new stuff I like as well. A lot of dope artists out there that I like to study and learn from. And then life in general. Like I love exaggerated features, big nose, big lips, long necks, hard lines, almost like an architecture would draw, with the straight lines, edges. And so I like to play around with stuff. So probably more contemporary for sure.
Cool. There was like did you see the recent Klaus cartoon?
Absolutely. Yeah, man. Spawn Studios. Shout out to Spawn Studios.
Yeah, good Lord. The first time I saw when they first were doing tests before Netflix even noticed it.
Yeah, I applied for it, man. Long time ago. Yeah.
So the fact I love when you look at that and how each character was its own different shape. It didn't look like. Oh man, it was
unbelievable. That's a gorgeous film, and I tell people, look, man, if you ain't gonna watch it for nothing else, watch it for the beauty, the technology. I mean, they made a 2D film look 3D.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And let's be clear, they did it well.
Right, yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that do. I think they'll do stuff, and you'll be like, "Oh, well, bless your heart. Thank you for your attention and trying.
Yeah,
here's A for effort."
Yeah,
they came in and was like, "Excuse me while I whip this out." I was like, "Dang, man!"
Yeah.
It's like
gorgeous film, deserved all the awards it won. Shout out to Spy Studios, amazing job, amazing.
Okay. If you could snap your fingers right now and suddenly be working and or directing on your dream animation project, what is it? And does that dream ever change?
Man, that's the easiest question you've asked me, man. It's Team Supreme all day. It's this one, man. And that's right around the corner. It's coming.
Okay.
I'm blessed to be working with Jason Weaver and Lena Waithe and Hillman Grad and Giselle on this project. Shout out to Rishi and Hillman Grad and Jason Weaver and Lena Waithe. They're my producers, and we're in the pitching phase of this right now. So it's just a matter of time, brother. I got a call with them next week. So it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing.
Coolness, man. And again, that's an inspiration. I think I'm passionate about this because I'll see people complaining about stuff, or for lack of a better reference, we were I think Rob and I were talking. We even brought up Tyler Perry. I have friends that love, I have friends that love him, and then people that hate him, and they'll sit there and talk about stuff all day, and I'm like, but what are you What are you making? It's like, are you making something? Either that, or matter of fact, here's my. I got a time out in your interview for a PSA.
Okay.
If people are for the people out there who are saying I hate this artist, or I hate this musician, or even I hate this politician, quit giving your energy to what you hate.
Yep.
Instead, matter of fact, I'll give a good one for you. I'm not going to call out the particular chicken franchise, but understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Don't keep flooding timelines talking about how much you hate this particular brand of chicken or whatever. You need to post about their competition only and go, that's, are you going to do that? Or it's like either that or go make your own chicken. One of the own things. So, okay. I'm getting off my soapbox now. My bad. So I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Not even for $25K would I draw / animate blah. And what is blah, if anything? And let me be clear, it is a reasonable request. It's not like somebody said, make me a feature-length film for $25K. It's a reasonable request. Matter of fact, it's even generous. But what would you say, I can't do that?
The $25K. Oh, man.
Yeah, it used to be 250, but I said let's make it worse. Let's drop the number because people are like, that's a realistic thing, because somebody could come up to you and go, hey, I got this. What say you?
For $25K. So my thing is, I love art. Period. I'm not in it to be rich or nothing like that, but I still have to eat and feed my daughter. So if somebody came up to me and said they had $25K for me to make it like 10 episodes, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, like I said,
animation.
Yes. No, like I said, the thing will be, it's not so much the amount of work, the amount for whatever they're paying. Let's say if it was just even, like I said, it's a realistic number. So
Got you.
So it's not like somebody's telling you to do like episodes or something like that. They're literally going, this is the job that you would normally get paid $25K for. As a matter of fact, let's make it worse.
Okay.
So if it was a job that you would normally get paid maybe 10 or 15K for, but they came in and said, here's $25K. And you're going, oh, so this is really nice.
Yeah.
Is there a line that you don't cross for that?
Yeah, like you talking about like a project, like a specific yeah. Sure, yeah. So mainly things where it goes against my beliefs, you know, making fun of people with disabilities, you know, racist cartoons, stuff like that. Like just certain things that I would speak up about in general, period. Like even like I said, when you're watching TV shows and cartoons and animated movies, you're like, man, what was there no black person to step up and say, this is not right? This is wrong. We don't act like this.
Right.
You know, so it's stuff like that, man. I'm like, nah, no amount of I can't do that. So things that would make me that would go against my my beliefs, you know, and morals.
Okay. I was saying, I was joking with one of my buddies, Abis. We were both kind of talking about this, where there are certain things that I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do it. But there are other things. It's like, okay, I'm not going to do it under my current name. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, but you won't put Tony Ross or Tony Teach on this one. It's
Absolutely.
like,
yeah.
That's my boy Pookie that did that one.
Yeah. Nah, it's like that right now, man. With me, I can't. I'm like, hey, I can't be seen over there. I make kids cartoons, okay?
Yes, exactly.
No way, man. Nope.
Cool. So it's like, who's it? Actually, somebody who pulled that off, Robert Rodriguez.
Okay.
pulled off Sin City and Spy Kids at the same time, and I'm going, those are two different ends of the spectrum.
You sure did. You sure
And
did.
so
Yeah.
that's why he's on my imaginary board of directors. Whenever I think
Yeah.
about stuff, I got to look at him and go, now that's how you hustle.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
By the way, shout out to Lamont Russ, one of the other panelists, and my good friend, who's giving me issues about how I code switch when I'm interviewing, because I'm definitely code switching currently. So so anyway, for those of you who don't know what I just said, Google it.
Yeah.
Okay, so my last question for you, sir. With respect to staying on task during a project, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what do you do to actually push past it?
Absolutely. Great question. I definitely struggle with depression and stuff like that, man. You know, just last month, my older brother passed away of pneumonia at 41 years old. So he's the one that taught me how to draw, actually, when I was a kindergartner. So that was rough time for me. It's still rough today. You know, we have his memorial next month.
Oh, wow.
But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? What makes me push past it is like, man, he would want me to, you know, he's not going to be like, oh, yeah, just cry for me. He'd be like, man, go finish this job, man. You know, This is what you wanted your whole life. Go finish it. Do what you put here to do and make it happen. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Is you kind of got to just chalk it up. And even though it's painful, you just got to keep going, man. Like, this is what I love to do. This is what I wanted to do, you know. This is why I'm here, so I'm gonna make it happen by any means necessary.
Dang, son. Okay, that was one. And I try not to. I try not to do. I don't. I try not to speak on anything on that because I hate sounding cliche. So I bid you peace on that. I guess I can say that without. And you seem like you're already like handling your business on that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, dude, it's been an honor chatting with you, and the running gag this summit, because this is the second time we've done it. The running gag. I was chatting with Mark Simon about the fact that I have brought all these people together because they're questions that I've had mostly about how do I deal with stuff. So it's like, this is all about me. I might be making it like public, but like, hey, what's up, man? I got this problem with this. How you handle it? Okay, cool. I'm gonna write that down. So yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. And dude, we got to do this again. I've got to have you over on Tony Teach, and man, I'm definitely looking forward to this project and seeing where it goes, man.
Thank you so much for having me, man. Like I said, I've been watching you for a long time. Even when I was a student at the Art Institute, having to watch your Toon Boom videos and all of that, man. So I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I'm honored.
Dude, that's shoot. You have to give. It's like we're it's cool when you can actually fanboy on each other.
Yeah.
It's like I'm like, dude. You know, okay, cool. You know me, cool. I know.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm going to let you go. And what else do you got going on? Where do we find you on social media and all other fun stuff?
Social media, I'm Joshua Leonard. That's IMJOSHUALEONARD. And that's Twitter and Instagram. And both of those you can find all my other Team Supreme accounts, websites. So and that's pretty much it, man. I appreciate everybody listening in and for this opportunity to come on and speak, man.
Awesome. All right. Well, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. It's going to be signing off. Go ahead and say bye, sir.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Alrighty. So, we are back. And who's up next? What time is it? Did I ever catch up? Dang, I'm still running behind. So next up is Irene Strakowski. She is talking about world building, and the thing I love about this summit is the fact that when I reach out to people, I will reach out to them. For instance, I've reached out to people who do some incredible Toon Boom rigs, because you know me, I'm all about Toon Boom, even when they weren't a sponsor. But they'll come on and go, "Hey, I want to talk about how to start your own animation company," and my response is, "Great, let's do that." I could reach out to somebody and they'd be like, "I want to teach you my, I don't know, cherry cheesecake recipe." Okay, cool. While you're talking about that, I'm going to ask you animation questions. Is that cool? So that's the way it runs. So when I reached out to Irene about joining us, and try not to ramble too much, but when I was trying to get, because I try to keep a balanced, kind of a balanced, what's the word I'm looking for? Male, female, black, white. Like, I want to have everybody kind of. This is the We Are the World of animation. Even though, in my opinion, the animation field isn't there yet, my summit is going to be. So, when I had, I think back to back, I had several young ladies with timing conflicts or scheduling conflicts drop out, and my ratio went way, way off. And I was like, crap. And so I reached out to some of my colleagues, because it's about who do you know and trust, and who do they know and trust. And two people simultaneously reached out to me last year and said to try to get Irene. And I couldn't catch up with her last year, but I am so happy that I got to have her here this year, because when I say that she is intense as far as her work, I mean, dang, almost want to make me rethink my career. That's how good she is. So enough of me rambling. Here is, let me turn this one off. Here is Irene Strakowski. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I get the privilege of hanging out with the incredibly busy, very, very talented Miss Irene Strakowski. What's up?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Okay. So, little backstory that you may or may not know of. I was trying to get you on the summit last year because I was trying to make sure. I try, whether people know this or not, there was a lot of behind the scenes that go on with putting on the summit. One, because it's me, myself, and I that said, hey, let's do this idea. Let's interview these people. Let's edit this. Social media, all the stuff is on me. So one of the things that I try to do is I like to have a balance of whether it's male to female, black, white. I try to keep the summit as equally as diverse as possible. Not that I'm doing quotas, but it's like at the same time, if I start noticing that one side is getting heavier than the other, like last year's summit, it was just like, dude, this is not a dude fest. I've got to really, and I kept reaching out, and I kept having everyone. I kept my dropouts. Like I had no guys drop out, but I had back-to-back ladies drop, and I was just like, I really need to replace people really quick. So I'm reaching out to, again, people I know and trust. I'd already done interviews with both Tony Grillo, and I'd already done an interview with Lamont Russ, and both of them almost simultaneously are like, you need to reach out to Irene. It's like, really? So I was like,
I'm very flattered by that.
So we finally have you this year on the summit. So I am so super psyched because, again, your reputation precedes you. So.
Oh my! I feel the pressure. Now I must perform and not show everybody that I actually don't know what I'm doing at all. But I will endeavor to prove myself.
Coolness. Okay, so do me a favor. I am curious. Mm-hmm. Actually, can you give me a little bit? We can already see on the screen what you're going to be presenting, which I am super excited about. Yes. But can you give me a little demo, or not demo? Tell me about your bio. That's the word I'm looking for. The other O word.
Bio.
Who are you?
Sure. I don't know if you mentioned my full name. My name is Irene Strakowski. I go by Rini Draws online, and I suppose how long a bio should I? I don't talk about myself a lot. in short, I am from Taiwan. I moved to the States to study art and comics and animation a few years ago. I'm not going to say how long ago because that'll give away just how old I am. And I'm getting to the point where I'm sensitive about that. But I ended up staying in the States and moving back and forth to Taiwan and back, but mostly in the States. And I now work at a day job in animation. I started out in animation working on Archer, and then at the same studio I worked on Chosen and several other TV shows, so television animation. I bounced to, that was right after graduation, I bounced to doing casino games and mobile games for a few years, and then to comics, and now I'm back working in animation. I do storyboards and character designs currently for my day job, but in the evenings I work double time on comics because I am building my own fantasy franchise, and that's what you see on the screen right now. It's a comic called Fiendish. So that's what I do.
Awesome. So yeah, I am in awe of your work ethic, and it's like, and then on top of it, it's like, and it looks good. I guess it would look good if you're constantly working on it versus me, which is kind of feast or famine. So it's like,
right, yeah. I mean, when I look at my work, all I see is I need to improve. It's not good enough. So it's all I see are flaws. But I'm flattered that people think it's good. It's, you know how artists are. We always want to be better.
Definitely. Okay, so if you can do me a favor, do you know how to take your PDF full screen? There should be a little, or a presentation mode or something. I think it goes that way.
Apparently, I'm a grandma. How do I do this? Full screen. Read mode? Is it?
There.
That's a little better.
Yes, that'll work.
Okay, is that okay?
Yes, that works.
Okay, cool.
All right, so I will leave it to you, and I'm going to be interrupting you occasionally with my questions. So
Okay. So I suppose I'll just dive right into it. Let me see. I have some notes on the side because I have a lot to say. I will should have everything in line. All right. So it has been suggested to me that since I'm really into world building and I'm working on this giant comic project, that and I've done such a thorough job building this world for my original fantasy world, I should do a presentation on that subject. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'd like to introduce everyone to the basics of world building specifically for fantasy projects. And let's see. World building is an endeavor that, frankly, comes in many different levels. It's something that I want to address. After all, if your story is set in a world that is exactly like our own, except for like a couple of superpowers, then you don't need to do as much work as something like Lord of the Rings, for example. But for this presentation, I'm going to use the world that I built from the ground up for Fiendish as an example, since it's obviously something that I know the ins and outs of very well, and hopefully by presenting something that required fairly detailed and hefty world building, I'll be able to cover more bases, and everyone watching can choose the specific parts of this demo that they can use and expand on it or dial back as they feel comfortable with.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, see. I'm not fantastic at this.
No.
I don't present things a lot, so but I will do my best.
Like I said, no pressure. It's like you look at it this way. What is it? The thing of, you know more about this than I do. So
right. Okay.
You have to look at it that way. You're not presenting. You're not presenting to a room of you. You're presenting to a room of people like so.
Right. I guess, artists are all the worst critics. So like in
definitely.
my mind, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm never doing a good enough job. So, okay, cool. All right. Let's see. So next page. And as you probably saw on the page before, this is the full map that I built for the world because I'm a crazy person, but trust me, this is all necessary for my story because I have a very big and expansive story and the characters travel everywhere. So I actually do have to do like very, detailed world building for everything. So this map is specifically for the section of my world where the story does take place. I do have it's pure fantasy. So it has nothing to do with our universe or our Earth, though I am taking some inspiration from historical cultures and using it as inspiration, taking bits and pieces of it and kind of rearranging it in my world. But it's obviously this looks nothing like our actual Earth, right? But not everyone's work will necessitate this. So another KPI, I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot.
No worries.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question while you're thinking about that.
Some questions back at me. I'm really not sure where to start.
Okay, so are you just kind of the names are really interesting to me because it's like are you just kind of going, this sounds like a cool name? Or I know for me, whenever I have a crazy idea, I'm just throwing down names or concepts into like a Google Doc and then just using them later. Is it just like, oh, that sounds cool, or oh, this actually means this? Or how did you actually do the names?
Oh yeah, that is a great question. The names are more or less just words that I thought sounded cool most of the time, but I also made sure that they matched the cultural area that the location of the cities are based in. So I was very careful about making sure that, all the different cultures and the languages on all the areas, I thought about all of these aspects of what kinds of peoples lives in which areas and what kind of cognates would that be with our real world. So, see, for example, up north, names like Maseniabursk or Pelkanora sound Slavic, and that's the part of my world where I take a lot of inspiration from Slavic culture. But down south, it's more Turkic. I have an area world that's more Persian. So I do some research. There are a couple names that are from historical location names and maybe changed up a bit. But that's my general process for determining names.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Very cool.
And I suppose next I'll just talk about some basic rules for world building. Okay. So the first rule to remember is that your world needs to be built around your story. This sounds probably really basic, but I think a lot of people get carried away with their world building and forget that the theme of the story comes first. So everything that you do for world building needs to serve your story. Make sure you know what your story is and what the themes are, and never forget that. Always keep that in mind. So story always comes first. So once you determine the premise of your project, then everything from the character designs to the dialogue to architecture to the coloring needs to be consciously constructed in service of that starting point. And for example, my story, Fiendish, is a tale that revolves around revenge and truth-seeking. The main premise is that my characters encounter otherworldly demons that no one has seen before. They think the demons must have been summoned by a person, so they go on a journey to find out who brought forth the demons and how to put an end to the demon infestation. This premise plays well into my interests already. I like horror and mystery and ancient eldritch things. So the next step after I figure this premise out is how to design a world that will magnify those topics. A la establishing the basics. And let's go to the next one. And this is the map of all the general different cultural areas. Again, this makes me look like a crazy person, but that's okay. I've fully embraced that at this point. So establishing the basics means laying down the geography and socio-political boundaries for your world. And when I made this map for Fiendish, the first thing I considered was a real world time and place that supplemented the mood I wanted. Long story short, I chose a rather ancient time period around 300 BCE, which seems sufficiently esoteric and also not commonly represented in fantasy. Because a lot of fantasy, as we know, is kind of medieval, usually European. And I wanted to do something that was both older and kind of a little like I'm taking from Eastern European to like Turkic and right around the Caucasus Mountains. So more like Northern Middle East to Russia. So I wanted to represent a different time period and some different cultures than what you would normally see. And then after I had figured out my inspiration for my world, as I built the map, I was always thinking about how to place important settlements in the way that matched my plot and making sure things like travel time aligned with the storytelling. So, of course, due to spoilers, I can't get into too much detail about that. But do remember that you should always be thinking about the order by which locations you create are introduced to the viewers and if it flows with your plot. So try to see things from the point of view of your viewer all the time as you work.
I have one question to avoid you doing spoilers.
Okay.
I have a huge, and I can almost anticipate this question, so I'm going to see if I can throw it out there.
Okay.
How are you creating these maps? Did you just kind of go, okay, I'm going to do this layer in Photoshop and then just kind of brush it up from there? Are you playing with some sort of map software, or how did you go about that?
I do know of some map softwares that are pretty good. I can't remember the names of them now, or if I did, I would recommend it. But this is done in Photoshop because I don't know. I'm one of those people that I don't even switch to Manga Studio just because I'm so used to Photoshop, I guess. I don't know. I feel old now. But yeah, this is just Photoshop. Like a lot of the mountains and the effects are done with like bevels and, I use little tricks like that. But then like the trees and a lot of like the details are all painted on. So yeah, this is Photoshop, but there are ways of expediting that process that aren't, that make life not painful. Yep. Like, don't be me. Use actual programs made for making maps.
It's like, it's the same time, it's like, yeah, I could probably find a program that can do that. And at the same time, it's again, I was chatting with this with so many of the panelists. You all will say things like, oh yeah, I did in Photoshop. And it's like, I hate you. It's so, what do you mean you did it in Photoshop? It's like,
I made it in Photoshop. I do everything in Photoshop. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Wow, really? No, it's anything but terrible. It's like, oh, you did all the textures and that in Photoshop. Of course you did. Okay, great.
Yes, I just know it so well. There's no need to switch to anything else. Anyways, yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. And I guess I'd just like to address a couple of basic tips. Maybe I should switch back to the previous map. Okay, so just some tips about like building maps in general, as I've seen some of these problems in maps from other world builders who are starting out, and also these are mistakes that I made when I was first drafting this world. And by the way, this is like the fifth or sixth. I've done like 10 versions of the script. You're not going to get things right the first time, and if the sooner you accept that, the easier your life will be. And it's okay to make mistakes and have to totally start over, which is what I've done. So a couple basic tips that'll help whoever's listening and make your life a lot easier. And this might seem like a silly reminder, but make sure your rivers flow from a high place downwards and don't have them apparate out of flat land. Also, rivers don't split on their way down to the ocean unless occasionally like in a delta. This is like a weird thing that happens a lot in fantasy maps and is always wrong. Rivers always join together from like smaller and smaller streams joining to a larger stream, and then they drain out into the ocean. And also about placement of cities and settlements. As you'll notice from looking at just historical maps, large cities are usually by the water. So unless your world is super high tech, large settlements are going to be on shorelines, riverbanks, or if it's in a desert, put them by like an oasis. And you can have small settlements in the middle of nowhere, but like large major trading spots and like capitals are usually going to be on the coast or by a river, because also not just it's not just due to the fact that water is essential for survival. In a pre-industrial world, water and the ocean serve as the highways of the world. So that's the fastest way people could travel in ancient times. So that's another reason. That's something to keep in mind. So yeah, those are just a couple of tips.
Sweet.
Yep.
I'm liking that.
Any questions?
I do have a question. It's not
All
related
right.
to it's not related to world building, but I'll hit you with a world building one in a second.
Okay.
I do have a question for you. What 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What's in that blank, if anything?
2D animation. I think it's I'm not sure how to express what I want to answer, but I'm one of those people that misses sort of classical American animation a lot. And, not that I don't appreciate what we can do now, like at the company I'm working at now, Floyd County Productions, we work with Harmony, and, we're the company that produces Archer, and that's done in After Effects. And, and actually, I can't say anything about the project we're working on now, but it's a Marvel show and it's animated in Harmony and it looks fantastic. But, I really miss the look of old 2D animation and stuff like just Mulan was like one of my favorite movies and stuff like Lion King. So, I think more realism, but I know that's just a personal taste, but I think, we need more of a balance, and I'd like to see more of both like simplified animation but also realistic stuff, because I'm a big proponent of animation not just being for kids. So I think if we had more realistic animation and more mature animation, that would be really great for the industry.
Coolness. That is a popular subject that's coming up right now because of where it talks about, especially in America, where all mature or all animations for grown-ups are pretty much comedy. And it's like, okay, but where's the drama? Where's the fantasy? Where's all these different things? And that is a conversation that's been held. It's been held a lot. And because of the current, I'm trying. What word do I even use for that? Because of the current, I'll just call it the lockdown. It's like there's
don't know anymore.
Yeah, it's because of the. I don't want to say plague, but the situation at hand. Because of that, there have been, and my colleague wouldn't tell me what it was, and maybe legally they couldn't. But there was something that was supposed to be scheduled to be live action, and when the lockdown came in, they said, okay, let's make a 2D animation. And we're like, cool. And it's like, how cool was that made that shift?
Awesome.
I know, right? It's like, and it's not that I'm excited that, oh, wow, camera people aren't doing their thing or don't get to do their thing anymore. It's not that. But we're talking literally my main question or theme of questions from last year, the last year's summit was, is 2D animation dead? And then all of a sudden we are at the situation at hand and 2D animation is blowing up because it's like, oh, we were going to shoot this 30-second commercial, but we can't. How do we still get this done?
Right.
And so
I've heard that as well. That a lot of, I noticed that a lot of like music videos and commercials are suddenly animation. I'm like, I know why, because I'm working at home and my friends in film are not. They're out of work. And I'm not happy about it, but.
Right.
Yeah. Who would have known? I know a few years ago it was like probably like when I was starting college, that was right around the time where everyone was saying 2D animation was gone. Like you had to learn 3D, and the 2D department was getting cut, and nobody was training for 2D animation.
Right.
And I was really sad about that because I grew up in Asia, coming from anime, and I was like, 2D animation is awesome. I want to see more of it. But it's. Again, I'm not glad that a plague brought about, sort of revival of 2D animation at all. But, I am hoping that maybe this will revive people's interest in the medium. That'll be great.
Coolness. All right. Did you want to go to your next slide?
Oh, I'm sure. Let's see. The next one I have prepared is this. which is my language map. So
Wow. Okay.
right. Whenever I talk about this, I'm just not sure if this is interesting to anybody else. But you can determine this. You can determine this after the fact. And if it sounds crazy, you can just please cut it out. So I trust you. So now for fleshing out the lives of the people who live in this world. I'm interested in very ancient cultures around the Caucasus region and just north and south of it, like I mentioned before. So cultures like the Indo-Europeans, Scythians, Anatolians, and Assyrians and stuff. And I'm really interested in like ancient history, obviously, and I'm big on linguistics. So I decided to use those real cultures and that specific point in time as a reference for the civilizations in my world. And here you see a map overdrawn with a bunch of crazy person notes about what real world cultures each region in the world of Fiendish would closely resemble. I would love to explain all of these one by one, but that would take all day, so I will try to simplify things. This map is both a cultural and a linguistic map, and what we have to keep in mind for fantasy is that in a world without mass communication and widespread global travel, language and culture are closely tied. So you're not going to have, say, for example, in the United States, we speak English, but we're not, people who live in the United States are from all over the world. That is only possible with widespread global travel and really expedited, immigration. Like the United States was settled in like 200 years or something. So in a pre-industrial world without large migration events and, where people tend to like just stay in the area where they grew up, languages and cultures are closely tied and it's geographically linked. So, with that in mind,
Making sure you're doing your homework and not playing around on that.
Alrighty. So, that is Irene Strakowski. We are getting ready to go up or see if we can catch back up. And again, in case you are just catching on to this, the entire all of the interviews in their entirety are going to be posted in our YouTube playlist starting on October 19th. We are going to have a little live lunch party. We'll probably do another weird panel that day because I don't know. We'll see how that goes. This is Sleepy Tony talking, so we have to see how conscious Tony thinks about that idea. But there may be a subject we're going to talk about, but we'll email everyone. Meanwhile, I'm going to pull up Mr. Elliot Cowan. So, I'm going to find this video. If you've ever watched, I was telling Lamont Russ, if you've ever watched, what is that? The Big Bang Theory, there's an episode where Amy Farrah Fowler kind of destroys the Indiana Jones story. And it was just like, yeah. So I bring it up because of something Elliot said about movies. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I hate you. And then I told Lamont Russ, and he's just like, oh my gosh, I hate you. I said, I know, right? So you'll see what I'm talking about. Love Elliot, though. He's awesome. Hold on. Here we go. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am here today with Mr. Elliot Cowan, animator, filmmaker, Australian person. What's up, dude?
Hey,
How
buddy.
goes it? So glad for you to join us today. If you could,
Yeah.
give me a bio, give me your background, and tell me why you think you were invited today.
My bio. Well, I'm from Australia. I'm from Melbourne, which is in the south, and then I moved to Tasmania for about 12 years, where I was making mostly terrible television commercials. I'm giving you a very short version of a much longer story. After about 12 years, I moved to London, where I worked for Uli Meyer Animation mostly. and started making some short film projects. And those films started screening all around the world. Then I met my lovely wife. Hey, here's my son running through in his underpants. Say hi, buddy. And then I met my lovely wife, who's in Queens, and I moved to New York, where I continue to make films, make art every day. I paint, I draw, I sculpt. I ended up making an animated low-budget feature with the Romanian government. And that's pretty much me up to date. I do a lot of teaching, too. That's the very brief version of my long story. And why do you think I'm here? My guess is I do some work with Cartoon Saloon, and their film Wolf Walkers just premiered in Toronto to much applause, and I suspect that is where you got a whiff of me.
Definitely. Yes, dude. The style on Wolfwalkers is just like, yes. It's just, I don't know. I think that it reminds me, for lack of a better reference, there are some old spaghetti westerns where you could stop at any moment, and it was just like this beautiful picture.
Sure.
And that the style, it's like, I think that the whole style of that is like, it's these animated illustrations, and it's just like really,
very
really
beautiful film.
Yes.
I contributed a bunch of production art to the very early stages of the film. So anything beautiful that's in the film that you've seen in the trailers has nothing to do with me, I'm sorry to say, other than perhaps the spirit that I gave to the film in the first place spread throughout all the wonderful international people working on it.
Coolness. About how long was that? Were they actually even working on that?
Oh, let me guess. I would say, I think 2015 might have been the first time it was discussed with me, and my contribution is from a distance. I've got this situation where Tom Moore, who is one of the directors of that film, is a very close friend of mine. And so I think it's useful for them to have a person outside of the studio to have a look and see if a different brain is thinking the same way or is seeing different things. So unlike Song of the Sea, which is their previous film, which I think had a pretty slick production schedule, I think that all came together pretty quickly. It did actually take a long time to nail down the story of Wolf Walkers. It was very different. The first draft I read was very different. There were more male characters. The hero of the film was a little boy. Then we changed that to a little girl, and that changed a lot. And it was very troublesome, I think, to get the story right. I haven't seen the finished film myself, but I gather everything's been tidied into place. But it was a film that I think I saw probably 8 versions of the animatic and probably 4 or 5 versions of the script, I think, over that sort of 3 years pre-production period. So that one took a little while to get together, I think. It was not an immediate, wasn't a neat, tidy lunch all at once.
Interesting. So would you say that, is it normal that, in your experience, is there just as much time or more time in writing and development than there is in the actual creation of it?
Oh, I couldn't say exactly, but I'm pretty sure that if you look at all those giant films from Pixar, it's 3 years of agony and pre-production artwork and trying to get it to work, and 16 minutes of trying to get the film finished. That's reasonably common. I don't think Wolf Walkers quite had that schedule, but I think once you nail it, Wolf Walkers is a lower budget film than something like Toy Story 9. But so once I think they nailed it down, they just had to roll forward with it. I think that's the luxury that those big studio films have, is that they can spend so much time kicking things around without actually having to move forward too much.
Very cool.
It's also, I think, the downside to a lot of those films is that they just have so much time to mess around that the films lose urgency and they just get filtered and rebaked, and they take the last version and they rebake it into a new version and it just tastes like the old version and they throw it away and start again. I think there's a lot of that going on with big films.
I would heavily agree, and thank you for that.
That's why most big animated features all stink. That's why most big animated features all look exactly the same and have exactly the same story beats and are all the same movie over and over again.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very critical of most of big studio product.
That is, thank you. That is,
It's great. Some of it's great, but a lot of
Right.
it should be better.
There's an argument I used to when I was teaching. I was talking about where I think when this is. I remember giving a lecture to one of my to my students who were talking about. I think right when it wasn't the animated feature, it was heavily visual effects. When the first Matrix came out, and they're like, it was really, really good, but they were talking about how limited of a budget they had to work with.
Yeah.
So there are all these tricks they had to do to make it work, and so they had to think more. And my argument was, yes, they had to think more, and then when it did well, they started throwing all this extra money, and it felt like to me they said, "Cool, we don't have to think. Let's just CG everything." And then it was just like, "Oh my god!" The second and the third one were just like, this is terrible."
Have you ever done any like stage work? Have you done any like local theater or anything like that?
In my youth, yes.
Right. So I often feel these big films are very much like a big, expensive version of like local theater, where everyone's involved and everyone's having a jolly time and everyone's working on the film, and they like it because they're doing it, not because the finished film is great. So they're all involved. It's a special club where you feel good about hanging out with some people who are doing similar things, and you got your special little cliques within that group. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure the films are always that great.
That is, I wish I could go, no, I heavily disagree with that. It's like,
I mean, look, there's some great films out there. I don't want to poo-poo every film ever made.
Right.
There's some Pixar films that people don't like at all, and I think are pretty good. I like that dinosaur film quite a lot, but which everyone seems to hate. But I don't know, Toy Story 4, Toy Story 3, I couldn't care less about any of that stupid stuff.
Yeah, there's oh my gosh, there's a brilliant thing Ralph Bakshi was talking about when he kept talking about why do you keep rehashing the same story over and over.
Yeah, well, if you look at it, I mean, broadly speaking, most animated films, but really Pixar in particular, are annoying character and a straight character go on an adventure and rescue someone and have a chase. That's most of their films.
Wow.
That's not all of them, but that's most. That is Up. That's an annoying character and a straight character and go on an adventure and have a chase and rescue someone. That's Toy Story 1. It's Toy Story 2. It's Toy Story 3. It's Monsters Incorporated. It is Finding Nemo 1 and 2. I mean, it's a common theme, and you can make it work. But this is the studio who claims story's king, and that's the same thing, really. Their most recent film, what was it called? Onward. That's an annoying character, a straight character, go on an adventure and have a chase, and there's a rescue, and blah, 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 blah. People poo-poo DreamWorks, right? But at least their films were kind of like more interesting. They didn't really have a studio style as such.
Right.
I mean, some of those films are great. I like all those Kung Fu Panda movies. Quite like, what's the superhero one they made? I quite like that one too.
Megamind? Yeah.
I quite like Megamind.
I like if I like Megamind except for one thing.
What's that?
The way the female characters looked.
Oh, it's horrible. Yes, it's horrible.
I was like, did they get smacked in the face with a bat? Oh my gosh.
I don't know. What was thinking was
And
that?
apologies if any of my panelists or friends actually designed that face. I'm just saying, it was a weird. It's like, what happened there? I don't know.
Very surprising design, and I don't think you'd see it these days. Not like that. I don't think that character would exist unless it was like a parody. I don't think.
Yeah. Coolness. Okay, I'm going to throw out my first question to you.
Oh.
What is the hardest no that you've ever had to give to a client?
Okay, let me have a think. I haven't worked strictly commercially in a while, but the thing that leaps to mind immediately is I spoke earlier about making some short films. I had made these. I took what was supposed to be a book project to the UK, The Stressful Adventures of Box and Roundhead, and no one wanted to publish the book. But I was kind of invested in the characters, and I wanted to keep on with that, so I made some short films out of it. And to cut a long and really boring story short, I ended up being offered money from the Romanian Film Office to make a feature with the characters. But before I made the feature with that characters, they wanted me to make another film. And And I knew that if I made that film, they probably wouldn't give me the money to make the film I wanted to make. So I had to turn them down. And then the guy who was producing, my LA producer, really hounded the shit out of me to do it. And that was very hard to turn down because I knew that I might get the money for the film I wanted to make, but I wasn't sure. But that is immediately the thing that comes to mind the most. That's the one that I didn't want to do. In the end, they gave me the money anyway. I don't know how that happened. I think they just realized I was refusing point blank to do it. I actually feigned illness to get the guy off my back. I was like, "Oh, I've been in hospital. That's why I haven't called. Chest pain." It's the only way I could get him off my back. So that was probably the hardest one to turn down because I really wanted to make that little film, and I had no idea where else the money was going to come from. So that was probably the hardest. Yeah.
Okay. My next question.
I should point out, generally speaking, if anyone has any money, I'll take it. Well, it leads to the next question, of course.
It leads to the next question. Yes, this is perfect.
Okay.
Not even for $25K or 25 pounds, however you want to look at it.
Well, I'm Australian, so we have dollars.
Okay, dollars, cool.
Sure.
Not even for $25K would I draw or animate blank. What's in that blank? And let me be clear.
Sure.
The amount is, it makes sense for what they're asking. They're not asking you to do a feature-length film for this, but actually it makes sense, and actually it's quite generous for what they're asking. What would be your no, if anything?
I read this question a little differently, actually. That's funny.
Okay.
I had read this like, I would not animate anything for the Republican Party. That was
well, yes, it is kind of leaning toward that because some people.
No, that's pretty much it. I would pretty much do for 25 grand. I'd pretty much do anything, but anything that involved the repression of women or minorities or really anyone really, I would. That'd be a flat no. And if I did it, I'd be compelled to deliberately do a underhanded satirical version, which would undoubtedly lead with me being taken to court and blasted. So that would be a absolute flat no. Anything that involves supporting anything malicious and contagious.
Definitely. I used to argue, and this is before it got so, I don't know, blatant.
Yeah.
I'm in about maybe 10 or 15 years ago, because I used to do a lot more political stuff. Mm-hmm. And I was telling my students and said, if you look at my portfolio, you're going, oh, well, you're a liberal or you're a Democrat. I'm going, I'm a capitalist. No Republican had paid me yet. Yeah. And again, but this is back when it was a little more sane than what it is currently. Right now, I had to leave both sides just because mentally it was so draining to work on it.
Oh, well, you're dealing with any big clients, and I'm sure, I did some political ads back home. At home in Australia, right? Just say you run a ad as some sort of political figure, right? Mm-hmm. Tony political party. Here in America, it says, at the end of the ad, it says, this ad was approved by Fred Smith, right?
Right.
In Australia, they have to write, this ad was approved by Fred Smith, who lives at 4 4th Street, 44th Avenue. If you want to put your name on it, you got to really, really own it.
Oh, wow. That is awesome.
Right? If you want to endorse, if you want to approve, if that's your job to approve the political ad, your name and address goes on there.
That is too awesome.
If you're saying something appalling and ridiculous, then hello, did you make that ad? There's a knock on the door.
I love that, man. That's cool.
That may have changed. I haven't lived there in a while, but it's tougher rules than with those sorts of things. I'd do something for the Democrats, assuming they weren't doing anything insane.
Right.
That's because I want to be supportive at the moment, not necessarily because I love them all. But the other side, it's very hard for me to feel. I couldn't do it. That's a hard sell for me.
Coolness. Okay. Everyone has always talked about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
Well, I can tell you it's a couple of things. I think I'm 46 in a month. So my age, there's a lot of Bugs Bunny, right?
Okay.
But here's the specific thing. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. and during the 60s and 70s, Melbourne in particular began to become a very multicultural place. Due to mostly immigrants from Europe and massive waves of immigrants from all over Asia, right? Mm-hmm. So they started a television station, which at the time was like, it was SBS, and at the time it was like the news from Greece, or like local sitcoms from Hong Kong, or as we moved through the 90s, you could watch the Iranian version of The Nanny, stuff like that.
Oh wow!
Yeah, right. It was that sort of thing. There'd be news from Brazil, that sort of stuff, from all over the world. Huge Greek population in Melbourne, so there's a lot of Greek stuff. Anyway, when I was a kid, on a Sunday afternoon between say like midday and 4, they ran animated shows from all over the world for like 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon. And I was in heaven because it was all stuff that I'd never seen before. No one else I knew was watching it because who wanted to watch weird foreign cartoons on a Sunday afternoon except for me? I loved it because I felt I'm the only one watching this. This is great. I'm the only one I know who is watching this. And there was probably 12 different shows. I don't even remember all of them that well. There was a Japanese show about water dragons that I loved. It wasn't really anime. It felt kind of cut out from memory. There was a bizarre sort of Czech version of The Muppet Show that also played on this that I loved. And if you look at it now, you can find a few clips online. It's called The Ixalan Show. If you look at it, it looks like it was made in like 1945. I can't believe it was like being made when I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
Those were all huge. The Muppets, big influence. But that huge chunk of animation on a Sunday afternoon was very influential to me.
Nice. Right.
I wish I could remember all of those shows, but I can't. There was also a Mexican Cantinflas series that I quite liked.
That is so surreal. It's like I'm with you on that. It's like the time travel. When I think about time travel, some of us it's like, if I could just remember what the name of that thing was, or where, just kind of go find that, or especially sometimes I'll get lucky and I'll try to look for it on YouTube, but then again, you're going, okay, was there someone out there who liked this just as much as I did and somehow put it online?
Well, yeah, but you know what's really great is when you type in show about a mouse that lives in a chicken on the moon. And then it's there.
Oh, I've never tried that. Okay.
It's like show about 3 monkeys living in the gym. And it's like, oh, my God, someone else knows it.
I had to do that with a children's book that I remember from grade school. And I remember the story being so awesome. And I kept going to librarians. Every time I met a librarian, especially, I'd go, do you know this story? Because I'm thinking they know everything. Do you know this story about this?
Remember what the book was?
Actually, of course, now it's oh my gosh. I just had it in my head. I had it in my head a second ago. But yeah, it had to do with this little kid who was pulling this wagon. And every day he had this whole wagon of sand, and there were these 3 guards that the one guard could actually see through things, and one guy.
Oh, I know it. I can't think what it's called either, but I know it.
Yes, I found it eventually, and it's like it's not Ferdinand it's something weird, but the idea was, these guards are like, oh, nothing could get past them, but it comes out where the kid at the end, every day he had a brand new wagon that he had stolen, and he just so they kept thinking it was the same wagon. So they're looking through the sand, going, "Where is this?" And the king basically was, "No, you need to be rewarded," or something weird like that.
Yeah, I remember. I think I remember.
Yeah, I found it at one point. I just got to go. It's Fitzgerald or something. It was something weird, but yeah. Okay, so my next question.
Mm-hmm.
If you could snap your fingers and suddenly change one thing about the 2D animation industry, what would it be?
Oh, gosh, that's a hard one. What would I change?
You're the first person I'm trying to decide on, so good luck.
That's a big question. What would I change? You know what would I change? I wish that... God, there's a list of things I would change. It has to be one thing.
Yes, one thing. I'm the genie. I'm going to give you one thing. What is it?
One thing I would change about 2D animation is that I wish this is what I would change about 2D animation is that I wish I was better at it.
Brilliant. I love it. Alrighty. So that was Elliot Cohen. And again, if you're just joining us, I think Elliot and I talked about probably about an hour or so. So all of the interviews in their entirety are going to be posted on YouTube in a playlist starting around October 19th. We will be putting out different announcements and everything about when things are going to be coming up. But what I want to pull up right now is a Harmony demo and us chatting. There's only 2 Harmony books that are out to the best of my knowledge. One was written several years ago by Adam Phillips. And currently, this other one, it's Ollie Putland did something on his Patreon where if you pay $5 a month, you get access to his behind the scenes, but also the book that he's building out. It's currently it's over 300 pages, and it's well done, and I mean well done. So it's to the point of envious, and me breaking out my Samuel L. Jackson thesaurus and explaining how I feel about him. So anyway, here's Ollie Putland. Okay, where is that file? Hold that thought. Did I put that in Thursday? Ha, there we are. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am with the very talented gentleman, Mr. Ollie Putland.
Hello.
Hello, dude.
Hello there,
What's going on?
Tony.
It's
what?
I've Okay, gonna pause this for a second because evidently I'm still pulling up the wrong thing. Please, and shout out to Ollie. Ollie, if you're watching this, 10,001 apologies. It's I know I edited this several times, but I misspelled Ollie's name. So, okay, so far, Steven Silver and Ollie Putland. Sorry about that. So, it is really weird. So I'm trying to pull which file, pulling the correct file. The information is correct, so ignore the fact that I have actually jacked up someone else's name. Okay, going back in. I first came across you, I think, I've seen a couple of your rigs, and then when you did the, oh my god, the freaking 80s rock jam, and...
Oh, what's that? I don't remember. What's
that? Are you messing with me?
Oh, that? Oh, yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Sorry, I didn't... My mind went somewhere else then.
It's well, no, it's the tutorial.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Totally
Is it Colgar?
Kilgar. Yeah, it's Harry Partridge's character, and he asked me to create a rigged version of his head, and I said yes. So
yeah. I have shared when people go, well, what are master controllers? Yeah. I gotta send you something. Watch this. And it's I remember watching that, and quite frankly, it was, again, I think back to college when I was an illustration major, and my roommate and I were both illustration majors. Oh. And if he did this work, I would look at it and it'd be so good. I would go, "You bastard!" And so it's and right, so we came up with this little thing. It's that's a 5 bastard piece. It's worth me calling you a bastard several times. And so I would say,
was going for, really, but
it's after watching that, it's let's just say, in polite terms, you surpassed the term bastard.
Oh my goodness!
I was I love this. I love this. I love this, and I hate you so much right now. It's because it explained it so well. You didn't even talk. Not to mention, you got a cool accent anyway. You didn't talk.
Thanks for that. No,
you didn't talk, and it's and it still explained it. And I'm going to do something on that level. You have to know what you're doing. So Yeah.
I think the inspiration behind that was I looked at videos on Instagram first. I'd done explainer videos before, but I'd done them more conventionally where I talk, and I'd had these cats that you can see in front of them. I had them sort of talking and adding bits and pieces to what I was saying to kind of enrich it rather than just me waffling on. But what I'd originally intended was for it to be far more like a kind of pop video feel, where you explain something, you know, quite thoroughly. There's still a few bits left out, but it is quite thorough. But it is actually done in a very entertaining way. So, like, if you look at cookery shows that were made back in the 70s or such, you get various celebrities telling you exactly what you need to do, but it tends to be a bit dry. Occasionally you have an eccentric person talking or whatever, but most of the time it is quite dry. And now you've got a lifestyle thing where people will show you how to create this beautiful cake or these, you know, this lovely piece of pasta. You have no idea how to cook at the end, but it does look nice. You know, it's selling the lifestyle. So I was trying, okay, well, how can I get the gorgeousness of the lifestyle without being nauseating? I don't want to say, hey, I'm the greatest animator ever. That puts you off. But also I wanted to, you know, kind of make it, you know, inspiring. You know, I grew up with a show called Heartbeat, which probably didn't make its way across the Atlantic. And it was this fairly mature man, probably in his 60s, called Tony Hart, who's a national treasure over here, really. He's died about 10 years ago, unfortunately. But he very calmly would just explain how to do a technique and just inspire you with this lovely, gentle way. And then intermixed through the program, a bit like Sesame Street, you'd have these interstitial pieces of animation and little glimpses as to other art pieces around the world. So it was less about the dry technique and more about just inspiring you to do it. So if I liked that, but I just wanted to go a little bit further with the actual how do you really do something, because that would drive me mad as a kid, that I wouldn't actually know how to do a particular thing. They would say, oh yeah, just have fun, be creative. Yeah, but how do you actually do this? You know, I'd say it's getting that sweet spot, I think. And certainly I saw on Instagram people just showing you the basics. They didn't have to say, you know, what was on menu A or menu B. So long as you got the gist of it and they explained it enough, you use your own brain to, you know, fill in most of the gaps. And, you know, you can pick up things a lot faster than I think people expect, really, like that.
Coolness. Now, before I do want to talk about your book, but before we get into that, can you give me a little bit of your bio? Because I find it interesting. Yes, your
okay.
bio.
Well,
I'm upon it once.
Okay, right. Okay, so I'm British, as you may have guessed from my accent, and I was a South Londoner for a long time. I'm now in Bristol, where Aardman Animations is, and all that sort of stuff, because most animators do tend to move around the globe. I haven't moved around the globe, I've just moved around the country, but a lot of people I know have moved around the entire globe. And in the beginning of my career, well, the very, very beginning, like when I was a teenager, I was learning how to do animation from like 12 years old. First of all, on paper, drawn on paper with a light box and a cine camera. So that's how ancient I am. Then I went to, my dad bought me an Amiga computer, and that had deluxe paint on it. I know, yeah. So I used that, and that was fantastic, because the great thing about having a computer to work from, which anyone knows, is that you can rough out ideas, and if they don't work, you can muck about with a concept, you know? Whereas if with paper, you've got to draw everything, of course, physically, and then you've got to, you know, film the stuff. There was no computer, so you had to film it, wait for the film to come back until you could sort of see what you'd done. So the element of play wasn't nearly as prevalent. You could flick through the paper, but it was not really the same thing. So I was kind of that generation that was really on the forefront of this brand new way of animating full stop, really. I was quite privileged. I mean, now, you know, you can animate on an iPad, for goodness sakes, and much, much like broadcast quality. Yeah, that's what's so crazy. But at the time, at least I had that. So I did all these things. I got 2 pieces of animation that I'd made on the Amiga broadcast on TV, which was quite something. And then from them, because I actually got paid for those, for the money I got from that, I bought my first PC and then started doing some stop motion animation. I kind of wanted to go stop motion anyway, because there were two pieces of animation I really loved as a kid. There was Beauty and the Beast, because it's just so perfect as a film. And then Wallace and Gromit series I loved for all sorts of reasons. But I liked the fact that it looked kind of real. The cinematography about it was so beautifully complete, you know? That's what I really liked. So I was sort of in the sweet spot between 2D world and this stop motion world, and I kind of wanted to go stop motion. So my first proper gig was in Manchester, working on things like Bob the Builder and Pingu and things like that. And that was fantastic. I did that for about 3 years. And then I moved to Bristol to work on shows like Shaun the Sheep and Timmy Time and commercials and things. And then I sort of faffed about, and now I'm just sort of working for myself really and work for various companies. But I've gone weirdly from the stop motion thing, which was my bread and butter for a good 15 years, to pretty much exclusively doing 2D and Toon Boom work now. I don't know why that's happened. It just has. And I really enjoy it. You know, it's I think the nice thing about doing drawn animation is that you don't have to worry quite so much about building a set or building a whole, you know, there's a lot of prep work in stop motion. The actual turnaround time of actually filming something is very quick, but in comparison, but the prep work is a lot more because you have to actually make a lot of stuff before you start and set up all the lights and cameras. So it's nice to be able to make whole shows without having to do all of that stuff that takes sometimes months to get ready, you know. Yeah.
I think
present day.
I love that. So correct me if I'm wrong, did you work for Aardman, or you just
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I worked for them at the beginning of was it the mid 2006, I think I started working for them, and then I didn't, and then I went back to them. So on and off I've worked for them about 10 years.
Okay.
And as I say, the companies in Manchester, I worked for them for about 4 years. Cosgrove Hall being one of them, which sadly doesn't exist anymore, but they were quite big at the time. So yeah.
Coolness. So yeah, the one thing I remember, and because news flash to anyone listening to this is our. I'll be honest. This is our second attempt at an interview, because we're restraining ourselves. The first time we just talked for like 2 hours.
2 hours. It was fantastic. I loved every minute, awesome. But it wasn't really.
I was like, oh my God, how am I going to edit this? Can we do this again? So one of the things you mentioned last time, and again, I had to go back to restraining from calling you out of your name, but the fact that when you animate, your animations are so beautiful, but the fact that you animate your 2D straight on and not pose to pose, I'm like, really, dude? Seriously?
See, I can't, because I've done, when I've done conventional drawn animation, where the title sequence for the cat class videos that I make is conventional drawn animation. There's not any puppets in that at all. Mm-hmm. And it's lovely to do. It takes forever because you've got to do all the cleanup and goodness knows what. It's, you know, you can get faster at it, but it still takes a lot longer than any puppet animation does. But I find that, you know, I mean, obviously I've worked alongside quite a lot of stop motion animators in my time. I mean, there's not a lot of us in the world. I think you could probably get all the stop motion animators in existence into one decent sized hall. You know, that's how many. There's not many at all. And I think that the thing I love about stop motion animation is that it's performance first. The technical side of things is very minimal because you've got the puppet already. So you're not having to worry about size changing or things kind of bubbling off to a weird shape. You know, you don't start the sequence with Genie's Aladdin and you end up with Roger Ramjet. You don't sort of, you know, it doesn't end up like that. But the great thing is it's kind of like real performances, but in really slow motion. So you're thinking of it in sequence. So it lends itself more to extempore action and spur of the moment kind of acting, you know. So because you're sort of making it up as you go along to a point. I mean, you've got a kind of plan, but you think, okay, well, maybe I'll make him do this instead of that, or make her do that, you know. I mean, the downside of stop motion animation when you're in the thick of it, doing the real stuff, is that you have to animate every single character at the same time. So if you've got a crowd scene, you've got to animate 20 people at the same time. So you break it down. You sort of initially think, what the hell? But, you know, that's the commission. You know, the director will say, right, okay, here you go. Here's the shot. Off you go. What? So you break it down. One of the first shots I ever had, and even the producer was quite annoyed at the director for giving it to me because she said, oh, that's a bit much. But I did it all right. It was fine. It was Bob the Builder's Yard, and it had all the machines rocking around and doing all their crazy things. And it had Bob coming out of his smaller of the two workshops. He barely came out of this particular door, and it wasn't really designed for that because it had no... stop motion puppets have a magnetic... they have a metal surface that they walk on, and then you use magnets underneath the set to grip the puppet. And because this character had never come out of this particular door, there was no metal surface underneath. So I had to kind of do this weird balancing act with toothpicks and goodness knows what.
Wow.
It worked. I was quite pleased. In terms of rigging for stop motion, I like to keep it really crude because then I don't have to worry too much about a really elaborate sort of crane design keeping the puppet up. But for this I had to do this sort of strange thing, and it managed it fine. But I had that, and I had Pilchard the cat, and I think something else, and a crane moving camera shot as well. And for every frame I had to get up on my hands and knees onto the surface of the set because it was quite a big set to get to Bob, and then climb down again, have a look at the shot. Oh, his arm isn't in quite the right place again. Up I get. I mean, it was, when you think about stop motion, it is an insane thing to do. But I like the fact that it is made out of real stuff, and that you can't, I mean, you can fake it a lot more now with CGI, which is, as a purist, I'm thinking, oh, damn, because it does look so good. You look at the Lego movie and those, I mean, it looks real. It really does. But I would say out of the two sort of, you know, techniques, stop motion and sort of, in inverted commas, conventional animation, I think that if you can get more of your animation in the direction of stop motion, you tend to get more fluid performances because you're not tied down to, on frame 10, I've got to hit this, and on frame this, I've got to hit that, and it curve and ease out. If you just trust in your own ability, there is a certain amount of leap of faith about a lot of it, but once you get the hang of it, you do it naturally without thinking. It's interesting. We talked about the animator's survival kit, didn't we, last time?
Yes.
And I was always fascinated, and there's something that about the illusion of life never seemed to pick up, as far as I could tell, about how to get that spontaneity of performance with the structure of pose to pose. And the interesting thing is that Richard Williams does actually mention about getting that sweet spot between the two techniques. That if you do straight ahead, it's lovely performance, but the characters end up changing shape and whatever. And if you have pose to pose too much, the characters are just stiff and lifeless. So you kind of do a weird hybrid technique of the two, and that's how you get your perfect thing. But of course, with stop motion, with puppet characters, you don't really need to do the pose-to-pose thing technically because you don't have to worry about size changing. You know, the characters stay their same proportions unless you're really pulling them around. So, you know, I can have that luxury, you know what I mean? Because I'm used to it. And especially if you're dealing with plasticine characters that really can change shape. So long as you just have that little antenna at the back of your mind thinking, just make sure you keep referencing the first couple of frames to make sure his expression isn't totally weird, then you're okay. You know, it is about just a knack, really. I think, rather than some magical ability.
Coolness.
Hmm.
So I want to talk about the book now.
Okay.
The book how to rig in sweet harmony, which
Oh.
brilliant title.
I'll tell.
So it's like, so I remember you working on this, and I think this was one of the first times I'd reached out to you. I was just like, hey, how are you building this? Are you going to do an ebook, or do you only like, oh, I'm building it on, and I think you said you're letting, you're building iBooks and everything. So
yeah, I mean, I the intention initially was to always make an ebook because, first of all, it's a lot easier to produce an ebook than it is a physical book. I've looked into making it as a physical reality because, apart from it, as a vanity thing, it would be quite nice to have this big, thick book, you know. But it's, I mean, I'm not saying never, but it is very difficult to get it published. If I was an American, I'd probably find it easier because a lot of the big publishing sites that do all this sort of stuff, like Amazon and Apple books, they really, there's something in American law that says that you have to have an American tax number and all this sort of stuff, which is which is to anybody else in the world thinking, what the heck is this? And, you know, it's helpful to Americans, the documentation. Of course, you can consult Americans about it. But if you're a European, you are just stuffed. You don't know what you're looking at all. It's worded in weird legalese that makes absolute, and you just think, okay, I'm not going to do it now. I can't wade through all of that. It's too terrifying, you know. So I'm not saying never, but I've got to really, if I really want to do it, I'll have to sort of, you know, it's a stallion to be tamed, put it that way. It's not an easy thing to do if you're European.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. We used to joke about when you're a teenager, you're trying to find the adult that'll buy you alcohol. And then when I was teaching computer graphics to like a continuing education class, and so there are adults taking my class, and they're like, well, the software's so expensive. And I said, well, you got to find a teenager who's in school to buy you the educational version.
Yeah.
So I say all that to say, if you ever need someone to go, hey, I'll be the American that'll sponsor this book, let me know.
That's very good to know, Tony, actually. I may well be asking you that. That's not a joke. Because it's not just me. When I mentioned it on Twitter, somebody else who's British as well said, I hear you, because they'd had exactly the same frustration with it. It's just, the weird thing is all the adverts say, oh yeah, make a book, it's great, you know, and then just sign this form. You think, oh, I don't understand the form. I don't even know what do I have to do? Well, it doesn't make any sense. Get this form from this. I don't know. So that was part of it. But also the other part is that being an ebook, you can add to it like a tapestry.
Yes.
I think since I've written the blinking book, which wasn't that long ago, I mean, I've written 350 plus pages of this thing. And that, I think I finished that in like July or something. Since then, I've come up with umpteen things to either improve things I've already written or to, I mean, obviously they've released Harmony 20 as well. So that's another layering of extra stuff that you can do.
Yes.
But also, yeah, some of the stuff like there's a bit on this, might as well go to the page, about epic arms. And I call it epic arms because it is, I deliberately put that title in because it terrifies you. If you're new to this book, this is way in, so don't expect this to be like the first thing that greets you, for goodness sake. But let me get there. Quite a bit of stuff. So this isn't epic arms. This is like a really simple setup for if you want to create a shape unioned arm and you want to get kind of that little thing happening. So if you get a forearm and you want to kind of push it back or forwards, but in front or behind the bicep, you can do that with this kind of configuration and what you have to draw on each sublayer and all that sort of stuff. And then a little bit later on, I've got this thing, as I say, that's talking about epic arms. Let me just get there. Comes up in a bit. Yeah, here we are. So epic arms. So this is talking about the technique of having that arm part being able to go behind the body, but that part still being on the top, you know, and getting all this nice stuff. And I say, this is how you make all this stuff, and this is the configuration here, blah, blah, blah. Now, I know for a fact that this is overkill now. and I'm able to produce this technique using a fraction of this complication. But I'm still going to leave this in because sometimes, due to other factors in a rig's design, this might be the only way you can do this, you know. So it's funny, I'm working on something which I can't talk about, but there are techniques that I've had to adopt on the fly because I can't do the conventional stuff because of the particularities of the way it's shaded and the way it's colors. Oh, I can't do it that way, so I've got to. So even if you don't use this particular method to do it, it's kind of good to know because it can get you out of other issues as well, you know? So I think I'm going to put the new method in when I do chapter 4 eventually. So as I say, it's going to be a perpetually updating book. And that's, as I say, one of the reasons why I kind of like the ebook format, because it allows for it to grow and to change and, you know, for things to, you know, be added and altered really.
I have a question for you. One, the fact, and if anyone is wondering, you basically get this via Ollie's Patreon.
Patreon, yeah.
Curious, Patreon is an interesting choice, and it's like, okay, but I'm extra curious as to, you made it basically $5 per month. Is there a particular reason behind that?
Yeah. I did have a long think about how much to charge for this, and you know, everybody else thinks, well, that's a bit cheap, isn't it? Because I mean, it is quite a substantial piece of knowledge. You know, I think if I were to actually sell this as a book in a shop, it would probably retail at about 50 quid, which in American money would probably be about $60, $70, something like that. And I don't think that would be unreasonable. I think I'm still thinking about perhaps selling it on Etsy in that form, because some people, they just don't go to Patreon at all. But the thing is with Patreon, because I do this as well, I patronize people as well. You're kind of not just doing it for the stuff that you get out of it, but you are genuinely trying to help the person making the thing, you know. And I keep saying, you know, that this is not a one-off thing, that I will add to it, and, you know, other projects are made from it. So the sense of uni and community that I've got from it is quite strong, actually. There are an awful lot of people who just like the fact that they're contributing to the knowledge, so to speak, through helping fund it's more of a sort of encyclopedia idea, isn't it, really? And me as a person making my shorts. I don't hide anything. I say, well, this is for the book, but it's also for making shorts, and then I'll make more additions to the book and blah, blah, blah. So it's not one thing. And, you know, people come and go. And I have, you know, some people, they pay their money, they get the book, and then off they go. But most don't. Most stick around, and they just want to, you know, they just want to help me out. It's such a small amount of money. It's not like it's breaking the bank every month.
Right.
I think that was the point. I didn't want it to be too much, because then people would think, oh, that's actually quite a lot of money. I'd rather just not stick around and help. So this more long-term way of funding something is actually working out quite well for me. And I'm able to make things like Terry and Sandy, and then I'm able to research things and then make additions to the book. And I've got, what's it called? A Discord as well, where I help people for nothing. And they have, you know, they're my patrons, and I just sort of say, oh, well, we've got a problem there with your rig, you can check that out. You know, it's not anything huge, but I'm just able to give little pointers. But people have been really, really supportive and lovely about it. It's been fantastic. Yeah.
Coolness. I did want to talk about the cats and how, and this is, I think it's a brilliant concept, and how it's actually, how the book is broken down.
Yeah. I'd had this idea for kind of character helpers since I was about 15 years ago, but I wasn't going to talk about Toon Boom. I was going to talk about how to use a computer. And I'd had 4 characters for that at the time. So there was going to be an angry one, a frightened one, an unlucky one, and a lazy one. And they were humans, except for the cat. There was one cat, and he was Unluck, the cat. So the idea, it was kind of a pun on the fact he was a black cat. And so, you know, black cats in cartoons and everything, they're unlucky, aren't they? Famously with the Tex Avery cartoon. And so that was the concept. And I liked the idea. And of course, at the time I was thinking I was going to do this thing about computers, and then iPads came along, and the whole way of learning anything had just, because I'd intended for that to be for mostly mature audiences actually, rather than youngsters, because youngsters pick these things up really quickly, but the older ones tend to be a bit frightened of technology and stuff. So they, but they don't mind being patronized with bright colors and stuff. So, no, if you need to tell me with ABC blocks, please go ahead, because I don't understand any of it, I think I'm like that as well, because there's famously a cook in Britain called Delia Smith, and one of her books or one of her TV shows starts with, she holds up an egg to the camera and says, "This is an egg." And everyone goes, "Hooray, you're talking my language," because I have no idea how to do anything with it. And I think people are okay with that. So long as you're open and say, "Look, I'm about to patronize you. Is that okay?" I think, yeah, that's fine. Okay, good. It is an egg. So it's a bit like that. And what I wanted to do, as I say, with the original one, was to say, these are the characters. If you're frightened of things, don't worry. If things go wrong, don't worry. It's all about just calming people down and saying, if you hit any kind of obstruction, it's human, it's normal, we'll get through it. And so what I did for this, I kept the idea for the 4 characters in my head, but I'd also mucked about with 4 cat characters that weren't even intended to be for sort of learning. I'd kind of thought of them as a pop video kind of idea. But I thought, well, I really like their designs. I'll just develop them a little bit, and then I'll use them in this way. So I had one that was eternally optimistic, and yeah, go for it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you get it wrong, doesn't matter. Well, hey, so that's Aniseed. Then you got Bon Bon, who's a know-it-all sasspot that just knows everything and is very, very sarcastic, and just is sarcastic to me all the way through my tutorials and tells me off that I don't know something and stuff, just in case I don't. And then Jollop is there as a panicky person, say, "Oh my goodness, don't do this, it will go wrong if you do this," and stuff. So he's that worrier person. And then you've got Bus Stop, the sort of snake cat, who's just, that doesn't matter, if you got it wrong, whatever. So I think it's important to have that perpetuating through the book. And they were color coded as well, so at a glance you could tell the kind of information that you were getting. So if you were reading it again for like the 3rd time, you may not need to see what Bus Stop has to say in that instance, and you could concentrate perhaps on a warning, or go through a step-by-step again. So it was thinking of it kind of as a cartoon where they kind of interplay and they talk to you as people rather than just follow step 1, follow step 2 boringness that you get everywhere. But also they really do have a proper function, in the learning process, really.
Awesome. And again, I just the design of this, because there are a lot of it. I know a lot of very talented animators that can't design for at all. So,
damning criticism there from Tony Ross.
And it's like, oh my god, it's like, and it's and I get it. I mean, I think I should be allowed, because
everybody has their own things, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do what my partner does. He is Mr. Detail. He can whittle away at the tiniest little cracks on a piece of architecture, because that's what he does. He's an art director, and one of his credits was he designed the garden in Coraline, and he did all the the flowers and goodness knows what. The level of detail is impeccable. I haven't got that kind of patience. It's interesting. I can faff about with a rig and I can twiddle around with a piece of animation, but ask me to make a model flower and I just throw a fit. I can't do it. So I think everybody has their thing. I don't think it's, if you can't do something, fine, do something else. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, but just the way you've handled the type and the design of the book is like, it's like, great, you do that too. That's awesome.
I like doing it. I mean, funnily enough, because I'd forgotten this when we spoke last time, when we were working on Pingu, we had quite a long period of time where we were researching the style of the show and stuff, because the original guy who made it back in the Pingu, by the way, has made its way. You don't. That's interesting, because some Americans, they go raving that, oh, I love Pingu, blah blah blah, and then some, what is this show? It was a stop motion animated show that was made in the early 90s, and it was very European in style, but it did make its way across the Atlantic. I know that. And it was very unusual in the sense that it was a stop motion show, but the technique of its animation was much more drawn animation. So for a walk cycle, you'd have 8 Pingus, and you would take one Pingu off it was a penguin, by the way, penguin.
Mhm.
You'd take plasticine penguin. You'd take him off the set and put a brand new one on where the old one was, and it would be slightly different sculpt, so slightly different position. And you would do this all the time, taking one off, putting one on, taking one off, and putting one on. So it was like paper, but sculptures. So it was do you know George Powell? He did a series of cartoons, Puppetoons, they were called, back in like the 30s, 40s. He was an American animator. He worked alongside Ray Harryhausen and stuff,
Oh, wow.
And he did one of his cartoons. He did loads, but one of them he did, which was in stop motion, was something called Tubby the Tuba. And the tuba itself was made out of a solid... It was a cartoon character with a face and, Disney-like sort of features, but it was made out of metal. So the only way you could move those features was to replace the entire puppet,
Oh, wow.
So you must have seen, like, in a feature film, and they show you if on a stop motion feature film, and here are all the mouths, but they've got them in a tray, and it's that, but the entire puppet, essentially.
Okay.
And so I did, for this, we were researching the show for Pingu, and there was quite a long time to sort of look into it. And I made this, it wasn't just me, we all researched it, but I compiled it, this sort of show Bible, because I had time to do it and I had a laptop. And funnily enough, I ended up sort of laying things out in a very similar sort of let's muck around and just move text around and make colors jump out. And I just like making things look interesting, as well as, I'd rather not have a boring page to look at. I'd rather have a lot of color and a character that's sort of, making his presence known and that sort of stuff. It draws you through very dry information,
Very nice. So my next question, I want to ask you about, and we took a look at this last time, but I want to talk about the flower advert that you did.
Okay.
Because that was...
Go over here.
I was listening to, because I was able to actually grab that one clip, and I've been sharing it. And the funny thing is, I'm listening to the clip, and I can hear me hesitating, cursing at you, because you're going, and of course all these are vectors. It's like, I hate you so much right now. Damn, this is gorgeous. So yeah.
Oh, well, that's nice. I'll have to, it's weird when I load up a Harmony file this way, it doesn't seem to want to do it. I'll have to close this and then open it here, and then it's okay. So hang on.
I've had it happen where I try to, because I have multiple, pretty much I usually keep all versions on my computer because I'm normally doing training. I've had it happen where if I double click on something, it'll go, oh, you want to open this in Essentials? And I'm like, no, I don't want to open it.
I know.
It's like, not Essentials.
I've paid for this. I want it on the fancy one. Yeah. Now let's see. I mean, the thing is, as well, on a PC, you can actually open multiple versions. On a Mac, you can't. You can open things in the library, so it's a separate thing, but you can't have multiple instances of this, which is sometimes annoying. Excuse me, burping again. So this was a shot that I did. I don't think all the characters are visible. Oh, here we are. Yeah, that's the reason. I've got it turned off. So this was a little advert that I did for the book. I did 3. I did one that was kind of UPA. It is UPA, isn't it?
Yes, UPA.
Style, yeah, UPA style. To American audiences, UPA. In Britain, it's Hallis and Batchelor. We had, I think they were husband and wife, and they were pretty much the British animation industry for about 20, 30 years. But they made these sort of UPA style black and white, things. And so I did the first one like that because I had to crank it out in like 3 days. So it was quite deliberate that I made the stuff simple. And this took about a week to make the entire thing, from scripting it and doing the voices and everything to, actually making the puppets and filming it. So I made one flower. They're all the same flower except for the face. So they're just recolored, as far as I remember, using a color overlay. So that is exactly the same as that, but given a slightly different, curve deformer, and you know what I mean, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So that was deliberate in their design. It would be 3 flower pots and there would just be like one distinguishing feature to make them slightly different. And I wanted to muck about with, for this commercial, I wanted it to be more like a 70s kind of thing. Like those interstitial animations you get on Sesame Street or...
Yes.
Oh God, I can't remember. There's a particular thing that's parodied in The Simpsons with the Constitution.
Oh yeah, Schoolhouse Rock.
That's right. Yeah, because we didn't get them in Britain, but we kind of knew of it, and we've certainly seen a lot of them on YouTube since. Yeah, that kind of thing where they're slightly janky, but they do have a lot of charm. And Roger Ramjet and things like that, and Dudley Do-Right and things. So I went down, that kind of route. And one of the things that keeps coming up, I think less so in the American stuff, we did a series here called Rhubarb, and later called Rhubarb and Custard, and it had that kind of, everything was drawn on paper. So when anything moved, in felt tip it was, so anything moved and it would sort of boil and judder around. I kind of liked the energy that has. So I was trying to recreate it with puppets. So these are just vectored, curve deformed elements which you can move around like that, and if you just concentrate on his stalk here, you can see that every so often the drawing changes. So it's the same thing, but it is drawing. It's certainly very obvious on the pot. If you look at that, it's changing drawing, and that is just a 3-frame. Let me get that up here actually. Yeah, what I did is I used, now what did I do to create that color? Is it just, I think that thing where you can mark something as a breakdown thing? So it was only 3 frames. So I thought, okay, well, I'll do it that way. And then I can see it kind of moving at a glance. I can't remember what they're called, breakdown and...
Markers?
Yeah, no, they're not markers. They're in a normal way. They're, like when you can, on the X sheet, you say like breakdown and... the other two.
It's like your tween, your breakdown, key drawings.
I think I did that rather than I don't think they're markers. Or maybe they are markers. I did do that as well. I can't remember why, but I did do that as well because they were just 3, so it kind of worked out. I can't remember the reason why, but it gave me the option of being able to see at a glance, which frame was corresponding, and then you just, as long as you've got the 3 there, you can then copy it and then paste it. Paste cycle, and then you've essentially got an exposure that boils then, which you can do what you like with. And I've got something to show you the face. Those are the 3. If you look at the drawing sub here, I think I can make that a bit bigger, maybe not. But yeah, so that boils. I don't know why that's gotten bigger, but anyway. So that boils, and it's just the same drawing, just tweaked a little bit. If I look at the, let me go here. Just drag the drawing view into there. So we got the drawing vector here, which you can manipulate in this way. It only has 4 vector points, and then I think it's got. So what I've done is I've layered several circles over each other. They're using the same points. I haven't like rotated the circle or done anything clever. It was just I took that and then I copy and pasted it in exactly the same space. And then using, so it's using a kind of felt rough texture to get something, and then a little bit of bleed. And then to get a little bit more, the reason I did the layering is because I can sort of go into that using, because I think it's using a kind of slightly transparent color. I think, yeah, the line shade is slightly transparent, so it bleeds through. And then I've got one line that's on top of the other one, and then whoops, press the wrong button then. And then I can sort of go in and tweak, not that, hang on. Ugh. There we go. So I can sort of, get a little bit more personality into the line just by using, I don't know what they call it off by hand. Hang on, what is it? It's the pencil. I don't use them on the toolbar. You see, I have a
Right.
a keyboard to the side of me that does all this. But
Okay.
it's the pencil tool.
Yeah, the pencil
and
editor.
then
You mean?
yeah, it's the centerline tool, but for the pencil. I can't remember what it's called.
Well, it's literally called the pencil editor.
Oh, it's
The
pencil editor. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So it's
think it
just
is.
that, really. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. And
It's
then
sad
you
that
can
it's
just
sad, I actually teach this. I should know.
there are so many flipping things. I mean, I've never known a program have so many symbols that look virtually the same yet do so many different things. That's the other thing that catches you out.
Yeah, and I always tell people about, well, there's the cutter tool, and then there's also the cutter node.
Exactly.
And every time I talk about it on camera, and I'm doing it again today,
Yeah.
Dear Toon Boom, thesaurus, there's a dictionary, use a different word.
I know. Well, do you know the thing that gets me? I mean, this is, I love Toon Boom. They're lovely people, all of that stuff. This is a given. This is not in any way any major criticism. It's not like Adobe. But here we have a switch, and these are all switches: constraint gate, constraint switch, deformation switch, image switch, transformation switch. You have gate, transformation gate here as well. I'm sure it's probably there's a transformation switch as well. Maybe that's the reason why. But that one, which is arguably a really useful one to have, is a gate, and the other one's a switch. Things like that. And I think one of them is, oh, I don't know. But it's just because I had to ask Toon, but I thought, wow, I'm sure there's a way to like get a kind of, I want to use this structure of the node view for this one, and now I want to switch over to this structure, and it was a gate, not a switch. So yeah, things like that can be fun. But I always, getting back to the book, I always calm people down when I put in a fresh new set of icons. I said, don't worry, most of the time you're not going to know, you need to know most of these, so let's just concentrate on one thing at a time. A lot of people have that, like learning Blender as well, or any piece of software that's got its own unique icons. It's overwhelming at first. You can't, doesn't matter how well designed it is. So yeah, that's how I did the line work. And then, as I said, I just did one standard flower, recolored elements of it using a color override. So I think I started off, I designed him in Procreate, and then I redrew it in Harmony with a straight stalk, straight petals, and then just said, okay, I've got my standard flower. I'm now going to duplicate it over to two other different characters. And, a lot of this, if you look at it when it's played back, is loops. So, apart from him, I animated these in probably like an hour each. So they didn't take an awful long time to do once I created the puppet. He was the one that had the actual, acting to do. And again, there's a lot of, looping with him. But because, when I render this, the lines show their true form. They're quite sympathetic to any kind of little errors and stuff. And of course, the style of the thing actually benefits from slightly cruder animation. So that means it's faster to turn around again. So it's these little things to just make things a little bit easier, because I had to crank this out quite quickly. And I think I made a couple of bits. I don't think I made a master. No, I didn't make any master controller for him because it was so simple. But I did do, I've got a VPEG for the whole head, and I don't know what this does. What's this do? Don't know what that does. Okay. I'm sure it meant something at the time. But I've got things like that to give me a little bit of control with, like, fanning out of his petals. I think that was supposed to do it on the other side, but obviously it's broken since. But then I think I made it so, yeah, the whole idea was that I only have to control one petal to at least move the majority around. Little wins like that to try and make it as quick as possible to turn around, That's always good. If there's a compromise situation where you can get like one thing to do loads of other things, but not in a way where if an animator did want to manipulate one, he or she couldn't do that. That's the problem. I think, especially when you're learning how to rig first of all. I think that dot's for the other one. There we go. I just saw it in the glass. Yeah, when you're learning it first, you want to dazzle everybody with this really complicated, oh, it can do this and it can do that and I can move every hair. Yeah, but do you want to do that? Do you want to move every hair every 5 minutes? You know, you're not going to see that on screen unless you're doing this very elaborate anime thing where the wind's blowing and you need that control. You're not going to ever need it. So I think that's important to kind of get that sweet spot of control, but also time saving, you know.
Can you show me the can you turn the deformers off to just show what it looks like in its natural state?
Yeah, so that is the real stuff. So it's just a simple stalk. I think even the petals are actually the leaves as well. They're just recolored to be green. So it was using every bit of the carcass. It wasn't. Once I'd created one, I'd literally created most of the character. That was the whole point.
Alrighty, that was Ali Putland, and again, messed up. Was like, good if I messed up. First, I actually stuck Sarah Cordoner's picture on Ollie's name, and then I actually pulled up the wrong file with it spelled wrong. But anyway, yes, the question was, is that only on his Patreon? Yes, currently it is. He may do an actual book later, but I know it's on his Patreon, and I think you can get access to that for like $5 a month. I know I have at least 4,000 or 5,000 YouTube followers. If, I don't know, 20 people can go, hey dude, here's $5. Trust me when I tell you, it's a book that I study. It's a book that I refer my students to go take a look at. Anyone saying, I know Harmony, but I only know traditional animation, I want to learn cutout or forgot the other word for that. Anyway, rigged animation. I always say, go look at Ollie's book because it is brilliant and it's well put together. It's not a lot of reading. It's well designed and it really gets you up to speed pretty quick. So check them out at patreon.com/Ollie. The even our edited down not edited down. We tried the first interview. We talked over 2 hours, and I was like, "There's no way I can even edit this." The second one, you just caught part of that. I think we still talked about 90 minutes, but just kind of going into stuff. You could see some of his other rigs. Okay, so 2 things. One, it is already 4:08. I am so going to sleep as soon as I'm done with all of this. But what I want to show you is 2 things. One, I want to go ahead and do our last drawing of the week. Or actually, I've done our last drawing. Let me announce our last winners of the week. And again, we'll shoot emails out. You've got to respond within 48 hours in order to actually win these, or we just keep trying until we can give this stuff away. So, in one quick second, let me find. And once I am done with that, because I don't want to hold you hostage. If you are interested, and again, I am not in the mood. Tony is tired, so Tony tends to be very cranky when he is tired. Not in the mood to fight with anyone about this, but after I show this, I'm going to... Where are my comments? That's not what I'm looking for. Where are my overlays? There they are. You need to post the original with Ollie. It's such good... Oh, no. See, I'll post... Here's the thing. I will post the second interview we did because, quite frankly, let me be direct. We talked about any and everything on the first one because we started talking about social issues, everything like that. So I don't know if it's a... Let me review it to figure out and make sure he's okay with posting, because we talked about everything. It was kind of this really brilliant thing, and to the point we could probably start our own, I don't know, sitcom or talk show. But it was brilliant. So I don't necessarily want it because people are like, oh, it's boring, they're not talking about animation. Not really. A lot of it wasn't animation. Okay. So let me bring up this image. Oh, that's what I was trying to say. If for those, I'm going to do this announcement really quick. Okay. So today's Harmony winner is Winnie Mai. We're sending out an email. You got to respond within 48 hours, preferably, so we can go ahead and send your info over to Toon Boom so they can actually send you. We're giving away, because of our sponsors, annual licenses to Harmony Premium. And today's winner is here. And let me pull up the next one. And today's Storyboard Pro winner is Erica Batalag. I'm guessing I'm probably totally jacking up your name, and for that I apologize. But yes, we'll be sending out emails. Make sure you respond to us like, yes, this is me. Thank you. Blah blah blah. It is not a scam. As one of the email people we actually reached out the email. It seems like it's a scam. No, it's not. But feel free to tell me no, so I can give that to someone else. So anyway, so those are our winners for today. Now, I have enjoyed hanging out with you all week. Like I said, on the 19th, we're going to be, we'll send out an email about this. On the 19th, we will announce the launch of the playlist with all the videos. And this gives me time enough to, one, sleep, two, correct any errors. Like, so I know we have some sound errors and definitely some typos to correct. And because I was saying there's a lot of failings for this summit. The summit was way bigger than last year. And there are a lot of successes, but there are also a lot of failures. But like, what are we learning from those? One of them was our lack of communication in our social media. Like there's the emails and the social media was a lot better last year. So we're correcting that by pretty much the week of the 19th. We're going to play it like as if it's the social media that should have run this week. It's the email sequences that should have run this week. So imagine that we're going to be, what is that called? Kind of a drip. Is it called drip? Drip or drip feed is the word I'm looking for. Monday's interviews will come out on Monday. Tuesday's interviews will come out on Tuesday, but it's going to be the full playlist. And the cool part is, when you look at the list, you can go, oh, I want to watch so-and-so. So you can click directly on that link and it'll jump to that spot in the playlist. In addition to that, their full bios will be in their, into the YouTube thing. This playlist will probably be there as well. It's just a totally separate playlist. If you want to hear my rambling the entire week, yeah, good luck with that. That'll be in a separate playlist. Me not rambling and just me talking and interviewing the people, that's in the other playlist. So it's like the full, not unedited, uncut, no, full length interviews, words, one of those things. Okay, so if you are not interested in watching this next video, because it is considered controversial, it's one of the reasons why it's the last thing I am playing. I didn't want to play it early in the week, but there is an episode of the show called Blackish that had an animated sequence, and when it came out about 2 years ago, it was considered too controversial because it was not speaking favorably of the current administration. So it was banned and shelved. And recently it was they re-released it, or excuse me, they actually released it. So the director, DeMille Bryant, was talking to me and said he would like to show that. I said, dude, I'd love to show that. But at the same time, I get it. Not everyone is okay with that. And if that's your thing, cool. So this is your time to go leave. Again, I'm controlling comments. It's my show. So I'm posting this because I think it's one beautiful artwork, and it's not like it was a caricature of anyone in the current administration. Not physically, if you look at it, it's done kind of almost a nod to Aesop's fables, but you know exactly what they're talking about. The point is, it was an incredibly beautiful piece, and me personally, I can't imagine directing something on that level and having it banned. And like, it's not like I can go, well, I'll just put it in my portfolio. Well, you kind of can't, because it technically doesn't belong to you. So imagine having something shelved. They just thought it was just gone, and then like, oh, by the way, you can show this now because we're going to air the episode. So I want to show you this. This is about an 11-minute piece where I'm talking to DeMille, as well as we'll see the clip from Blackish. So again, I'm sorry, I was speaking very obscure. Let me be very direct. It was not complimentary to our current president, and that's why it was pulled at the time. So I'm going to play this now. If you have a problem, I'm cool with that. You're allowed to leave. You don't have to watch this. This is the last thing I'm playing. Meanwhile, probably right after this, I'm going to sleep. So, all right. Here is, in theory, if I didn't mess this up technically, going to pull up the Shady King hat there.
Are you able to see my screen okay?
Yes, I am.
Great. All right, so I'm finally able to share with you the Blackish sequence that we did 2 years ago that was shelved because of the political issues behind it, the episode being pretty much around Trump's presidency. It was a lot of controversy then, and there's a lot of controversy around it now. But I'm glad that they were able to finally take this episode and let the world see it. I mean, it was such a great opportunity to work on a production like this, and to actually create this workflow that, as we get into it, it's like crazy, So the idea came that once we did the first episode for Blackish, episode 401, which was about Juneteenth.
Yes.
Which is probably one of the most educational episodes of Blackish that, I think that a lot of people learned a lot of information, not only about the holiday Juneteenth, but they also learned about, a lot about the slavery, and I thought that was a great episode, and to be a part of that was great. And we did a lot of great work for them. They reached back out and said, "Did we want to do another one?" And they gave us more time. And they explained that this was going to be a little bit more complicated, but they didn't know how to do it. And they were reaching out to see if we could do it. So there was a pretty much an animated short that went through Nickelodeon a few years ago called Baby Please, Baby Please. And it was narrated by Spike Lee and illustrated by Kadir Nelson. Kadir Nelson, I guess he's done so many like famous paintings. I guess you have to look him up on Instagram and see all his beautiful work. I think for like the hip hop culture one of the things that really stood out to me is that he did do that one Drake cover of Drake in profile, and there's like a sky behind him. Mm-hmm. It's one of him as an adult and then one of him as a baby. And so we're working with him, and pretty much the producers, they all invited us in to have this chat about what this episode is going to be. And so they wanted to tell the story through a painting, through an illustration about Donald Trump. And let me just exit out this really quickly. I don't know if you can see it, but I want to make sure it's not there. but we were telling this story about Donald Trump through this like fairy tale, I would say, fantasy piece. And Cadell Nelson was going to be painting this. And so our job was to animate this. And so this is where the struggle comes in. It's like Cadell is going to be painting like an actual canvas and like a big canvas. And we have to take that, repaint it, and then make it move. And they're like, you can do that, right? We're like, yeah, we can do that. So we're sitting with Cadell, we're sitting with the creators of the show and the producers of the show, and we're in this like, very stereotypical long office with long oval chairs, and the desk is oval chair. And so he pulls up his painting, he's talking about what's going on in his sketch. And so this is a sketch that we started off with. And this is his sketch. He's like, pretty much like, this is happening, and we're going to start here, and then we're going to move over to here. And our job is to take this sketch and create 7 different scenes out of the sketch. And so we're looking like we have a lot of work on our hands, and we have to definitely build a team to do this. And what our job in this initial meeting was to talk about workflow and how we're going to execute this and what we need from Cadell to make this work. And so some of the things that we're discussing is that we needed this scene to be as wide as possible, so that as we're repainting the scene, that we're able to kind of crop some things away, and then bleed over some things and repaint things that are not there. So we spoke to the producers about hiring a team of painters that could paint to match Cadell Nelson's style, and also hiring a compositor that could take his painting and do some pretty cool digital compositing with it, and then hiring a 3D artist to do some 3D effects. So that's the initial conversation that we had to convince them, pretty much like, oh, we're on top of this. We have a workflow. We understand how this process is going to work, and we'll be able to do this. So, the next step was really to wait for Cadell to paint this. And as you can see, like, he literally painted the crap out of this. It pretty much is probably it's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful painting. And you can see like all the details that he's adding into this as just in his work in progress. And then you can really like get up close and see like the details behind him, like painting each little scene. And then we were finally delivered the final piece of everything that is painted. And our job now is to take this scene and animate it. So if you don't mind, I would like to just go ahead and show you the final piece of how this moves, how we took this painting and created this own little scene. And then from there, I'll walk you through some of the behind the scenes stuff that we've done. And it's just a quick video, but I will spend some time to talk about each aspect of everything. You can see my screen now, right?
Yeah, I can. Cool.
Okay. All right, let's give that a
Shady King. And when the Shady King came, even though he scared the shit out of Daddy and Dave Chappelle were willing to give him a chance. But when this dude said he didn't believe in political correctness, giving him a chance was harder than you think. I mean, the Shady King was even scarier than Daddy could ever imagine. This sucker wanted to build a wall between us and our neighbors. He seemed to have private meetings with our enemies. And when it came to his subjects, some thought the Shady King appeared to be out of touch with what they needed. And others thought he made light of their suffering. Yep. Whenever I think this country has hit rock bottom, we figure out a way to dig 2 more feet down. Huh. I'm sorry, buddy. Where was I? After the Shady King took power, the kingdom split in 2 warring lands.
Alrighty. So that was the full piece that we turned into ABC for Blackish. The final version itself has a little bit more audio cuts in between, or cuts period in between. But that was the animation we did. And so just that process itself, we were able to, take Kadarius Nelson's painting, repaint it in Photoshop, and then match the style, of course, and then also add movement and repaint key poses that didn't exist before to help bring life to these characters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen again to another screen. Here we have is the behind the scenes behind the Blacklist episode. Good man. All right. So it really did take a lot of work to create.
All right. So hopefully, if you watched that, you understood why I was like, oh my gosh, I got to show this. This looks incredible. What I was talking to DeMille about was a lot of times you'll see stuff and you'll look for where the shortcuts are, and to be able to see that, I'm going like, because I kept looking at the birds in particular during the animation, trying to figure out where the cheats were, and then to find out, oh, those are 3D. And yeah, there might be clones of each other, but they gave this little individuality there. And how many layers of work went in there. And the fact that if it were me, I would have been thinking like telling the painter, the original illustrator, to go, yeah, could you just paint all this on separate pieces? But the fact that they just let him be, brought in digital painters to match that, it was like, well, damn. And so, yeah, I wanted to share that at the same time. Like I said, it's not for everybody. I get that. But I think in that same light, like I said, I've worked on plenty of pieces where the client may have pulled out or whatever, and I'll go, cool, I'll just use this for something else. So the idea of working and doing something, I think Blackish is ABC, but since it's technically owned by a corporation, it's not like you can go, oh, I'm going to show this anyway. You're not allowed. It's got, I'm like, unless you're trying to lose your job or get sued. So it's like fun stuff like that. Anyway, so thank you for humoring me and watching that. Like I said, we learned a lot with the summit. I'm very excited. Already planning the next one. I've already started talking to people about it, like how do we make it. It's not necessarily bigger per se, but I definitely want to make it better. Writing down notes of what went wrong with this one and how do we make it better. One of those tests is coming up technically with next the 19th, So actually working directly with someone to plan out the social media and launch of everything. So keep your eyes on your emails for announcements. We're pretty much going to be doing drumming up announcements all of next week about new courses we have coming out that Tony Teach has coming out, as well as us launching the replays. So this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit 2020. Just saying that without passing out. It's been real. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.